2023. We love coming out here west of Sydney, across the Blue Mountains. We've been greeted this weekend with sunny shining skies, no rain on the horizon, and what is set to be a fast 12-hour race tomorrow. But today, it's all about qualifying. We're heading to the Pirelli Shootout, the search for the Alan Simonson Pole Award here today. And the vibe around Bathurst, I'm joined here by Mark Beretta and Garth Tander in pit lane, is just fabulous. Huge crowd here already, Brett. It's got that Bathurst vibe about it.
Chad, it is back in a big way. It is magnificent, this event. We love it. We've been coming here for many years now, and you look around and see the great crowds out here. It's a temperature in the mid-20s at the moment, and that's about where it'll stay today. We come here in summer, GTs, you know, and it's high 30s, 40s. It can be a really tough place to be, but these are perfect conditions, and the big names of motorsport have come here to enjoy it as well. How's the crowd around Valentino Rossi? That has been a phenomenon, and we're going to see the Red Bull Formula One car go around Mount Panorama.
Yes.
That, for motorsport fans, that's as good as it gets. So that's coming up in the first hour of our broadcast today. We're looking forward to a great day, and of course we've got qualifying shootout, Chad, and then the big race tomorrow. Everything's gearing towards that. But how good to have the rest of the world back here now, and this race is back to where it belongs, back to one of the greats.
And Garth, in doing so, we've turned it back to being a pro race. So last year it was Pro-Am, sharing it with the gentleman drivers. Not this year. It's going to be very fast, and that starts today in qualifying.
Brett said it. It's back. The 12-hour is back, and it's back as we know it, a full pro race. Factory teams, BMW are back in a big way, Audi having a big crack. Mercedes have got an armada, a massive fleet of cars here. It's going to be on. I cannot wait to get into qualifying later today. We've got a new Pirelli control tyre that's a little bit faster than what we've had here the last couple of years, so we're going to see some really seriously fast lap times based on what we saw in practice just before we came on air. So it's going to be a great afternoon. F1 cars, it's going to be serious.
Can't wait. But we're all excited about
I reckon these GT3 cars are going to give the F1 car a run for their money. It's going to be fast.
That's exciting. And would you believe it, it's actually a two-wheel star that everyone's here talking about. I'm also quite happy to say that we've got our international presenting team and commentary team back. So we've got Shay Adam back from the USA, fresh off the Daytona 24-hour last week. She's got one of the biggest names in world motorsport joining her.
And guys, not going to lie, I'm a little bit starstruck by this one. Valentino Rossi, welcome to the mountain as a BMW factory driver. How cool is it to be racing here?
It's great. It's great. We know very well this track from the simulator because we always play with the PlayStation, you know. And be here for real is a fantastic feeling with the BMW. The atmosphere is great. It's a very Australian style, and the track is fantastic. It's really something special. It's very scary, but very technical, very fast. So I like.
You're sharing the car with Le Mans winner Maxime Martin, Daytona winner Augusto Farfus, and they say you've just been a sponge, soaking up all the information and data you can. Is this just the coolest adventure for you?
Yeah, I need to work hard because I spend a lot of time with the motorcycle. So, and for me it's great to stay in this team and to stay with Maxime and Augusto. And like you say, every practice I can learn a lot from them. And I enjoy. It's a very good car to drive. You have a lot of adrenaline because the car is fast. So we will see. Now we need to understand our potential against the others and try to have a good position in the grid with the qualifying. And we will see tomorrow that anyway will be a 12-hour race, so it's very long. And also the start is at 5 in the morning. I don't understand very well why, but it's very particular, yeah.
You'll understand tomorrow when you see the pictures for sure. Okay, Valentino, thank you so much. Good luck today.
Thank you. Ciao a tutti. Ciao.
Shay, great job. You could just listen to him all day, couldn't you? He is magnificent. And the passion that he brings and the people who are here to see him, the fans who crowd around him everywhere he goes is just magnificent. Well, you're seeing it right now. One other guy who we are so glad to have back on our team, he is the mind of endurance racing. It's all stored up in the head there, and he brings great passion to this event. Welcome back, John Hindhaugh. Great to have you back at Mount Panorama.
I think you built me up a bit there, Barrett. The mind of sports car racing. Oh my goodness me! How about build me up? What do you think? What do you like my new office? Really nice in the Liqui Moly global broadcast booth here, and it is a global broadcast. Of course, we're looking bigger and better than ever in terms of the crowd here. The weather's playing its part, and I simply cannot believe that I'm back here again. 3 years. 3 years too long. Great to see you guys, and great to see the atmosphere that is auto mania, not just auto racing mania. It's not just about the race, it's about the philosophy and the the whole of the automotive industry that's here and celebrating that. And that's the vibe you're getting here from the mountain. And it's infectious. It is absolutely infectious, Barrett.
Fantastic, John. Hey, good to have you back. Look forward to a big day in commentary.
Big day yesterday as well, guys. Practice here, 4 sessions. Now, Garth and I, we went up to the top for that final practice session. Always good watching the GT3s whip around. But Garth, it was one of the marked cars that caused the big headlines yesterday. Keith Kasuki was the driver. A really nasty incident. We didn't get all of it yesterday as we were still really setting up for today's coverage. But brake failure at the chase, never a good thing.
Yeah, that's there's one place in Australian motorsport, in motorsport in general, you don't want brake failure. It's the fastest part of the track in Australian motorsport, just on 300k an hour, one of those marked cars. And brake failure for Keith Kasuki. So luckily he was okay. I mean, yeah, obviously worried about being upside down in a car like that. But he's okay. Actually, the biggest injury that he has, I was talking to Ryan McLeod, who's involved with running that car, that he got gravel up his nose.
Oh.
And it's so actually having to get that gravel removed. So he skidded upside down for a fair while, but he's okay. He spent the night in hospital. Car's in trouble, as you'd expect, but it did its job, kept him safe. Realistically, if the biggest injury you have after brake failure at the end of Conrod Straight is getting a bit of gravel out of your nose, you'd take that, wouldn't you? So thankfully, Keith's okay. Hopefully, we'll see him at the track either today or tomorrow. But yeah, that car won't be taking part.
Speaking of gravel, the guy who was staying in the Ridges Hotel, who has the view overlooking that at ground level, they're still shoveling the gravel out of his room.
That's your room. I don't know.
It is now.
Barrett's is on the roof up the top in the penthouse.
I reckon we might just be calling housekeeping on that one to bring a little bucket and spade along to clean the room up. Yeah, you don't get a better seat in the house than sitting down there watching GT3 cars fly home. We might see more action, of course, in qualifying today. Think back to 2020, we saw some huge incidents here in qualifying. So what have we got lined up for you? A big day at the mountain, a huge afternoon. The Alan Simonson Trophy is up for grabs. You do not want to miss qualifying for the LIQUI MOLY Bathurst 12 hour, so stick around. Ronald McDonald House Charities is the official charity partner for the LIQUI MOLY Bathurst 12 Hour this year. And I'm down here with Rebecca Walsh from the charity right now because we want to talk about a very easy way that the fans can come down to help raise some funds down here. Buying a good old-fashioned McCafe coffee.
That's exactly right. We'd love all the punters that are here over the 3 days to come on down and get their coffee fix. There's with our wonderful baristas that are here, and with thanks to the McDonald's crew. McDonald's is one of the major partners of Ronald McDonald House Charities, and we also want to say thank you to Todd and Damon, the local operators, because this wouldn't have happened without them. So please come down, visit the staff, visit the volunteers, grab your coffee and raise much needed funds for Ronald McDonald House Charities.
The brilliant thing is the proceeds are going straight to the charity here this weekend. Can you tell us some of the wonderful work that the charity does?
Certainly can. So 9,000 families are accommodated each year and every year in Ronald McDonald House Charities Australia. And we provide a home away from home for families that have got a seriously ill child or high-risk pregnancy mums that are away from home in times of stress, and it is not a place that you could choose to come to. You're coming to a place that you need to come to. So all the support that we receive over this weekend is going to support those families in their times of need.
Thank you. Brad, I can see your two co-drivers tucking into a Macca's coffee in the background. There's never been a better reason to buy one here at Bathurst.
Absolutely. Never a better reason to come down here to the McCafe caravan down at Harris Park and grab yourself a coffee. The beautiful thing about it is everyone loves coffee, and if you come and grab a coffee, you'll also be doing a goodwill deed because you'll be donating 100% of all of the money taken from the coffee to Ronald McDonald House Charity.
It must be a proud moment for you as well because you and Freddie actually have a long-standing relationship with the brand.
Yeah, of course. I've been fortunate enough to have our sponsorship from McDonald's with the local guys Todd Bryant and Damon Poole since 2018. So yeah, good long-lasting relationship there for me. And same with Frederick back in Belgium. He's got some local support from the McDonald's franchisees there. I think he's going on maybe 18 years. So it's wonderful for us in the same team to have that sort of joint commitment with McDonald's and yeah, help the Ronald McDonald charity over the 12-hour weekend.
Thank you. Thank you. If you can't be here to grab a coffee down here at Harris Park from the McCafe, there's plenty of ways that you can donate from home. You might see that QR code right now. That's the easiest way to donate to Ronald McDonald Charity Houses. And how about this as well? There's an auction running this weekend. Mark Cars Australia, celebrating the arrival of Valentino Rossi, are going to auction off that one-of-a-kind roof from their car. Pirelli are going to donate a tyre that's been signed by the doctor as well. So lots of ways to raise money for a fantastic charity here this weekend at the 12 Hour. So cheers to that.
Flat white, please. Chad, thank you. Good afternoon. There is a massive crowd here at Mount Panorama, comfortably the largest ever for the LIQUI MOLY Bathurst 12 Hour, in beautiful conditions, touching on 19 degrees here in country New South Wales. There are people taking helicopter rides. The Valentino Rossi merchandise stand is absolutely packed. The LIQUI MOLY merchandise stand sold out yesterday. There is an enormous amount of people here, and they have come to see the world's best drivers, some of the best cars, and a collection of racing talent that for the next couple of hours will entertain us, and we'll do the same all day tomorrow for what is the 20th edition of a 12-hour endurance race at Mount Panorama. Good afternoon, everyone. Richie Crail, John Hindhoff and Garth Tander with you in our central commentary position here on the mountain. In stunning conditions, gents, this is shaping up to be an absolute belter. We've seen close lap times, fast lap times so far, and it all builds from here.
It doesn't get any better than this, Rich. Qualifying at Bathurst, sunny, cool conditions. As a driver, this is what you ask for. This is what you dream of, getting these conditions and having a crack around one of the best 6.2 kilometre stretches of tarmac that you will find in the world. So our bronze drivers or amateur drivers taking part in this first session. And there's been a lot of chat, guys, about how you bring the tyre up to temperatures. A new Pirelli control tyre this year. They've used this tyre in Europe, but the local drivers and local teams just struggling to understand what's the best way to bring the tyre in. So probably looking at about lap 3, 4, 5 before we're starting to see some real Hollywood lap times.
And it takes 2 to tango 3 in this race, in some cases 4 from an endurance racing point of view, but it will take 2 drivers to make the Pirelli shootout a little bit later on this afternoon. We'll touch on that in a minute. Currently 18.2 degrees. It's a stunning day, a little bit cool in the breeze and in the shade, which is so unusual for this time of year in Bathurst. But the wind coming due west now. It's a headwind on the pit straight, so into Hell Corner at turn 1. But stunning conditions. A lot of UV being soaked up by the racetrack. all morning, and to get to this point, we've had 6 practice sessions so far. The defending champions have been quickest. They picked up where they left off. Lucas Stoles early this morning punched out 2:02.43 to set the quickest time of all the 6 practice sessions. Mercedes AMG were 1 and 2. Cooper M Racing was 2nd. Chaz Mostert, bit in reserve. We're pretty confident there in the sports bet out here. He was 3rd. Poleman this time 9 months ago when we ran the race in May last year. And Matt Campbell, the hero for Porsche here in 2019, and an Aussie who now races not only for Porsche, the factory, but for Roger Penske as well, was 4th quickest with the Boost Mobile Racing 888 run AMG 5th. Richie Stanaway getting some laps in with his new supercars team nice and early in the year here at Mount Panorama. So that's how we've got to this point. Garth Tander, John Hindhoff. Now we work our way through 2 parts of qualifying to set the 10, to battle it out for the Alan Simonson Perpetual Pole Trophy this afternoon.
I've got to say I like this because I like the fact that more than one driver, Garth, has to contribute right from the start, because tomorrow it's not about one driver, is it?
No, that's right. I mean, 12-hour racing will often sit back right here, right now and say, oh, it doesn't really matter where you start. When we get towards the pole shuffle at the end of the day, all the drivers will say it's important to start from the front. But for the amateur drivers, so the bronze and silver rated drivers, it brings them into the game on Saturday afternoon. It's not all about the Hollywood lap times and the big pro drivers having a crack. The bronze drivers, amateur drivers, they need to contribute to the grid position. So it puts pressure on them, but it helps upskill, if you like, the bronze driver as well, because as I said when we just started this session, it doesn't get better than this. It doesn't get better than a brand new tyre, a GT3 car on a sunny day at Bathurst. So why not give them the opportunity to contribute? And it brings them into the game. And it starts yesterday morning, Friday morning in practice, that you're already starting to thinking about this session right now, how you use your practice time, how you get your bronze drivers up to speed, how do you make them feel comfortable that when they tighten the belts up and the pressure's on, they can go out and drive efficiently.
And we've seen in other series, Garth, that typically your bronze or sometimes even the silver drivers, they don't get to run the car on brand new tyres and low fuel. And the confidence that can give a driver, not just in this session, but going into the race, it's huge.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think one thing that GT Racing is starting to do is starting to bring the bronze driver or the amateur driver into the game more and more and more, because factory drivers, they do what they're paid to do, go out, get the most out of the car in any given session. But GT Racing is about that amateur element, that bronze driver element as well. So I think it's great. I'm with you, John. I think it's a great inclusion into the qualifying part of the weekend, and it brings them into the game.
And for the most part, in GT Racing, not just here in Australia, but around the world, it's the amateur driver paying for it.
Yeah,
so it's literally their game of golf. Yeah. Rather than going and playing 18 holes, they jump in a GT3 car and go racing. So you need to give them some bang for their buck. They need to feel part of this process.
And in the pro-am categories at least, it is their performance that determines how well the car goes. We expect the pros to do what they are doing. Quick look at a little squirrely moment for the 777 under braking, that Bend-sponsored car. Now, was that just getting underneath the back of the car in front and maybe having to over-brake there as the aero was coming off?
I think a combination of a couple of things there, John. Too close, so that's Yasser Shaheen in the white Audi behind Liam Talbot. So too close at the start of the push lap, and the tyre's not up to temperature yet. I mean, this is now the first push lap, and we're not expecting to see the time now. So probably just over-committing too early in the session. And as you mentioned, John, the aero coming off the car, getting some aero wash in the dirty air behind Liam Talbot at turn 1. So you're better to have that happen right here, right now. You can see now Yassin's back right out of it, giving himself some clear air. Prep the tyre again, and it's the next lap that you want to start leaning on it and building more and more and more on lap 3, lap 4, lap 5.
Now, there are nearly 90 extremely competitive racing car drivers in this field, but in this point of the weekend, I would argue that the most competitive among them all would be that guy behind the wheel of car 777, Yassin. And he puts so much energy into his motor racing, and he has become one of the quickest semi-pro, pro-am drivers in this part of the world. 2-time GT World Challenge Australia champion. You contributed to that. Last year, you won a couple of races with him in the local sprint series. Fiercely competitive, though. Early this week, he was at the Bend Motorsport Parker circuit. He and his brother Sam own and operate in South Australia, pounding around in a Formula Renault 3.5 out. Probably the quickest racing car in the country right now. Getting training, getting himself match fit, ready to go.
Oh, he takes it super seriously and super dedicated to it. trains really hard from a fitness perspective, puts a lot of work into his preparation. It was nothing when we were doing the Australian GT Championship over the last couple of years. It was nothing for me to get a text message from Yasser 11:30 at night saying, oh, what do you think about this? And that was just on a random Monday night. It wasn't on a race weekend. So always thinking about his racing, always looking to improve. And yeah, as you said, has the former Renault 3.5 car there to hone his skills, because that car's actually faster than GT car. He's going to go do some LMP2 racing in the Asian Le Mans series as well. So really looking to up his game. And to your point, Rich, I think he's probably one of the best bronze drivers, not only in the Southern Hemisphere, probably in the world. And he's got to that point now.
What is it? Obviously, everybody's different. But what is it, Garth, that typically a non-pro driver will find? Where will they find the most time?
Well, they all think that you need to brake as late as possible, and that all the lap time is braking late and later and later and later and later. But it's not. It's about keeping the flow up through this part of the track, keeping the flow up across the top of the mountain, and that takes confidence, takes time. So you need to, when you're working with an AM driver, is build their confidence up from the start of the weekend. So don't expect them to go out and lay it on the line straight away, but slowly bring them up to speed, especially across the top of the mountain here. Get them more and more comfortable. Tune the car set up so that the bronze driver is comfortable, because in this session, for example, your qualifying session is going to be determined by how well your bronze driver goes. Yeah. So the better and more comfortable your bronze driver is, that's where you're going to find the big chunks of lap time. When you stick your pro in, yeah, they'll find a tenth here and there. But your bronze, he could find 2, 3, 4 seconds over the course of a lap, which makes a huge difference to the cumulative qualifying time.
Guys, a quick question for you. I'm just down here at the Makita Mercedes-Benz garage. That's Tony Bates Racing. And the car was back in the garage up on the high stands, even with weights underneath it to try and give it a couple extra inches worth of elevation. They put the car back right, put David Reynolds behind the wheel, and then the car drove itself from the garage area to the pit lane, to the fast lane, and out onto the racetrack. Now, I haven't been here for a couple of years, so I'll hold my hand up to that straight away, but I'm pretty sure that when you pull a car from the garage, it has to be on the skates, doesn't it?
Sure. Race control. We'll be keeping an eye on that. And we had a little run round the steward's room and race control early in the weekend.
There are a couple of little operational things that Australia versus the international rules that sometimes are a little bit different. So, and that can catch you out both ways. Like in Australia, in supercars, for example, if the session has started, you can drive the car straight out of the garage. Yes. But if the session hasn't started, then you do have to skate it out. Yeah. So there could be that where the team has got caught out and we could be operating under international rules. If we're operating under Australian rules, then they're okay. The question I have is, why is David Reynolds driving the car? He shouldn't be driving the car in this one.
Well, it's as long as you're pro and you're AM. So that's a good point you make, because we should just elaborate on this. If you're wondering why you're not seeing the likes of the Works Audis, the Mercedes AMG, Shane Van Gisbergen and those guys, they'll run in a dedicated session a little bit later on. But as we touched on at the start, your qualifying order for this race, or to get into the top 10, is based on 2 drivers, 2 lap times. Add them together, so it'll be 4 minutes and 5 seconds, whatever it might be. So one driver runs now, one driver runs in the second part of qualifying after the Formula 1 car runs in a little 20 minutes or so from now. So it doesn't matter what order you do it in. They've elected to run Reynolds now, perhaps with clear track conditions. Let him run now, and then they'll run their second driver, combine the times in qualifying part 2. 14 minutes to go. Part 1 of qualifying for the 12-hour.
So time to get the fast draw open, and that's exactly what Dylan O'Keefe's done.
And happy birthday, Dylan O'Keefe, 25 today, and he's just punched out a 2:03.31 to celebrate.
Going on with it, fastest first sector, fastest second sector. So as he comes to the line now and goes to a 2:02.5. That is a serious lap time when you consider the fastest lap time by the pros in the Sun Energy 1 car was a 2:02.4. So that is in the game. We thought at the end of practice 6 that we would see 2:01s when everyone tightens the belts up and has a proper crack. We'll see 2:01s today for sure, and they'll be well into the runs. That's a good lap by Dylan O'Keefe. That's a very good lap.
Aaron Cameron currently scored as second TCR S5000 racer running the full season this year. He's just punched out a 2:03.3. Hadn't driven a GT3 car before this weekend. Very good stuff for the Valmont Racing driver, and the Carrera Cup champion David Wall in third with a 2:04.2 in the only Lamborghini in the field. They've been going along really nicely so far.
The other one, now the one we really need to watch, because we want this car in the shootout, let's be honest, is car 65. Liam Talbot behind the wheel now. They've got Chaz Mostert stored away in the back of the garage, wrapped up in cotton wool, ready to go for the pro qualifying session later on.
So we were talking about the difference in lap times with the bronze and the amateur drivers, where you could see, that time that O'Keefe's done, that's really opened up the field straight away, because now Liam Talbot's time, although he's 4th at the moment, is 1.8 seconds, close enough, behind Dylan O'Keefe. Chaz Mostert, can he go 1.8 seconds faster than the other driver in that car?
Which would be Daniel Gaunt.
Dan Gaunt's pretty handy. That then starts bringing him line ball as far as that car. And Dylan, we had an interview with him earlier today before he came on air. He felt that they couldn't get themselves in. And based on the lap time that he's done in that car, he was right.
Yes.
Just need to keep an eye, if we can, on some of the helmets in these cars. We do have a little bit of interference that you don't twiddle a knob to select who's in the car like you do in some lower series. It's all done from a helmet chip, and there was a wee bit of interference, I think, when the cars were driving out, and it might not exactly be everybody that we're seeing on the timing. If you're following along, by the way, the live timing is available via the Bathurst 12-hour site, and then you can see the same information we've got here in the LIQUI MOLY Global Broadcast Centre.
Definitely Dylan O'Keefe in car 10 and Alan Cameron in 44 is second at the moment. Exit turn 1.
Well, that's borderline. You do not want to use much more curb than that, because these cars are so low to the ground, and the curb there on the exit, just gets away with it. But the cars bottom out on the curbs there, and they effectively become a skateboard without wheels. And you can often find yourself on the way to an accident when the cars are bottoming out on curbs like that, particularly on corner exit, when the tyre re-grips if the car's at the wrong slip angle.
Only 4 laps in, and teams have been talking about being really careful, bringing your tyre up slowly and not using the curbs in the early part of your run on a brand new set of tyres. Oh. 10 minutes to go in qualifying, and we've got a car in the tyres. It's the 111 Mark Cars Australia entry. Grant Donaldson is behind the wheel, and the red flag flies immediately. The clock stops.
Reminder to teams, park nose in on a 45. No.
Paulie Martin, Supercars Operations and Motorsport Operations boss, down in the lane, just talking to the teams and running them through the procedure. So the red flag drops, turn 1. It's funny, isn't it, GT? On paper, the 2 most simple, innocuous corners of this entire racetrack of the 23 are often the ones that cause all the dramas.
Well, that's because you think, well, I've got a bit of room up my sleeve here. I can have a crack. There's a nice gravel trap. There's some tyre bundles before the concrete. I can have a bit of a dip down here. So you have a crack, and then you maybe leave a little bit up your sleeve across the top of the mountain where there's less room for it to go wrong.
So what happened? No, he's just outbraked himself and
it looks like
going in. Maybe a little bit of a lock-up. Yeah.
Strange one, because it looked like he may have got the inside curb quite early. So
also a bit of a problem for the Volante Rosso Motorsport car coming out of the BMW elbow. Did he graze the wall there?
Just got the wall. I think that'll be okay. Go on board. You watch the steering wheel as we leave here. Oh, it actually sounded worse from the inside, didn't it, than it looked from the outside. So I dare say there's a couple of buckled wheels there.
He was out on Snicko there, wasn't he? There was enough there.
Yeah, it's Ross Polakis behind the wheel of the Harold's Volante Rosso racing car. Chad?
Speaking of Volante Rosso, guys, I heard you mentioning what's David Reynolds doing out there, and I thought surely it must just be a little timing glitch. But I walked down to the team, and surely enough, David Reynolds is in that car. And they said to me, why is no one else putting their pros out there? And I said, pretty sure you're not allowed to. So they opened up the regs, had another quick look, and it was like, oh, we better tell Tony to put his helmet on. So Tony Bates is now getting ready to hop back into, or for the first time, into that car. And they said, why is Dylan O'Keefe out there? I said, because he's actually a silver rank driver. So there's a little bit of confusion down here in the pits. And also, I think that you'll find that is not Grant Denyer in the car at the moment doing those amazing lap times. That's the taller version of Grant, which is David Wall.
Yes, the timing says David Wall, which is good. So 2:04.22 for the 2017 Carrera Cup champion. There's a phrase in global GT racing called a sneaky silver. Driver categorization is often a hot point, and drivers are ranked globally in 4 tiers. So platinum, gold, silver, and bronze. Basically, if you're gold and platinum, you're a pro. If you're a silver or a bronze, you're generally judged as an AM driver, an amateur driver, a part-timer. But the Fraser Sneaky Silver is someone who just flies under the radar, but is as talented, as quick over a lap as any of the full-time professionals. And Dylan O'Keefe probably, who's got some Bathurst 1000 starts to his credit and won lots of races. He's a championship contender in Crow Cup in Australia. He probably falls into that categorisation.
It can be up-and-coming young drivers as well,
yes.
under 30s.
Yes.
There's never a perfect, look, it's not for me to defend driver rankings, but there's never a 100% perfect way of doing this. If you are going to have Pro-Am and Am categories around the world, you have to, therefore, find some way of delineating where the drivers go. It's about age, it's about experience, it's about pace in the car, and it's about what championships you've been involved with and how you've done. Gee, it's not been a great weekend for Mark Cars, has it?
No, a fair bit of damage to the front of that one, so not sure we'll see the 111 car again for the remainder of this session. It's just over 10 minutes to go on the clock, as we're still under red flag, awaiting a resumption of this first part of qualifying.
It's been a tough weekend, as you touched on, but Mark Cars Australia are doing amazing things, and this car, it's got some more Bathurst notoriety now. So a lot of two-wheeled fans in this team, they decided they wanted to welcome Valentino Rossi to the mountain. So they've got the Doctor logo and his famous MotoGP helmet that all you saw was that poking over the handlebars of, I think it was a Yamaha at the time. What they're going to do, people have signed it, make donations through that website. They're going to cut the roof off this car after the race and auction it off for charity. So, and all of those proceeds will go to Ronald McDonald House Foundation charities, which is a really great cause. So get involved. It's now been a roof that's been involved in a crash at Bathurst, so it's got even more notoriety to it.
It's just as well they did the roof, they didn't do the bonnet.
True.
That would have more character.
Yeah,
More
wouldn't that
character.
big crease in the middle of it? Barrett's.
You just about can't start an endurance race at Bathurst without Grant Denyer being here. GD, good to see you back. Give us an insight into the car. How's it going? We hear good things.
Yeah, she's absolutely flying this year. It's had a bit of an upgrade from last year. So a lot of electronic sort of stuff with ABS and traction, which is making it a hell of a lot quicker around here. So as you saw a little bit early on with Tony D'Alberto and now Worley, she's super fast. So we're into the 3s. Tony reckons there's a couple more tenths in it, maybe into the 2s. So that's super fast. So maybe another podium's on the way this year.
Nice. Feel like you could get a good result this year?
Yeah, I think so. You got to remember there's 4 drivers and not all of us are as fast as the other 2. I don't know who I'm talking about.
No, you're good. But, we know how good you are in these races.
Yeah, but my smile's nice. But anything can happen, mate. And look, we're in the silver category, so we're right amongst it. And yeah, every chance in the world. I love this place. Man, I think it was about my first race here. I slept in a Corolla in the back seat for the weekend,
yep.
and now I'm driving a Lamborghini. So the circle of life's pretty good, Brett.
Good. Tell us about this place. What do you love about it?
It's just the commitment. You know, there's a reason why Rossi's here, man. You know, he's done everything that you could ever possibly imagine in the sporting world, yet this is so high on his bucket list, and that's just the appeal that this place has. You know, it's bloody terrifying, I won't lie. Like, driving these things around here these days is so fast. The commitment is you level, and you're all very aware of the danger when it can go wrong, but that's also part of the appeal, you know. Why do people go skydiving? Why do they go rock climbing? You know, it's just you like to put the toe over the edge and, you know, to let yourself know that you're feeling alive, and you feel alive when you do a lap around Mount Panorama.
What about the thought of you bumping panels with Valentino Rossi out there?
I reckon that, mate, even if he punted me into the sand trap, that would still be probably the greatest moment of my career. You know what I mean? Like, what an honour. Like, I got people coming up to watch this race that have never seen me race before in my life, and the only reason they're coming is because he's here, which hurts.
GD, good to see you, mate. Have a great weekend. Stay safe.
You too, mate. All the best.
All right, Chad.
Yeah, I've got Dylan O'Keefe down here, Brad, who's done a really nice job in this session driving the Audi R8. The experience with the car from that session and getting a lap time out of it, how was that?
Yeah, car's really good. I was just looking forward to getting some low fuel and new tyres, and we put it together. Car feels mega. Credit to the Audi crew and this New Zealand team we put together. So lots of fun. You know, nothing better than driving a GT car around the mountain.
We're going green in 30 seconds. Why are you not in the car?
Well, we only allocated one set of new tyres for this session, and I feel like I got the most out of them. So no point throwing another set on just because. But you know, it's probably a couple tenths in it, but who knows? Just leave it as it is. The car's quick, and our focus is tomorrow, of course.
Hey, Dylan. Happy birthday.
Yeah, thanks, mate. Good way to spend it.
25 today. Well done, mate.
Thank you. Cheers.
That's some birthday present isn't it? Getting back to green flag racing with 10.5, green flag qualifying, 10.5 to go. The clock was stopped during that. Garth Tander alongside Richie Krill and me, John Hindhaugh, in the Liqui Moly Global Broadcast booth.
It's the Lego Bathurst movie.
Yeah, we could put that together. Now, you were up the top of the mountain yesterday. Tell me, is it more sketchy in the car or standing trackside and watching these GT3s coming through?
It's actually quite a different perspective. Obviously, driving the car, you have an appreciation of how close you run the car to the walls and the speed that you're carrying across the top. But the cars actually look far more settled than they feel. Like when you look at the car on the outside, the cars are settled and they're sort of, doing what you think they should be doing. But when you're sitting behind the steering wheel, you are hanging on. Like Grant Denyer saying, this joint's scary. And then you got Valentino Rossi, who's to do 350k an hour on a MotoGP bike, for him's nothing. And he comes to Bathurst and goes, this joint's scary. So it is serious commitment from this point of the racetrack right here all the way across to the exit of Forest Elbow. So in the car, it feels like you are hanging on, whereas from the outside, it looks like the car's calm, just doing what it needs to do.
Do they look quick, though?
They look quick. They do look. Actually, this point right here, where we came and stood right at the apex of Skyline there, and both cars are driving under your toes. They look seriously quick there, and that's where a GT3 car feels very fast. It carries so much speed across the top of Skyline.
A couple of people, Chelsea, joining us late, for which obviously they will get demerits. Quickly run through what we're seeing here for the next 9 minutes and then what happens afterwards. So somebody has used the hashtag B12HR. Mark Urban says, can Krilsey explain the qualifying format to me as if I was 5?
Well, that's how I think of it. So, yeah, I'll try. So, 2 drivers, they each set a time. Some of them do it in this session. There's 40 minutes after this. That's when you'll see all the pros. So, let's say 888 Racing, they'll run 2 drivers in that car. They'll each set a lap time. They'll be combined together. Lots of great charitable efforts going on this weekend. This is another one of them. It carries on from where they left off last year in a Porsche, a team with Craig Lowndes, and it always gets plenty of attention at this place. And Scott Taylor Motorsport raising money for the Prostate Cancer Foundation of Australia. Jeff Emery shown behind the wheel, another driver you've raced an Audi R8 with and had success with. They're raising money for that great cause. They raised over 60 grand last year. I'm told by Lara Lowndes, who's rattling the can in the back of the paddock, that they're rapidly approaching that as well. So terrific charitable causes going on around this precinct, and the sheer number of people here this weekend as well will make sure both of those great causes are successful. Speaking of successful, the Boost Mobile entry has been quite quick all weekend long, and it's got Prince Jeffrey Ibrahim behind the wheel. 29 years of age, hails from the Johor region. He's part of the royal family in that part of the world, bottom of Malaysia, not far from Singapore. Beautiful part of the world. There's a good racetrack there as well. And he has been coming on in leaps and bounds. And I had a quick chat to 888 this morning, and they said feeling pretty confident at the moment after the build-up to this weekend. A lot of seat time in the car in the off-season. Raced here at the end of last year in a 3-hour GT3 Enduro, which he and Brock Feeney had great success in. So he's in a good place. He's the AM driver in this Pro-Am combination, and we'll share the Boost Mobile number 99 car with Richie Stanaway, of course, who's been doing a nice stuff, and some bloke like Jamie Whincup, who goes okay around this place.
Yeah, good combination of drivers. Actually, it's Jeffrey's birthday tomorrow, so not a bad way to spend your birthday at Bathurst. So a few birthdays getting around this weekend. So happy birthday, Jeffrey. And yeah, as you said, Rich, done a lot of racing now here in the Australian GT Championship, racing in the Asian GT Championship as well. Really, throwing everything at it, really trying to continue to improve his skill set and his time in the car, and measures himself against the pros as you'd expect, and just continues to get better and better and better and better. So big ask, big ask when you're part of a royal family and there's a whole entourage and there's a whole thing that goes on in the background that he needs to deal with to be able to switch off from all that and then switch on the race car driver brain. There's a lot going on in his world, and it's really cool that he chooses to race here in Australia.
So he and his brother Abu ran 2 cars at a couple of rounds last year. I think in 888 there should be a party tonight because Maxi Gott's birthday today as well.
That's great.
Yes, well, yeah.
Is it just me? Have we not had any invitations to any of these things?
There's been no cake delivered to the top. No. Throw it out there, John.
Yeah, for sure.
So Dylan O'Keefe remains on top. That car number 10 still in pit lane. That Audi JV there between Audi Sport Customer Racing Australia, North Performance Centre, and International Motorsport, a Kiwi team. Who reserves? International Motorsport came out here, Super Touring 1000, running one of the New Zealand Schedule S.
Yeah, BMWs. They used to be the big BMW team in New Zealand. Have switched over to the Audi GT3 program.
Yeah, great to have them here. And Aaron Cameron in pit lane for Valmont Racing in the 44 car with one of the most out there liveries in the field. It's a car you'll never miss. It's got pink and aqua and bright yellow.
Tell it's sponsored by a paint company.
Correct, exactly. And Aaron Cameron in second place with a 3-0. But with 4 minutes and 50 seconds to go in this phase of qualifying, not sure we'll see them. In third is Theo Konduras, the Canberran Superbarn Supermarkets. They've got David Russell to plug into the 47 car for the second part of qualifying. They could be one of the cars we're looking to make the shootout. There are 8 pro cars. Now, we expect them all to make the shootout, but there'll be a couple of spots right on the very edge that could be nervously watching on, and that 47 car could be one of them.
You guys mentioned Aaron Cameron in the 44 Valmont Mercedes. Well, this silver class car sitting very patiently in the pit lane does not look like it's going to go back out in this session, but Aaron Cameron still waiting just in case they decide to give him one more lap of the mountain, and he was just playing the drums on the steering wheel to try and keep himself engaged. So not yet getting out of the car, but not yet deciding that, hey, I'm done.
We're just catching our breath. In the commentary box, the best race car reaction was Garth Tander flinching away from the TV as David Wall tried to thread his way through an Audi.
Send these two a memo that tomorrow is race day. Today we're just qualifying, boys. Just get yourself a bit of track position, go and do your own thing.
Oh, bit of flash of the headlight in that tribute livery, which we've seen before here. Bit of GRT, Grasser Racing, Lamborghini green on that car this year with the BASF tape livery that I remember from years ago. As the pass is made, the end of Mountain Straight.
Looks like Theo Konduras rolled out of it.
Yeah.
I think it's a smart move, because I think, to be honest, David Wall's probably got a bit more potential lap time-wise, and with 3 minutes to go in this session, put yourself behind the fastest car, use them as a carrot and try and drive up to the back of them.
Yeah, Wally, that was a personal best lap, jumped to third in this session with a 3.7, but gave away about 4/10 in the final sector, which was everything we've just explained. Liam Talbot, we're having a look at the 65 car because on his warm-up lap, he set his personal best and indeed the fastest final sector of anybody for the session so far. So was clearly warming himself up for a push lap in this Sportsbet Audi. So he'll share this with his old-time mate, Fraser Ross, who won a one-make Porsche Championship a couple of years ago, Porsche Sprint Challenge, and of course, Chaz Mostert, who was on outright pole position here last year when it was a Pro-Am race right throughout the field. So let's see what Liam can do. Personal best in the middle sector for this car, just the final to go. He needs to get somewhere in the mid-3s now to make sure this car remains in the game when Chaz Mostert drives it in part 2 of qualifying a little bit later on, so they can hopefully make the shootout. Because if they make the shootout, 100% a chance for pole position.
Yeah, and that's, I think that is the great thing, but that's what we were saying earlier, wasn't it? That the AM driver, the non-pro driver, has to contribute at this point and try and get the car into a position where they can challenge. If they can get into the shootout, then, you know, all to play for at that point.
4-0.
Yeah.
I reckon that's about as quick as Liam's ever gone around.
I reckon we'll be seeing a lot of personal bests in this session for the bronze drivers. Here's a replay of Liam, and I noticed, so the first sector wasn't strong on that lap, and I think that's evidence as to why. It's a big taily moment. He could not get any closer.
Can we have
to the wall
Snicker
there.
on that one as well, please?
No, I reckon there was no noise on Snicker. Let's listen on the onboard. Yeah, so you can hear how early he picked the throttle up, and the Audi, from memory, just always gets a little bit taily leaving the cutting there. So we were talking earlier about the pressure is on the bronze drivers, it's on the amateur drivers. There you go. There's some video evidence how hard they're leaning on the car now, because Richard Quayle has requested a 3.5 from that car, and Liam Talbot's delivered a 4.0. So now he does a personal best in the first sector, obviously tidied up the cutting, and he's on with it. It's David Wall.
If Liam's listening to what I've got to say, there's some serious problems going on there, because that means absolutely nothing at all.
Hey, the most impressive thing I've seen and heard in this session so far is you describing something as aqua. I mean, Richard Quayle.
It's not just a band, it's a colour. Here's Wally over the top. Focus, please. Sydney Cider runs a really successful race team based out of Sydney's inner western suburbs. Wall racing now. They've looked after Adrian Deek's GT program. He owns this car. As Grant Denyer mentioned before, it's had a big upgrade coming into this weekend. The reason they've added the bright green to an already out there livery, which echoes the old BASF Porsches of the 80s, is a bit of a nod to the factory Lamborghini colours. And they are the bright green, Lamborghini going into IMSA GTP racing next year. V10 screaming through the chase. Wally on a very good lap. This guy is remarkable in his ability to continue notching up championship results in Porsche Carrera Cup as the checkered flag drops. So he's third at the moment, personal best middle sector. Should be a low to mid 3 for a Lamborghini that's been on song since practice 1. It's a 2:03.4. Good lap for David Wall. Locks them into third place. Liam Talbot got into the 3s. He did a 3.9 on his final lap. So Chazzy Mostert's going to have to find a decent chunk of time in that car. If anyone can do it, to be fair, could be him.
Chazzy will have a dip. And Brad Schumacher on screen. Doesn't get any more local than Brad Schumacher. He is a Bathurst local. Has driven this car in a previous generation specification Audi, but has fully upgraded to the current spec for this weekend, sharing the car with Fred Vervish and James Golding.
Yeah, and if you're not sure what the differences are, a lot of them are under the skin, but one you can spot is the reverse swan neck mount on the rear wing, just to clean up the airflow across that rear wing. There's one or two details as well to make the car more serviceable for endurance.
One of the great things as a driver they included in the upgrade, it's got air conditioning now, the Audi. It's fantastic. We've been years without air conditioning. Being jealous of the Mercedes guys with air conditioning. Audi's got aircon now.
There are going to be a bunch of drivers in this session who go away going, I've just driven the fastest lap of my life at this place, and I'm 5th. And that could be Brad Schumacher at the moment. It's been a good one. He's going to get very close to the 3s here, but right now this car sits in the qualifying leaderboard. The checkered flag is out. A few more cars to cross the line. Schumacher does a 2:04.5, so gave away a little bit of time across the top of Mount Panorama on that lap. He'll end up 6th. Dylan O'Keefe the quickest. Is Liam on another lap? No, he crossed the line. Checkered flag done.
Rolled out of it.
So as qualifying stands right now, car number 10, Dylan O'Keefe, with a sensational lap on his 25th birthday, the 2:02.56. That is properly going in a GT3 car at Mount Panorama. Aaron Cameron second, David Wall third. But remember, there's another 40 minutes to come a little bit later on this afternoon. Liam waving to Charlie and the kids at home, who will be affixed to the television. No bigger motor racing fan. Hello to those guys watching on up there in Brisbane. And he rolls into pit lane. So, part 1 qualifying done. I think the standout has to be, the performance from Aaron Cameron, first time in a GT3 car, but that lap from Dylan O'Keefe.
Dylan O'Keefe's lap, that's within a 10th of some of the best GT3 drivers in the world, what we saw them do in practice earlier today. So, Lucas Stoltz did a 2:02.48, I think it was, in practice 6, and to Dylan O'Keefe to go out and do a 2:02.56. He'll lay his head on the pillow tonight, very, very happy with his work done today. And he'll keep that replay on his laptop. He'll watch that one back plenty of times.
So only half of the story done. That sounds like a race car driver. He's done that before, by the way. With another half to come over 40 minutes a little bit later on this afternoon. We put this time together with the time they set in qualifying 2. The pro cars yet to fire as well at Mount Panorama. Can we get into the 1s today? Well, 2:02.5 already. The potential is definitely there, and some teams in practice keeping their powder dry for the Alan Simonson pole shootout a little bit later on this afternoon. So a good start to qualifying. It's going to get better. Cannot believe we're saying this, but Liam Lawson, young Kiwi, is about to drive an Oracle Red Bull Racing Formula 1 car at Mount Panorama. Yes, folks, F1 on the mountain. It's coming your way right after this break.
Shannon's Insurance are giving 12-hour enthusiasts the chance to view big from the Super Rig here at Harris Park. This is the coolest spot to watch the LIQUI MOLY Bathurst 12-hour, because not only does it have an excellent view of turn 23, the final corner here on track, but there is so much to do and plenty of ways to enjoy the 12-hour down here. I'm going to show you around. Yes, at 26 metres long, 8 metres wide and 8 metres tall, it's easy to see why we call it the Shannon's Super Rig. It's been specifically built for event platforms just like this one to travel all around the country to support motor racing events. We're going to see it popping up at more rural events just like this one here at Mount Panorama. Best part about it, well, it's got some free racing simulators so all the fans can get in there and have a crack at trying to be their very own version of Shane Van Gisbergen. You may even catch a glimpse of the famous Shannon's Go-Go-Mobile at some of the events around the country. And of course, it's got rooftop access for elevated viewing, the best way to take in any motor racing event. There'll be some classic videos, historic motor racing and motoring commercials. There's memorabilia, everything that you need to enjoy your weekend here at the Bathurst 12 Hour. But it's not just here, you'll be able to catch it at all kinds of events around the country. They expect to get 30,000 people through here at the Australian Grand Prix alone. So it's one awesome way to enjoy your weekend at the races. But if there's one thing that Shannon's has become known for here in Australia, it's running some awesome competitions where you can win seriously big prizes. And the latest one that's running at the moment is a trip over to Goodwood. So if you're thinking about getting a quote or maybe even signing up to the Shannon's Club, you can definitely win big. Here's some more information. Are you a motoring enthusiast? Shannon's are giving you the chance to win a trip for two to London for the 2023 Goodwood Revival. The 11-day trip includes airfares, luxury accommodation, car hire, Goodwood Revival hospitality tickets, and $10,000 spending money for eligible Shannon's Club members. Plus, win the all-new Indian motorcycle Scout Bobber. Get 10 entries when you take out new Shannon's insurance on your special car, spouse's car, daily drive or bike. And 5 entries for new Shannon's home insurance. Call Shannon's on 13 46 46 or go online today.
And the 2019 Liquid Moly 12 Hours at Bathurst is underway.
Let's start things off with 2019 with the Repco Rewind. Matt Campbell, getting in the car for your last stint, knowing you have a shot at winning the race. What was going through your mind?
Yeah, I think it started probably 5 minutes before I got in the car, putting the helmet on. And Earl came up to me, obviously team manager and owner, and he said, look, you absolutely go for it. I don't care if we don't come back. Just try and do your best and see what you can do. And we knew we had a tyre advantage, and you know, going into the last stint, we just had to try and get through the cars, which wasn't easy as well. You know, there was a big, let's say, differentiation in the way that the cars were making their lap time. So lucky enough, it worked out. Obviously, very, very cool finish and everything like that. So very, very memorable.
Making the pass at the top of the mountain, there's not a lot of space up there.
No.
What were you thinking?
Funny enough, and you know, speaking about this as well, we were doing the track walk on the Thursday, I think, and I said to the boys, believe it or not, this is actually a passing opportunity. It's quite difficult, but it can happen, and you know, the boys, Matthew will say that 2 laps before it happened, I was already trying to set the move up, and yeah, he saw it coming, let's say, so very, very cool, and there was no margin for error, and I was definitely going for the move, so luckily it pulled off.
Australia's international enduro. No way is he going to get through there. He's going to have a look into the elbow. He's had the look. He's made it stick.
You've done this race many times in many different cars, but doing it in a Porsche and crossing the line, being the first Porsche winner of the 12-hour, what were your emotions like when you actually had that moment of relief?
Yeah, it was super special. I mean, Porsche had never had a victory at the mountain or anything like that, so to finally pull it off. And also, I think the whole backstory of the weekend and the lead up, you know, with Earl's team, the first ever proper GT event, you know, only about 6 months or 6 weeks, sorry, in preparation. So very short time frame, and for it to all finally pull off and pay off, it was a very, very cool weekend and experience, that's for sure. So I'd come very close before, a couple of times in a Pro-Am car, a second and a third, so to finally pull it off in a Pro, it was really, really cool.
Back to the mountain again this year, this time with Grello on your side. What's it like driving such an iconic livery?
Yeah, obviously we stand out on track, that's for sure. An iconic livery, you know, obviously well known on the Nordschleife, now coming to Bathurst, so that's very cool. And you know, it's the last ever race of this generation of car as well. So hopefully we can send it off in the same way that we did the last generation of car with a victory. And yeah, that'd be a nice way to end off its career.
Mathieu Jaminet, Porsche factory driver for many years. You've won almost every big race that you participated in, but not yet Bathurst. What is it that keeps bringing you back to this race?
Yeah, I believe this race is very special. Tractor characteristics are very unique. You know, you're racing up a mountain and going down, so that's this kind of a race and kind of a racetrack that are very, very emotional when you drive.
To be here with such a legendary Porsche team as Manthey and representing Grello, have you felt the fan favorite coming into your effect?
Yeah, I'm not sure the fans are actually very used to here to the Grello, but maybe if we win the race, you know, they're gonna be. But that's for sure very, very special for us drivers to come with the Manthey team and the Grello colors, which have been super successful over there on the Nordschleife. And yeah, this car had great history, so now it's up to us to make it happen here and make the team proud.
What's your favorite part of the 12-hour race?
Favorite part of the 12-hour race, I believe the finish.
Yeah.
I like when the finish are tight, you know. Here it's a little bit of a kind of a US racing style race where there is always kind of a late yellow which shuffles the things, and you know, you need to race hard to the end. So yeah, I'm usually a fighter, if I can say. So if I can be, you know, close to the finish and fighting all the cars, that's always the favorite part of the end, yeah.
Yeah, he is young, fast, and one to watch this weekend at the 12-hour. A former winner of this race and doing fantastic things on the world stage. And what a cool combination that is to see him with Manthey Racing. Grello is here. It is a formidable sight at the Nürburgring. It's going to be a formidable sight here this weekend at Mount Panorama. I've got Garth Tander joining me, Chad Naylon in commentary, because Garth, we teased it before the break, and we have Liam Lawson strapped in and ready to go.
This is pretty cool. It's not often. I mean, McLaren came here years ago as part of a Vodafone activation to show the F1 car around here. But to have Liam Lawson, Kiwi, who probably watched a lot of Bathurst growing up as a kid, the opportunity to have a crack in a Red Bull car around the mountain.
Well, I'd love to know what's going through his mind right now. I do know what was going through his mind earlier today because I did have a little chance to catch up with him to gauge his thoughts here driving an F1 car around Bathurst. It's one of the big draw cards for the LIQUI MOLY Bathurst 12-hour this year. A Red Bull Formula One car around the mountain. What an absolute treat, and a real treat for Liam Lawson, the lucky man who gets to drive it. You're from this neck of the woods down in New Zealand. Happy to see you here in Bathurst. What an opportunity.
Yeah, you said it right. It is a crazy opportunity. I've never been here before, so I raced obviously back in F4 a couple of years ago, but we never came here obviously. So for me, it's going to be a cool experience. It's one that to drive this car firstly is a dream come true for me. I grew up watching it and over the years that Red Bull dominated. So, and to drive it here, it's I think it hasn't really sunk in yet until I actually get in and do it. Then it'll become more real.
What's been the preparation for this, and what can we expect to see from you on this run? Because there's obviously some limitations at play here.
Yeah, exactly. It's a demonstration run, so to show people the car, what it sounds like, what it looks like. I'll probably stop and do a couple of burnouts and things like that. But
hey.
we're not here to set records. So as much as that would be cool, we got to limit ourselves. I got to limit myself. And just enjoy the experience really, because it's going to be cool.
Like you mentioned, your first time here, you're going to get a lap or two in this thing, but surely you must be thinking, gee, I want to race here one day.
That's it, yeah. So I just cut a couple of laps my first time in the safety car around here. And honestly, mate, like it was just one of the coolest things I've ever done, to be honest, to just drive anything around here. So I'm excited to do it on this, and one day I'd love to come back here. Whether I can do a co-drive or something like that, that would be really, really cool for me. So now that I've done it, and after today, I'll be wanting to come back.
Cool, very cool to have Liam here to do this. I cannot wait to not just see this thing, but definitely hear it. Yeah, and it is ready to be fired up here at Mount Panorama. Actually, as a matter of fact, that glorious V8 sound was heard here earlier today. There were that many people here keen to have a listen to this car going through its warm-up, so the Red Bull mechanics, in all their glory, decided to throw in a little party trick. Now, this was earlier today. Have a listen and a look at this. I love it. It's so good. Yeah, it was block your ears, kid sort of stuff down there in the pits earlier. Now we can hear it ripping up Mountain Straight. How good is this, Garth Tander? Been looking forward to this, as has this crowd all week. That doesn't get you patriotic. I don't know what will, hearing the Aussie national anthem sung by a Formula One car.
Seriously cool. So, Liam, I think there was a bit of anxiety amongst the lead up to this, and you just saw as the car came down pit lane, everyone out of the garages. So, he has not done a lot of laps around Mount Panorama in anything. He said he did a couple of cider laps in the safety car. Now he's going to straight into it in F1 car. You can even see first time up Mountain Straight, over the hump, back right out of it. Just making sure that nothing goes wrong when he does this explorationally first warm-up lap in the RB9. And seriously, this is bucket list stuff as a kid to be able to get this opportunity.
He's only 20 years old. He turns 21 next week. He's from Hastings in New Zealand. He's only just been given the promotion to reserve driver. So you can imagine the nerves right now. Now, what's he doing here, guys? Oh, he's warming up the tyres. That's one way to do it.
He knows the ticket to the heart of the crowd on the top of the mountain.
If he's not going to break the lap record today, he's definitely going to appease the fans whatever way he can. There's going to be cameras everywhere. Now, you mentioned we did have once upon a time Jenson Button here, 2011, and also Craig Lowndes. They did a 1:48.4 on that day. Lowndes did a 1:50.0. Very, very fast around here. Very typical will do a 2:03, 2:04. Seen in the 12-hour that last session, 2:02s. Now, this is not about the lap time. They just want to make sure that everyone's aware that it's a demonstration run and a chance to hear this thing. Now, I'm just going to shut up for a second because I want to hear this thing down Conrod. How cool is that? I had a chat to the mechanics this morning, and I said, this thing revs to 18,000, doesn't it? You're gonna rev it all the way out to 18,000? They went, no, we've backed it off today. Just 17.5. So just,
Yeah, because that makes a difference.
17,500 RPM. Here we go, watch out. Down at Murray's. Now, this is new. F1 Donuts at the mountain. Quickly once around in front of the fans, gasses it up. This is awesome. We're going to get a little bit more tyre warming down here at turn 1. So a little bit more about this car. It was the 2011 RB7. Of course, it's got that glorious V8 in it. 750 horsepower, 600. Racing GT3s. Dream about it, Mount Panorama. I mean, this is video game stuff, isn't it, Gal?
Seriously, I mean, just you can see, just building up to it, and made the point that it's very much just a demonstration run. It's not about the lap time, but the race car driver's starting to come out, and Liam here starting to lean on it more and more. And I reckon you probably stop at every stage on every lap, just so we can't get the stopwatch out and just can't just do a sneaky iPhone lap time on him. So probably stop at every point, at various different points on each of the laps, and maybe just do a burnout or two.
I was curious to know if you can go flat across the hump at Mountain Straight. Through there, that's reasonably flat.
On the outlap, it wasn't flat, but it was flat that time.
I asked the guys what sort of setup have you put in it for a lap around Bathurst, and they went, well, you know, like we said, it's just a demonstration run, so very high ride height. Actually, we've been off-roading with it this week, so we didn't make sure that it was any different. They've been driving this car off-road around Australia.
They do some cool activations, do Red Bull. There was some social media stuff that it was out on southern New South Wales on some tourist boats.
What's he got planned for us here? Liam Lawson smoking up the rear Pirellis in an RB7 once or twice around.
Yep, he was flat over the hump that lap.
Perfect. Matt Campbell's appreciating the sights and sound from pit lane. Definitely feel like from our vantage point, it's less is more from us right now with this glorious sound.
It's like a computer game, isn't it, chap? Because it's such a foreign race car to see on our screens at Bathurst. I mean, we all do this in iRacing and all the rest of it. We all drive F1 cars around here in the virtual world, but to see it in real life, it's quite surreal.
Get the grate. That would be impressive if it got the famous metal grate. Look at that. Cross McPhillamy. Now, Skyline, Brock Skyline. How do we go through the dipper? Careful on the curves. Easy on the throttle. Third and fourth gear up towards the elbow. Listen for the power to come on here onto Conrod Straight. Deeper, much deeper into the chase.
Yeah. Up a gear that lap too, so starting to carry more road speed on each lap.
Into the last corner at speed. breaking into a little bit of wheel spin at the exit. Setting off on another lap, Liam Lawson. A sight and sound to behold. Young Kiwi Liam Lawson ripping up Mount Panorama in his Red Bull RB7. It's been a big 24 hours for the race team as well. They recently launched this year's car, the RB19, in New York City. They've also announced in the last 24 hours a rather massive partnership in terms of their engine department, Garth.
Yeah, the Red Bull Ford powertrains as they go forward into 2026, I think it is.
Yes,
so,
it is. Yep.
Yes, a big name coming back to Formula One, and there's some GM starting to talk about getting involved with potential with Andretti. So the American market clearly in Formula One continues to get bigger and bigger and bigger, and to have a name like Ford re-enter Formula One. Audi are coming into Formula One, Mercedes obviously, so there's some serious heavy hitters continue to improve. I think we're laying it on the line a little bit more on this chat.
Yeah.
This lap, there's a bit more commitment from Liam Lawson as he starts to understand just which way this racetrack goes and just how to pilot an F1 car around here. I mean, this is a tall order, isn't it? Young kid, about to turn 21, never been to Mount Panorama, and here's the keys to a seriously significant Formula One car. Go and have a crack. It is a demonstration run, but it looks like this lap we're having a bit more of a push.
Listen to the V8. Eating up Conrod. You get the feeling this is going to be seen around the world as well. A demonstration run, and Liam Lawson rolling out of it. Is he going to take the pit entry here on driver's left? Yeah. Oh, how cool was that? That's cool. Well, had he completed that lap, I reckon he was heading sub 2 minutes then. He was on it. There's only ever been 4 vehicles that have ever gone around this place under 2 minutes. It's an illustrious list. We're not going to be able to add that one. I think a few people would have had the stopwatch out. We'll never truly know the number, but I think he was pretty close to the 2 minute mark by the time he'd reached pit lane. People here in Bathurst, everybody out of the garages. It's Greg Murphy-esque down here at the moment. Have a look at this. And he has lit up not just the venue, but the crowd, the garages, competitors, everyone's out here to have a look at this thing. I just love it, just all goes silent, Garth. Well, that was something to remember. And the crowd love it.
Crowd, yeah. That's a pretty cool thing. Pretty cool thing to witness live, an F1 car on the mountain. Here he is making his way through the Audi cutting. It's a surreal vision when you're watching in real life an F1 car around Mount Panorama.
How cool is that? Well, Richard Craill will be back in the commentary box soon. His ears would have been bleeding from standing on top of the roof, just lapping up every single decibel. How cool was that? Well done, Liam Lawson. We wish him well for his Super Formula campaign in Japan. We've got qualifying part 2 coming up very soon. But on the way out, we did something very cool earlier in the week here. Track to town. It's become such a popular part of the weekend here at the 12 Hour. And Shay and I were right amongst all the festivities. It is definitely one of the highlights of the LIQUI MOLY Bathurst 12 Hour. We've got the track to town, and I've got my own co-driver back here in Australia. Shay is back for pit reporting duties. Now, this is something that you're used to seeing around the world. We've only had it here since 2019. It's got the vibe back, hasn't it?
Oh, it does, and it's bringing all the people out. I mean, I've never seen it this busy, this packed anywhere in the world. They do it at the 24 Hours of Spa. They drive all the cars from the legendary track down to the town center. They started doing it in America, too. We did it at Road America last year for the SRO weekend. All the cars in the field. Tell you what, there weren't this many fans there.
Where did this all start? Where was the first one you saw it? Because it's got roots back to the very home of endurance racing.
Yeah, it's all started with Spa, the 24. It's a big tradition there. They get the whole field to come out. Drivers bringing their own cars down, a little bit different. Sometimes you find co-drivers sneaking into the second seats over there. But for here, this one obeys the laws, and still all the drivers come out because they want to be here.
And you can see how squeezed it in right now because we've got all of the field, every single entrant in the LIQUI MOLY Bathurst 12 Hour. We've got all the fans. They're setting up at the moment for some ceremonies. They're going to have the driver signing session. All the big names are here at the moment. And have a look behind us. So it all started at the track. They did a lap first,
Yeah.
Jay. We were lucky enough to stand on the side of the road and watch the convoy come past.
We tried hitchhiking, no one stopped to pick us up. I mean, I don't understand why, but yeah, the entire field. We've got plenty of GT3 cars out here, enough to keep all the fans happy, but then even more so, the drivers for the autograph session.
It's a really weird sensation, isn't it, watching these cars cruise at 40, 50 k's an hour behind police cars, and the New South Wales Police do an amazing job at chaperoning them around. But they look so different on the road.
They really do, and they're jacked up. The ride heights are raised, everyone. I mean, you can see it on the cars. When the cars are actually on the circuit, there is no space between the wheel well and the actual wheel well. The Pirelli's given a lot of clearance here because the wheels have to move with the undulations of the street.
So it is a lot that goes into making this happen. A lap around the mountain, then downtown here in the very heart of Bathurst. Well, Shay, you've come an awful long way to be here. What are you most looking forward to?
Green flag Sunday morning. We start in the darkness. The first time all weekend, the competitors get to race the mountain in the dark, and it comes when it counts the most.
Yeah, I cannot wait to see that dark start to the day. But right now, beautiful sunshine in downtown Bathurst. The cars look resplendent. Have a look at the people around us. This is when you know that the LIQUI MOLY Bathurst 12 Hour has truly started.
On the banks of the beautiful Macquarie River in the central tablelands here of New South Wales lies the vibrant regional centre that is Bathurst, the perfect mix of old and new heritage-listed buildings, historical mansions, quirky bars and restaurants. Seen a few of those this trip. Arts, crafts, music events. It really is one of our favourite places to visit and to go racing it. You've got to check it out. Even if you don't come here for racing, you can drive Mount Panorama, and above it right now, the Red Bull Air Race champion Matt Hall, cutting some laps of his own, not defined by any direction, up and down, left and right. He's having a great time. Thanks to Red Bull for helping get Matt here, putting on a great show, and he'll be flying again a little bit later on today. Speaking of flying, Liam Lawson was doing that, and Mark Brett has found him.
Well, Liam Lawson, hot out of the Red Bull car after a lap round Mount Panorama. We talked earlier today, you said this was a dream. Did the reality live up to the dream?
It was cooler. Honestly, it was cooler. That's probably the coolest thing I've ever done in my life, to be honest. It was, really, really cool. Obviously, I did one lap in a safety car this morning to get an eye for this place, but doing it in a Formula One car is just, it's completely crazy. So the first lap, I was honestly so nervous, but after that, I actually felt really good. So.
Crowd absolutely loved it. Favourite part of Mount Panorama? You had a good run down Conrod?
Yeah, it was flat. It's like completely flat through the chase, braking at like probably 120, 130 metres, something like that. So, actually the car was really, really good. It handled the bumps really well. Over the top was really fast. That was very, very cool.
You've done a lot of things already in your career, but how do you rate this?
This is the coolest thing I've done. I'd say most special thing. I mean, driving, doing an official F1 session, like free practice at the end of last year, is the biggest achievement I've had. But doing something like this in a car that I grew up, watching, is more special. So
this is just pure fun.
Pure fun, yeah, exactly. It was cool.
Whisper, we might get you back here again for a race one day.
I'd love to, honestly. I've like I said before, I've been watching supercars since I was a kid, so I'd love to come back and do a race one day.
Listen, we wish you all the best. Big year this year. Enjoyed in Japan. Thanks for giving us all a great thrill here.
No worries. Thanks for that. Thank you.
Yeah, echo that, Barrett's. What a sensational thing, and the fans trackside absolutely loved it. And it's rare you can stand on the pit roof here at Mount Panorama and hear a car on top of the mountain, because it's 2 kilometres away. But you can, and you could then, with Liam Lawson having a really good time in the RB7 for Oracle Red Bull Racing, with Ford coming on board with that program in Formula One. Let's start the petition now. John Hindhoff, the Formula One Australian Grand Prix is one of the great sporting events. Keep it, absolutely. Another race here the week after. It's got to happen. Seriously, that was utterly special. Okay. Speaking of special, if you've never seen Matt Hall doing his thing, it is a sight to behold how they hang those stunt planes out of the air, defying gravity. It's quite extraordinary.
Very fortunate to live in the centre of England. Sywell Airfield is right next to me, and the Blades stunt flying and aerobatic team should be based there. Really good to see.
40-minute session.
All right, 40-minute session. Now, if you're just joining us, we've already had a session, so all of the cars have got a lap time against their number. Another lap time coming in now from another driver with another set of Pirelli P0 race slicks on it. Add those together, average them up, and then the top 10 go into the shootout. That's the basic version of what's happening.
So the basic understanding, there are 8 pro cars in this field with all professional driving combinations. Some of the best GT drivers and sports car drivers from around the world. We expect all 8 of them, barring a mishap in this session, to make the Pirelli shootout, which leaves 2 spots up for grabs from the efforts we've already seen in part 1 of qualifying. So that lap from Dylan O'Keefe, Garth Tander, could prove to be very, very valuable in elevating that car. The number 10 Myland Team IMS entry, and g'day to everyone watching via our friends from Sky Sports New Zealand who'll be enjoying this. There's a very good chance we could have some all Kiwi representation, thanks to an Aussie, in the top 10 shootout this afternoon.
Just had to drop that in, didn't you?
Well, that lap from Dylan O'Keefe at 2:02.5 to start with was a mega lap, like a seriously impressive lap. And it brought them right into the game to elevate themselves into the shootout. So realistically, the competition, one of the cars will be fighting for competition to get into those last 2, if you like, to get on the back of the all-pro combinations are the Dylan O'Keefe car and the car that Liam Talbot is sharing with Chaz Mostert. So we expect that Daniel Gaunt will be driving the car that Dylan O'Keefe set that time in. But O'Keefe's time was 1.7 seconds faster than what Liam Talbot is. So now Chaz Mostert has to go 1.7 seconds faster than what Dan Gaunt is capable of. Basically,
yeah,
that's simple maths to work it out. So the battle will obviously be on in the first 8, 9 spots with all pro cars. Just keep an eye on the back part of the top 10 as this session starts to wind down.
The heavy hitters are out on the track, aren't they? The question will be, and Garth, you've been talking to the teams about this, just how the heat cycles are managed by the teams with this new minimum tyre pressure that's been put into the regulations this year here on Mount Panorama.
Yeah, the general consensus is it's going to take 3 or 4 laps for the tyre to get into the ultimate operating temperature window where you can really lean on the car and get the most out of it. Now, in the past, it's been much, much hotter in February, so it's usually lap 2 or lap 3, but it's only 20-odd degrees here. The sun's out, it's a beautiful day, but it's much cooler than what we usually have here in February, so that's what's extending the warm-up phase for the tyre. Those that can get on top of it early and get the goodness out of the tyre quickly will certainly reap a reward.
And who are we going to see starring in this show, gentlemen? Well, for the first 4 garages, it's all Mercedes world. We've got 2 surprises and 2 not surprises. Not surprising at all, Lucas Stoltz and Jules Gagnon sharing the Sun Energy One race winner defender, number 75, in their sister garage. Another one that's not a surprise, the 999, that's the Mamba car from Group M. It is Raffaele Marciello going for another attempt at a pole shootout, and Mauro Engel, again, going for another attempt at a pole shootout. Both of those drivers, former winners of the Alan Simonson Pole Award. In the next 2 garages towards pit out, this is where the surprises come. The number 99, that's the Boost mobile machine of Mercedes-Benz. Number 99, the unlucky driver sitting on the sideline, that would be Mr. Jamie Whincup. And from the final garage on the pit lane, the 888, well, it's SVG who is sidelined for this, so he will not be getting another Alan Simonson Pole Award.
Well, he might later on this afternoon, though, because that car could still qualify on pole, but it will have to be, it could be Maxi Gotts and Brock Feeney doing the job. I tell you what, you know you're in a decent position when you can afford to just keep Jamie Whincup wrapped up in cotton wool and not put him in a race car at Mount Panorama.
So the question that I would be meaning to ask, and would be distracted every time I was going to ask it. So you've got 2 drivers doing their laps. Do you have to use one of those 2 if you get into the top 10? So you could shuffle someone else across. It's not optimum, of course, Garth, because that driver wouldn't have knowledge of the circuit. Yeah, ultimately you would use one of the drivers that you use in this session right now because they're in the grooves, they've lent on the car, they understand the car balance. But, you know, take the 888 car, if Maxi Gotts and Brock Feeney set the time in this one, it wouldn't be a big ask to push Shane Van Gisbergen and tell him go have a crack, and you probably put it on pole. So, you know, when you've got a driver sitting in there or Jamie Whincup, I'm not surprised that Stanaway's in the 99 car. I mean, obviously he has huge experience here at Bathurst. He's driven here plenty. He's raced GP2, but when he finished his GP2 career, he became an Aston Martin factory driver and drove GT cars for Aston Martin in Europe. So driving a front-engine GT car is not foreign to Richie Stanaway. So he knows the track. He knows how to get the most out of a front-engine GT car. So I'm not surprised that he's fast and running this car.
So the leaderboard left of screen under the clock for this second qualifying session is as they run now in this session. So we'll be able to tell you the hero numbers. So if anyone gets into the ones, we'll be able to get excited about it. What we will evolve over the session is the combined time, the aggregate time combined of 2 drivers. We'll be able to confirm that after this session, and we'll give you the list of 10 starters for the Pirelli shootout later on this afternoon. So it's all going to build across the course of the afternoon to get to that point where we've got 15 minutes left in the day, hopefully a really fast racetrack, and 5 of the best GT and all supercars drivers in the world in very, very fast racing cars going at it, which is exactly what you want on a Saturday afternoon at Mount Panorama.
Just watching at the moment the timing screen, because we've had 1 push lap or 1 preparation lap, if you like, and there's quite a wide and varied preparation phase in the tyres all the over. Mauro Engel's on screen. He will go to the top at the end of this lap. And I'm just curious as to what this lap time will be. Goes to the top with a 1.7. So he said, well, we're going to get to the ones. He didn't muck around, straight into the ones. So that's lap 2 of the push lap. So his first preparation lap was a 6.5. So he very purposefully didn't lean on the tyre, but warmed the tyre and then got the most out of it on that second push lap, which was his real first push lap, if you like.
So Mostert, Sportsbet Audi. This hasn't been the fastest of laps. It will jump him up the order. It's in the 3s, so building up. But remember, like Garth was saying, different cars will build up differently. The Porsche teams were telling me yesterday it was 2 laps at least of preparation before you push hard. Otherwise, it absolutely kills the tyre.
I think it's the front engine cars that have got a slight advantage in the tyre warm-up phase because they've got the weight over the front axle, and it's the front tyre that's the limiting factor as the tyre comes into the operating window. So the front engine cars, I feel like, will get up to temperature more quickly. Maro Engel proved that with the front engine Mercedes straight to the top. Another car that's going very fast right now is the car we're on board with, Sheldon van der Linde. He's fastest across the top with a second sector across the top of the mountain, and he comes to the end. What does he do? Second, oh, it's Augusto Farfus. So a 2-1. Van der Linde goes to the top, a 1-7. So we thought they'll be into the set. Ones just. They're going to go deep into the ones in this session as it continues to go on.
And this afternoon when we go for the top 10 shootout,
we're looking at each other knowing what we're about to say.
I'm not going to say it. I'm leaving it out there. I don't want to do it either. I'm leaving it out there. I am leaving it out there. Don't you look at me like that, Mr. Tander. I've not worked with you before.
We're all thinking it lap record territory. 2:01.26 is the outright fastest ever official lap by a GT3 car in this trim, we might add, in Bathurst 12-hour history. Shane van Gisbergen in 2016. That lap from Sheldon van der Linde, and indeed before him Maro Engel, it's the first lap in the ones at this location since, as Maro Engel goes quicker with a 1-0. Forget about SVG. That is the quickest lap by a GT3 car in 12-hour history, and there's more to come because Chaz Mostert's going quicker.
Well, we wondered, we speculated, it is a new tyre. We thought it might be just a little bit too warm, but it's turned out that these guys, exactly what Garth Tender was talking about earlier on, they know the limits of these cars, and they've pushed it, Garth, right to the edge of the envelope there.
Certainly have. That's a mega lap from Maro. 7/10 up on Sheldon van der Linde. Mostert goes to third with a 1-9. The general consensus up and down pit lane from the Australian teams, those that got the opportunity to test at other Australian circuits before they came to Bathurst on this new control tyre, that it was around 1.5 seconds a lap faster than what they'd been using here in Australia in the past. But we wondered, would they get into the ones? Yes, they probably would. Now we're going to say, are they going to go into the zeros? And based on that,
it's doable.
It's definitely doable. Absolutely doable.
Hundreds off the zeros. Imagine doing a 2:01.9 at this place and being 9/10 of a second off the pace.
That'd be pretty disheartening. I certainly hope
I'm gutted for
they
him.
didn't tell Chaz Mostert when he crossed the line and was catching his breath after laying down a 1-9. Can you just find me 9/10, please?
Well,
yeah, you're third.
The point I was trying to make before that happened was that the lap that Sheldon van der Linde did at 2:01.7 was the quickest lap we've seen here since Mostert's 2:01.9 that got him pole in 2018 in the shootout. So they've never got into the ones since that moment, but they've just utterly destroyed that now. So a 2:01.05 for the vastly experienced German Maro Engel, who won the first ever Alan Simonson Pole Award, driving for Erebus Motorsport in the old Gullwing, the SLS AMG in 2014. Emotional scenes that day because he grabbed the trophy, marched it down pit lane and handed it over to Alan Simonson's old team, Maranello Motorsport. And g'day to Mark Coffey. I know he's down in Melbourne watching on, wishing that he had a car in this race, another Ferrari. Hopefully we see them back. So Engel, van der Linde, Mostert, 1, 2 and 3. Matt Campbell's gone to 4th in the Porsche, and rounding out the 5 is the Brazilian Augusto Farfus in car 46. He's 5th.
Just under 29 minutes to go of this session, and we have already seen a bit of history. I'm still actually reeling from that, guys. It kind of sneaked up on us there.
Sort of run out of words because, yeah, I mean, we expected that it was going to be fast, but not on lap 3 at the start of the session will we see a 1-0. That's seriously impressive. Chad.
Garth, I just wonder if this is also Maro's chance to let out a little bit of pent-up aggression from last year because the car was downtown getting an engine change 12 months, or not quite 12 months ago, back in May, and he missed out on happy hour here at Mount Panorama. So really cool to see what that guy is capable of when given the opportunity, because he's just such an ace. He's missed out on qualifying that car multiple years, actually, if you think about previous years that have happened. So a big chance to show what he's made of, and he's not disappointing.
Chad, do you think it'll be, I mean, it'll be Raffaele Marciello, won't it, to run in the second part of this session to set the second lap time? Surely.
I hope so. I mean, I'll go down there and I'll find out and see if they are going to... they'll put Raphael in, but which one will actually get to do the shootout lap? I imagine it's just going to be whoever's fastest will get the honour of actually doing the shootout, but it's nice to have the choice, isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
Can I just point out as well, gents, that wasn't all three fastest sectors. So the ultimate lap time from the times we've seen set, albeit from different drivers, is a 2 minutes .98. So there is a sub, add them together, there's a sub 2:01 out there.
So the car that owns the fastest last sector is Jules Gounon in a Mercedes as well. So it really looks like it's a Merc that's going to be the one that's capable of laying down that time. So it's Mercedes, BMW, Audi, Porsche, the top four of the biggest heavy hitters in GT3 racing in the world.
And in the battle to get the remaining 2 spots in the Pirelli shootout this afternoon, assuming that all these teams do the job, Tony D'Alberto's just punched out a 3-3 in the number 6 Wall Racing Lambo, which matches, in fact, betters the lap time set by David Wall in part 1 of qualifying. So on an aggregate time, they're looking pretty decent. That's a good lap. Devarshan Padiachi has done a 5-0 in car 44. Aaron Cameron did a 3-1 earlier today.
Just looking at the car on screen, the 777 of Christopher Mees in pit lane hasn't set a lap time yet. And they're working on the brake caliper at the moment. I wonder whether there's a braking issue going on with this car right now. What they're working on right there is putting the bridge back in the brake caliper. So I wonder whether there's a brake pad change there for that car, which you do not want to be doing with 26 minutes left in the session, to be changing anything on the braking system. So clearly a feeling issue going on, that something's not feeling right. So Mees didn't do a lap, came straight back into pit lane, and 14 minutes have gone in this session without a representative lap time for one of the factory Audi cars.
Those brake pads, if they were changed, they would have had to be bedded in, because he's not going to want to do a couple of slow laps. You try and match the brake pads to the rotor, to the disc. Quite often you'll see them doing that earlier in the week when they know they've got to change the brakes at the front of the back.
So Matt Campbell goes second in the Porsche, 2:01.61. Still 5/10 behind Maro Engels. Extraordinary lap set earlier in the session, but the Porsche now winding itself up. Validates what we heard from the team earlier, that it takes a little bit longer to get this car up to speed. And that's a very good lap from Matt Campbell and get to the 9:12, right in the mix, Chad.
Kralsey, I love this qualifying format because the fast guys get out of the car for a chat, which is even better. Mara, you are the man of the moment. Talk us through that lap. How close to the absolute limit was it?
Oh, mate, that was pushing. My heart was pumping. The track's mega quick this weekend. I don't know why. To be honest, I never expected us to be close to track record speed, you know. Yeah, track's mega quick, and yeah, car's obviously handling really, really well.
So your co-driver's in there now. Can we go even faster? And who will get to qualify in the shootout should you be in the 10?
Well, having myself and Raffaele in a car is quite rare, so we made a deal beforehand and said, you know, one of us will do qualifying, one of us will do the end of the race. So I'll do qualifying, he'll do the end of the race, and yeah, that's the deal we came up with.
It's very open of you. Thank you, Murray. Guys, I think it's official that they have definitely unlocked beast mode down here at the Manfilter team. They have well and truly released the beast down here at that AMG Mercedes.
You could argue they're doing the same thing down here at BMW, Chad, because Sheldon Vanderlinde, you've never been to the mountain before, so I said you don't know where to be scared of it yet. That lap time was blistering. How hard have you guys been working for that at BMW this whole weekend?
Yeah, I mean, like you said, it's my first time here at Bathurst, and I have to say the track's incredible. I mean, my first laps was absolutely mind-blowing to see how fast this car goes and how narrow the walls are. Every lap it feels like the walls are getting closer because you're getting more on the limit of the car. And yeah, also with this Pirelli tire, you don't have much time to really adapt because you've got one lap and you've got to put it together. So I knew it was my first lap that I had to go for it. But yeah, to get back to your second part of the question, we've put in a lot of work in the off-season with Team WRT. It's obviously a brand new car for them as well. So it's a lot to learn in the new car. And yeah, I think we're doing a good job so far. It seems to be going well. Quite surprised, actually. I thought in practice we were a bit further behind the Mercs, which is anyway 6/10 up the road anyway. But yeah, let's see now. Dries is in the car. I'm sure he'll do a good job as well. And yeah, looking forward to it.
Good luck.
Thank you so much. Thanks.
23-year-old South African, and if the surname sounds familiar, we've had Van der Lindes here before, and they have all been exciting. His older brother Kelvin was in the race up till last year, and he set the fastest up the race 2 years in a row, actually, back in 2020 as well. Kelvin will be watching on, I'm sure. He picked himself up a last-minute drive in the FIA Formula E Championship. Was originally slated to be in the Fuchs Racing Schumacher car this weekend, but had to pull out. Fred Vervees, not a bad replacement, it must be said. But g'day to Kelvin. He was hoping, we had him in the commentary box for a stint last year, GT, and he was hoping that he and his brother could run potentially together. But cool to have Sheldon here for the first time. He won the DTM Championship last year. He is a very, very handy steerer, and he's come across with WRT from Audi, where they were before, to BMW.
Maxi goes on screen in the 888 Super Cheap Auto Mercedes, currently 7th. Improves 1 spot to 6th with a 2:02.0, but still a second behind that time of Mauro Engels. It's not a bad, when you're calling Raffaello Macchiello a co-driver,
yeah,
it's not a bad sort of fallback, is it, really? I mean, you'd sort of say Raffaello's probably in the top 3 GT3 Mercedes drivers in the world, and he's your co-driver.
You've got your team selection right at that point, haven't you? You've got to feel like you know, if you've been pulling the names out of the Mercedes-Benz driver's hat, then you've done all right.
You've won lotto if you've got that.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
So 21.5 minutes to go. Richie Stanaway comes round to finish the lap. We're still marvelling over that 2:01 flat.
Starting to get a little bit of a read on second driver times now. So the pros will run 2 drivers in this session. Good lap Stanaway, 2:01.8 in the Boost Mobile car. And in this session puts him 5th outright. But he needs to back up 2-minute 5.57 set by Prince Jeffrey Ibrahim. So needs to find quite a bit of time. That will certainly help the cause. It was very congested in that first part of qualifying, Garth, but they've got to find a little bit more time, because Ibrahim at a 5.5, for example, was, compared to Dylan O'Keefe's 2.5, 3 seconds lap slower. So will he find 3 seconds? Daniel Gaunt right now is on a 2:04.15. And right now the 2 cars through to the shootout, in addition to the 8 Pro cars, are Talbot and Mostert, and the 74 Pro. That's in Pro, actually. So I think it may well be the O'Keefe Grant number 10 Audi from International Motorsport. Follow that for you. But so much more to come. So just a little holding pattern now in the middle of this session while everyone winds themselves up again. But looking at it in isolation, that's a great lap from Stanaway. And 888, as you know all too well, have been almost trouble-free, flying under the radar in a way so far this weekend.
Yeah, they have been, and certainly their GT program is continuing to build and build. When you start to compare them to the global teams like a Group M that have run GT3 programs for Mercedes-AMG for a very long time, all the way around the world. So they measure themselves against the best and continue to improve their GT program on a global scale.
Well, we said we were back bigger and better, and we should have added faster to that as well, shouldn't we, when we opened earlier on today. This is absolutely incredible stuff. And let's remind ourselves, we haven't even started the race yet. We're setting the grid, and we don't quite yet know even the top 10 for the Pirelli Shootout for the Alan Simonson Trophy.
Chaz Mostert's on a strong lap right now, looking at the timing screen. Personal best first sector. Very fast across the top of the mountain. The session best purple sector across the top. So we'll keep an eye on our timing screens there. On screen here, Alex Davison aboard the Scott Taylor Motorsport Mercedes. Here we go. Here's Chaz, and we got traffic in the last sector. Does it get out of the way? Oh, it's Haley. So I think a bit of aero wash, and you can see from the hand gesture from Chad, not happy. think that was the New Zealand run, Audi, and Chaz, yes, gets track position, but that lap's gone. So frustrating when you get to the chase and you get traffic like that. So now you've got to clear your head, you've got to clear your mind, you've got another lap now, you've got to forget about what's happened in the past, put your head down and try and replicate what you did on that lap prior to getting held up. No, he's boarded this one. Yeah, there's some fair bit of frustration in that helmet right now.
I think they're in. I think they're relatively safe. Having said that, we haven't had all the time to bank yet. There will be improvement in the last 17 minutes of this part 2 of qualifying. LIQUI MOLY Bathurst 12-hour at Mount Panorama. This is Chaz Mostert at the Scuderia Auto Art BBS chase. And traffic in front, gets up on that curb on the inside, but I think the damage might have already been done by that point. It was Daniel Gaunt in car 10.
So it's not necessarily the car blocking the momentum of Chaz, but right there, you're close enough to be in dirty air, and it's the aero that you lose. So you're trying to carry momentum through the chase for the run down to the final corner. And it's not literally the car positioning, it's the dirtying the air. And I think Dan was trying to do the right thing and get out of his way, but probably didn't allow Chaz to get too close through the mid part of the chase.
Yeah, Craig Lowndes, we're just watching the screen and watching your car earlier on. Things going pretty well. You're having a lot of time in the car this weekend yet?
No, we haven't. Yesterday we had 40-minute sessions, so with 4 drivers, trying to cycle through those sessions was a little bit difficult. So this morning, unfortunately, we had a little bit of electrical issue. We believe we fixed it, but we lost half of the first session, which was my little block to do. So I've done about a total of 6 laps. So luckily I know my way around this place.
I was going to say, you don't need the practice here anyway, Lowndesy, do you?
Well, it'd be nice. Like these things, it's a muscle memory side of it because you're sitting on the left-hand side of the car. So you're going up under the tree, cross the grade, over McPhillamy, and then you hit Skyline. You just got to remember you got to give that side of the car a bit more room.
Good move. Now tell us about the car this weekend. You guys have hooked up with Prostate Cancer Foundation Australia. It's a great initiative what you're doing.
Yeah, absolutely. We did it last year, and this car is still owned by Scotty Taylor Motorsport, and Scotty Taylor is one of our 4 drivers. Alex Davidson at the moment is running around qualifying for us as the pro driver, and really it's the awareness and getting that message out about the Prostate Cancer Foundation. It's easy as a blood test, so for me, in my family, I spoke about it last year, that it's highly likely that I'll probably encounter it at some time in my life, and at the moment my wife Lara just said we've clicked over 35,000, so it's great. And of course, today, again, like the same as last year, if you can donate $50 and you're at the racetrack, come down, you can sign the car after qualifying and hopefully be on a great journey tomorrow.
It's an awesome thing, Lancey. Well done. Enjoy the weekend back here. Good to see you back on the mountain.
It's absolutely unbelievable. The crowd is huge this year, and I think it's going to be a fantastic weekend.
You have fun.
Cheers.
Always smiling, isn't he? Always. Such a great ambassador for our sport and loves getting behind the wheel. And still as competitive as ever. And this is that 222 car by Scott Taylor Motorsport. Ashley Seaward twirling the spanners from his race team that looks after it. And they've put together a really good program for a great cause. And also just 4 mates just having a good time at the racetrack as well. With Scotty, he's got the best rig in pit lane in terms of the truck out the back with the expandable sides, and it has every convenience of a
How many slide outs?
10-star.
Everybody talks about the slide outs. All of them. Everybody's.
It's pretty impressive. As we jump on board, let's ride with Lucas Stolz, car 75, Sun Energy One Racing. Jules Gounon has already done a 201.7. What can his co-driver do?
Well, Stoltz on the lap previously did a 201.5. It is on a personal best in the first sector. When we jumped on board with this car, the audio is what grabbed my attention through Reed Park at the Great. He didn't lift. It was full noise through there. So those Mercedes are certainly hooked up. Just stealing a little toe down Conrod off the back of the 888 Mercedes. Always looking for every little bit that you can find. Easily flat through the chase here. How far do you send it on the brakes? About 120. Keep the momentum up through here. Big torquey engine, the Mercedes, 3rd gear. Pull yourself out of the chase. Send it at the last corner and hope it stops.
Oh, he said
around on the bump so much on ABS there. Just what he got for us, Lucas Stoltz, 201.4, so an improvement. The gap to first is closing. So probably just driven the lap of your life, and the engineer comes on the radio and says, just give me another 3.5 tenths.
Easier said than done. So amazing how competitive and close these drivers are. So Gounon will 2-minute 1.7. Stoll's 2-minute 1.5. Mathieu Jaminet went across the line in a 2:01.5. Marciello, the same, backing up Maro Engel's extraordinary 2:01.05. If you missed it, 2:01.05. It is the quickest official lap recorded at this place, outside of the Challenge Bathurst event that our mate here and Chris Meese went ballistic in a de-restricted GT3 car. So that is a huge benchmark for them to chase. At 999 have got all the guns in the armoury. We haven't mentioned Mick Grenier, who's here for the first time, the young Canadian driver, because he's got Maro Engel and Raffaele Marciello to deal with as co-drivers. So, and he is very, very handy in his own right.
For Jules Gagnon, dragging him away from the TV because he's watching just as eagerly as everyone else, Lucas Stoltz on that lap. Now, Jules, we all know it's just making it in at this point, but were you surprised by the lap that Maro Engel laid down?
No, I know how good is Maro, and I think we took a more conservative approach, trying to do the quali with 2 sets of tires, and have also a balance that is great for the second set. But you know, in this quali, it's all about making it to top 10. Our car feels good, and I think it's not about making all the risk now. So Luca just did a very good lap, I think. So I think we're gonna make it, and then it will be Super Pole. But at the end, it's tomorrow at 4:30 that it will count.
How do you decide he gets to do Super Pole? Do you have duct tape somewhere? You're going to go strap Luca to a chair and make him held hostage?
Well, I think I'm going to do it because I did it last year, and Luca did the start last year, so he's going to start. We do with the experience, but Luca is really quick. He's an amazing driver. I think in IMG we have a fantastic pool of factory drivers, and the car feels good today. So no, I think we're in a good position, but again, let's see when it really matters.
Repeating the strategy of last year, guys, because if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Last year, they went on to win.
And he's, Lucas Stoltz went a little bit quicker last time around in that Serenity 1 car. 2:01.321, still 2.5 tenths away from that incredible 2:01.054 from Raffaele Marciello earlier on this afternoon. The big boys have come out to play, and they're throwing overhand at the moment. What does this mean for the shootout? I mean, problem is you don't get the time to prep your tyres in that car.
Well,
so
it's still a 15-minute session, so that's enough time to get the tyre into the window you need, but it'll probably be a bit cooler then. But the advantage you have is, like you said, this is the first time they've really thrown down in the car over the course of the weekend. So you can go back, you can look at some data. If you're in the AMG team, you've probably got a pool of data from the other cars, same for Audi, same for BMW. So then you can look at what the others have done, and then you can just tighten your belts up that little bit more, and maybe just squeeze a little bit more out of yourself in the Super Pole session when we roll later this afternoon. So I don't think that, like a 1:0 is a seriously impressive lap time, but there might be a little bit more in there. We could go sub 2:01.
This is Nicky Katzberg. Correction, this is 46, so it's Maxime Martin behind the wheel of the car that he will share with Valentino Rossi and Augusto Farfus at the time earlier on. And he is looking for a little bit of time, so 8th position at the moment. The car's done a 2:02.12, has 46, which was the lap by Augusto earlier in the session. So Katzberg just looking to back that up, and they should be pretty safe to get this one in. The other one, the 32 BMW with Dries Vanthoor now behind the wheel. Just get a lap time check from him. I'm still pretty confident all 8 Pro class cars will get through. That's the white graphic where the numbers are on the totem. That's the Pro class. Pro-Am is the blue highlights. And I think the other 2 cars that will make it through at this point are Talbot, Mostert, Ross in the 65 car. And I think that lap from Dylan O'Keefe may just be enough, with Daniel Gaunt having now done a 2:03.7, it might just be enough to scrape that number 10 Kiwi car, the Audi, into the top 10 shootout, which would be a huge accomplishment for them.
just watching Nicky Katzberg there, he did not look, the car did not look as settled in the middle sector as we saw with the Mercedes. That's a very aero-dependent car, and he's got the wind behind him, and the wind's picked right back up again, so something to watch in the next 8.5 minutes or thereabouts.
I can see car 999, the Manfilter Merc, is up on ice for the rest of the session by the looks of it, and both drivers have their helmets off. So, Raffaele, can you talk us through this qualifying session? Are you happy with the performance from yourself and Maro?
I mean, the car is working well. Mauro did an amazing job. I think he's a lap record. So, I mean, we are happy, but we know the most important stuff is tomorrow race. So we will see if you are in top shootout. But I believe so. So, I mean, after Mauro, we'll qualify the car, and then tomorrow we hope we have a good car for the race.
It's hard with timing the way it is because Mauro's time is the one that stays on the timing screen. Do you know what your best number was?
I did 1.5, so I mean, I think it's still pretty quick, but I mean, we know it's more important to have a good car for the race compared quali, but look like we have a quali fast car, and I believe we have also a good fast car.
The Alan Simonson Trophy is a very important one to everybody here in pit lane, so good luck later today for that one, and maybe you guys can win that.
Thank you.
If that isn't an optimised car for qualifying, and they're still running on slightly compromised settings, then, well, my goodness me. Bit of dust being thrown up by Brock Feeney. He came out of Murray's.
That's a hell of a lap.
That's a great lap, Grills.
2:01.4 for Brock.
Quicker lap than Maxi Goetz was able to do in that car, so that elevates them to third. But just going back to that interview from Raffaello Marciello, I did a 1.5. So at that point, their car was first and third.
Yeah.
Yes.
Correct.
So you think about their average lap time, they're looking okay.
The other little thing to take into account is that the shootout is 2 15-minute sessions. The bottom half of the top 10 run first 15 minutes. The second half run next. Traditionally, there's a little bit of evolution. You want to run later in a single car top 10 shootout because you get the absolute best of the track conditions. So top 5 maybe is somewhere where these teams are aiming for. So a little bit of improvement to get through. 999 is locked. Unless someone goes out and does a 59.5, they are going to be locked at the top of the pops going into it. So they will be in the top 50%.
They need to know a shortcut to do that.
Yes.
That would not be staying between the white lines in any way.
You can't get away with that anymore.
No, absolutely not. Eyes everywhere.
Feeney's going on with it too in 888. Personal best first sector for that car. So a little bit of colour on the timing screen. Maxime Martin going on with it again in the 46 BMW. Mostert went into pit lane after he aborted that lap and then went in and put new tyres on that car. And last time around did a 4.0. So I wonder if he's still going through the warm-up process, whether he's going to have another roll of the dice to get that car into the shootout. I think they're relatively safe, but they might like a little bit more of a cushion to do so.
Feeney's improved this lap. There's a chance that Feeney could go forward on the timing screen here. Personal best first sector, personal best second sector. He did drop a wheel at the last lap at the final corner here. A bit tighter this time as he comes to the line. What does he do? Oh, improved, but only marginally. Stays at 2:01.43. Seriously impressive.
Speaking of Chaz Mostert, he was on a build-up lap because he's just set the fastest middle sector, the run from the Audi Sport cutting all the way down to the BMW elbow of this session. And it's cumulatively not quite the quickest so far, but what's the final sector like? Traditionally not the strongest for the Audi so far this weekend, but remember 9 months ago, this is where he made up all his time to put this car on pole position. Braking now for Murray's corner. Neat and tidy. All of the curb on the exit. What's the lap time for Chaz? It's a 2:01.9.
Not his strongest final sector. That car is set up for big aero, so he's across the top of the mountain. He's standing out from the rest of the field.
I love the fact that Grills, his voice drops. 2:01.
Only a 2:01.
I feel really
It's almost
bad.
like he's not trying.
His shoulders slumped as he said it because he realised what he was doing there. At 2:01.9, and we're like, yeah.
But Feeney, here he is on screen again, slightly better in the first sector. I think right there he bailed out of it. So probably got the most out of that set of tyres.
On a third push lap though, it's still personal best first sector, so Max clearly looking after their Pirellis reasonably well. Let's go back on board with Chaz. Talk us through this car. It's a wild bit of road.
It's a massively wild bit of road and big speed as he came through the repark there. Didn't lift out of it at all, so he's done a personal best first sector, and that's much more competitive. Did not lift at McPhillamy, so that's massive commitment. Sends it. Oh, that's huge. The cars do get light and nervous in the rear there. That was pretty graphic evidence of it. What's it like? Does he grab the rev limiter here? Yes, he does. That's quick. Now you've got to get it stopped and turned. Second gear, turns it in early. The Audi's like that on the gas nice and early. Personal best, session best across the top of the mountain. That was great to be on board for that. You want to talk about commitment across the top of the mountain, that was it in pictures. Now what's he got in the final sector? This is where he starred last year in the Super Pole session. So it's easy flat through the kink here. The question is how late before you break? That's pretty late, about 110. Chaz rolls third gear through there, keeps the momentum up. There is no room left at either exit there. And now throw it at the last corner. Hard into the ABS, the car moves around a lot. Keep it off the apex curb, not too high on the exit curb. Look at the dash, what time do we do? A 1.7. I'll be a bit more up for that one, Richard Crail, because we're on board for it. Yeah. And that car has not got much left in it. Chaz is wringing its neck. And it's currently the fastest Audi out there. That moment there, that you do not want the car moving more than that across the top of the skyline.
Did I see daylight? I think I saw daylight under the front wheel there as it came over.
Let's watch this one. Watch his hands. Yeah. Oh,
big catch. Big cast. Fast hands Mustard, as we're going to have to call him now.
It's a slips catch. You get it in like 3 fingers diving out, isn't it? What a gather that is. The out, it is really struggling in the final sector. That car especially out of the fleet of Audi R8s. Christopher Haase in this session only 12th at the moment.
I was looking at that, Krilsey, and that's the car. That's the 74 Chris Haase, Mr. Rabbit. He is struggling a little bit for pace in that car, sitting outside the top 10 at 12. And
4 for Ricardo Fella last time around. That was a good lap.
Chaz has improved in the first sector again. It's marginally better. Probably a calmer run across the top of the mountain than what we saw the last lap. What's he like? He's better again. So this lap's up. So it's the third sector that is the Achilles heel for the 65 Audi.
How good are these Pirellis? He's hammered these Pirellis for 3 consecutive laps.
Yeah, so the question is there enough left in him for this last sector on the third lap? We get actually, surprisingly, a bit of a cooling as they come down Conrod. The temperature does drop. So keeps the momentum up. So Chaz is using third gear through there. I know a lot of the other cars are using second in the Audi. So he's opting for rolling speed and keeping momentum up and using third gear. Like makes the apex night a little bit wide. It felt like that one. Comes to the line. Does he improve? He does a lot. Still not a personal best final sector though. So we've been talking up the final sector by Chaz Mostert all day, and it hasn't come yet. Maybe he's just saving it for the last lap of Super Pole like he did last year.
Now his efforts over the top of the mountain in reducing that best of all time means that the perfect lap, if it could be set, is now down to 2 minutes, 0.725.
But John, you'll need to do an Audi and drive a Mercedes in the first sector, do a quick driver change, jump in an Audi in the middle sector, then a quick driver change when you leave Forest Elbow, get back in the Mercedes to finish the lap off. If you can do all that with the driver changes, that would be impressive to watch.
Chicken flag, close protection.
Worth the price of admission.
It would be.
Well, this has been a great session. It's worked out really well. Very confident all the pro cars are going to get through to the Pirelli shootout. There's going to be a bit of stress in the Audi camp, though. I'm a little bit concerned about car 74. We'll tell you the 10 cars that make it through. That's the celebrations down there. They're definitely through to a Pirelli shootout. That's Group M Racing, Hong Kong-based team. They race around the world. They're very successful, and they've got a terrific straight record here.
And in that session that we've just been watching, 7 cars under 2 minutes 2 seconds.
I feel terrible about being disappointed at a 2:01.9. That's embarrassing. Wow. Let's go back and have a look at highlights. I tell you what, you pay the price of admission today, you get Valentino Rossi, you get a Formula 1 car, and you get the fastest ever lap recorded by a GT3 car at this place. What a spectacular day it's been in the sunshine in summer at Mount Panorama. And qualifying 2 was a 40-minute flat-out sprint. And the best thing is we didn't just get to see one driver per car for a lot of them. We get to see 2 of the very best GT drivers in the world. Chaz Mostert was frustrated early, bounced back with a trio of sensational laps at maximum commitment, using the bits where the Audi's good across the top to maximise his lap time. Sun Energy 1, the defending champions, are looking great. Jill Goonon and Lucas Stoles matched with tenths of a second between them. But in the end, Maro Engel was the one who did the business, a 2:01.05. Lucas Stoles, a year ago, you would have been a hero doing a 1:5. As it turns out, he was half a second slower than his teammate. What a performance it's been. Provisional poll goes the way of Grouper M Racing. The Mercedes AMG is first, second, third. Audi and Porsche in the top 5. There's a lot more to come at Mount Panorama in front of a bumper Saturday crowd. We're going to tell you the cars that make the Pirelli Shootout not too far away. I hope you're enjoying all the action. This is the LIQUI MOLY Bathurst 12 Hour. Why not come to Bathurst for a perfect weekend getaway? This place has got plenty of great things on offer. Major shopping centres, really good farmers markets. You can even go and pan for gold. The Turon River at Safala, the Macquarie River Cycling Loop. Don't do that very often, let's be honest. Bathurst Adventure Playground, the Abercrombie Caves Tours, been there, they're great. And more, it's got abundant natural beauty from the nearby river to the surrounding bushland. Great place to come and stay, cut some laps of Mount Panorama while you are here. Speaking about laps of Mount Panorama, we'll remember the laps from Chaz Mostert to try and haul the 65 car into the top 10 shootout, and Chad Nolan has found him.
I have found Chaz Mostert down here in the Audi garage. Quickest of the Audi drivers, so well done there, given all the massive names that are here. You believe you've done enough to put it into the Pirelli shootout?
I'm not sure. So yeah, we obviously combined times. There was a slight rule change before the AMs went out that normally you'd have your Pro and your AM in Pro AM combined times, but they let silver guys have 2 silver guys to qualify. So yeah, some of them silver guys are pretty quick to be like either gold or platinum level. So I'm not sure if we've done enough to get in, but gave it everything out there. That's not much left on the table. So yeah, there's some very other fast drivers and cars out there, but yeah, I don't know what we ended up this session, but it was a lot of fun driving one of them around here.
Some of the real highlights across Skyline, you had the thing all crossed up. Garth Tander in the commentary box was up watching it. Everyone was just marvelling at the quick hands behind the steering wheel. How close was that moment in particular?
I don't know, I've probably had about 10 of those moments then, to be honest. So yeah, absolutely left nothing out there. You know, once I heard the times of, I think a couple of the other cars out there, I thought, wow, we really got to step it up. So left nothing out there, but yeah, that's all I had.
It's cool to watch, mate.
Thank you very much. Cheers.
Brock Feeney with me. Brock, you've got to say you're really getting the hang of this GT racing.
Yeah, it's a lot of fun. I'm just enjoying it. Doing a 201 around here is pretty crazy. When they said pit, it was a big deep breath, and yeah, survived the session. So we're into the shootout. Yeah, a little bit of time to the top guys, but yeah, we're here. It's pretty happy where we're at, and yeah, 12 hours to go tomorrow.
But very competitive in the shootout, isn't it? You're in the top group, which is where you want to be.
Yeah, exactly. The whole aim was to be in, you know, the top half of the shootout, and you know, might be a little bit cooler then as well. So we're thinking the track will be a little bit faster. So we're happy to be in that part. Yeah, we'll still make some adjustments now to try and make it a little bit better, and you know, it's our final shot to learn something before the race.
You know a bit about this Mount Panorama place now. How's it feeling at the moment?
Yeah, as I said, doing a 201 around here is crazy. Like, over the top, I'm hardly lifting off the gas, so it's nuts. But it's a lot of fun. Every time you come out of Forest Elbow, it's like you survived another lap around here. So I'm having a lot of fun in this thing. I always love driving it, so it's good to be back.
Well, it's showing you have a lot of fun. Keep enjoying. Good luck in the shootout.
Thanks very much.
Augusta Farfus, factory BMW driver, and this weekend, driver the number 46, given the first opportunity to go out and thrash the BMW across the mountain. What was it like when you got the call, go as fast as you can?
Yeah, I mean, this is one of those places where, you know, the limits are very near. I mean, the walls are very close to you. We have Push Papi here. And it is a little bit on the qualifying. We don't do qualifying runs during the free practice. So when you go qualifying, you have to kind of measure yourself and understand how further can you push. I think the lap was clean, so there was a little bit of traffic, but I think the target was anyhow to be on top 10, which we achieved. We've been working a lot on the race pace, so hopefully our car is not super fast for quali, but maybe the race might come to us, so let's see now. This afternoon, Push Papi gonna go for the shootout, and I take the start tomorrow.
Good luck tomorrow.
Thank you, ciao.
Cool to hear from Augusto Farfus. It sounded like that it might be Maxime Martin doing the shootout, I think, for car 46. A little bit later on, it's an hour and 24 minutes away. We set the grid for the LIQUI MOLY Bathurst 12-out race. It's only been won from lower than 7th on one occasion, so it means something. And the Alan Simonson Pole Award is up for grabs, an hour and 24 away. Support racing still to come, but in just a few weeks, we head northeast from here. We go to the coast. We go to the great city of Newcastle for the opening round of the Repco Supercars Championship, the thrifty Newcastle 500.
Supercars will hit the streets of Newcastle next year in a much-anticipated return to the Supercars calendar. And if past events are anything to go by, you won't want to miss this.
They've hit on the way up the hill. Reggie's out of business. He's on the road.
Tickets are on sale from ticketek.com.au. And all the action live in HD and ad-break free in race, right here on Fox Sports.
Great crowds here at the LIQUI MOLY Bathurst 12 hour. They came in their droves yesterday, and today they are well and truly populated around this famous course in Bathurst. As we continue our build-up to the Pirelli Shootout here this afternoon. You couldn't ask for better weather conditions either. Just a whisker on 20 degrees and a nice breeze outside. Certainly none of the fog or the weather we had last year as we look at the famed mountain in all its glory here today. Garth Tander's alongside me for the combined sedans, a mixture of cars from right across the country. We've got some Fords out there. We've got a couple of Mark cars. We've got 1,140 horsepower Nissan Skyline. There's a bit of everything out there. Good afternoon to you, mate.
It's a bit of a butcher's picnic, the combined sedans, isn't it? A bit of everything, and looking forward to this one. Some sports sedans, production-based cars, some old supercars, some Mark Mustangs that have raced in the Bathurst 12 hour in the past, and some production-type cars. So, a bit of everything. And a rolling start for this category, so that'll make it a bit more like a Bathurst 12 hour type race that we used to over the course of this weekend.
Absolutely. 50, count it, 50 cars here for this race. It'll be a rolling start. Brad Sheriff finished in second spot. Has been relegated to third here today. He went quicker. They have a breakout time in this category of 2 minutes and 9. He went 2/10 under it, charging from 38th on the grid to finish in second position. So he'll start from third and do the chasing with Mason Kelly. Yep, the son of Todd Kelly, staying on the front row with Jeff Taunton, who's had a great weekend out right of screen here. So they'll continue to come past us here on the pit straight as they work their way up Mountain Straight, like the old days here at Mount Panorama. They've had 2 races in the books so far. Taunton has been the man, but keep an eye on the young teenager left-hand side. As the safety car pulls in, they wait for the green flag, and we get underway in the final race of the Duggan Family Hotels Bathurst combined sedans here today. It's going to be peak hour, Bathurst style, into turn 1.
Peak hour at turn 1. The Skyline does get up the inside of Mason Kelly in the number 7 Mark car. And look at the horsepower. What did you say, 1,150 horsepower? Matt Nolte, there it is. It goes. I mean, those Mark Mustangs have got probably 600. Look at the gap at turn 2 from that Nissan Skyline of Sheriff. Probably needs to roll out of it. I mean, he can go hard on the first lap because he won't do a 209, but that breakout rule just limiting so people don't go too far out of their comfort zone for this category.
It was a bit of cat and mouse out there this morning because Taunton was teasing him, trying to get the lap time up while he set the chase, and in the end he just went a little bit quicker on the final lap. He got dropped a position in the process, but it was fascinating to watch from 38. Yep, they continue on, they'll still do that. In fact, there's a shot I saw years ago, we're watching the cars come through the dipper, and the rest of the field was still coming over Solomon Park in the background of the shop. We'll see that here today.
Yeah, massive field, 50 cars. Whenever state-based competitors get the opportunity to race at Bathurst, they grab it with both hands. Very rare the opportunity to get laps at Mount Panorama. There's one wide. Just gets away with it before the drop down into Reed Park.
And that stacks the field up for a moment. We had a spin up there. One of the BMWs lost it up there yesterday, managed to keep it off the wall, which is something, you know, you can't do too often. This is what happened during the first 2 races of the weekend. Taunton was great, but you watch the Skyline just stretch these legs and disappear down Conrod Straight.
Yeah, the Skyline's good in the straight bits, but the Mark Mustang's got it covered across the top of the mountain. Look at this car go. It's got some serious straight line handling. I'd like to throw the radar gun on that one and see what it's capable of.
Into the chase he comes. But Taunton will reel him back in. It was like this through the first 2 races. Of course, Sheriff's been racing for over 20 years now, and 10 of that's been in this car alone, and shock horror, he holds some lap records at a lot of tracks around the country.
Oh, well, if he's from Tasmania, did you say? Yeah, well, it's a Simmons Plains car for sure. Definitely, they build them for straight line performance at Simmons Plains.
So Taunton back to second, Robinson third, Lacey, who's had dramas this weekend in the number 1 car, 4-time state champion. One of the cars slowing, that could be George Meadowking.
Yeah.
We've got a few of the production cars in the field here this weekend that are using this as a live test session for the 6 hour coming up. As he can get back to the pits there, we'll have to find out. It's a long way up that hill.
It is, and that car was scheduled to race in the Bathurst 6 hour last Easter and didn't make it. They had some teething issues with a brand new car, so trying to work those bugs out prior to coming back Easter time for the 6 hour event for the production cars.
We're watching the field climb through Griffins, and they're still coming past.
Still coming through the last corner.
On pit straight. Mason Kelly in the background of that shot. We saw him last year race in the Sports Sedan Series as he works his way up through the ranks and drove really, really well in the first 2 races of the weekend. It's like Lacey's starting to give Robinson the big hurry up here across the shelf.
A couple of national sports sedan competitors getting the opportunity to run their cars across the top of the mountain. Oh, around the outside for the drop down to Reed Park, if you don't mind. Don't see that too often. I think Robinson's got a bit of an issue with that Monaro-bodied sports sedan. Mason Kelly sneaks up the inside into McPhillamy Park. So just sorting themselves out as the run from Skyline through the S's down to the Dipper. There's one parked. It looks like the run up Mountain Straight to driver's left. Just managed to get it just out of the way into one of the breaks in the concrete barrier there. Just trying to figure out who that is. Looks like just stopped. Mechanical issue potentially. Back to our leaders, playing their game of cat and mouse, snakes and ladders, if you don't mind.
I think that last sector, it was only a tenth of a second. By the time it gets to the finish line, it'll be another 2 seconds. We go back to Lacey and Kelly. Robinson has dropped back to 5th position now with Newman. Cameron up to 7th with Groves. Vanderkamp is in 9th, and Wilson completes your top 10 as we work lap 2 of the final race of the weekend. We've got some Formula Ford action still as well here today. I know a category close to Garth Tander's heart as well. They've been turned on some great racing. It was a historic class, which we'll talk about when they follow this race later today at the LIQUI MOLY Bathurst 12 hour.
That's our leaders there. They crossed the line. Sheriff managed that lap nicely at 2:10.3 versus Taunton's 2:09.7. So they're continuing their game of poker at the front. Just sit here and watch the field make their way down pit straight, just to give you an idea of the field spread after 3 laps.
11 seconds further back to Shields now as we stay with him. Shields has been in the wars. He didn't start earlier today, but came through from the rear of the field for this one, so that's not a bad start considering.
So made it to 9th. He's up 41 spots.
Handy.
That's not bad.
Where's the passing points rule?
Yeah, that's right. He should get double points for passing 41 cars in 3 laps, if you don't mind. So Brad Shields done a nice job. Races in a lot of national-based categories, Carrera Cup, the TCR and the like. So some of the sports sedans and faster cars making their way through some of the production-based cars.
And what we'll see very soon, there will be some lap cars that start playing a big part in this. We had a safety car earlier today which changed all of that. So far, so good here. Sheriff's lead is 0.8 of a second back to Taunton and nearly 10 seconds back to Lacey.
So they continue to make their way through turn 1. Our leaders currently between the 1st and 2nd sectors. Let's check out some replays from the start. Rolling start for the combined sedans. It was Taunton that got the good launch down into turn 1. Sheriff's a little bit squirrely on the brakes into 1 and then just opened the taps on the Skyline, and thanks for coming. Just unleashed this thing.
Just disappeared, didn't he? This was happening down at the Chase while... And not the first car to go off down there this weekend. We had some lucky escapes, particularly in this category. And this is that move. I saw this in qualifying yesterday around the outside, but it looked like Robinson just let him go. Then he would lose 2 positions by the time they got to McPhillamy Park there. And this is the Camaro, the replica Camaro out there on the track, which has been wowing fans. Peter Dane behind the wheel this weekend. We know Pete's been around for a long time in the sport, but taking to the grass on the outside there through the Chase. It's got a notable pop and bang, hasn't it, when Sheriff goes past our commentary position here. This was one of many times we'll see this battle coming out of the elbow.
So you see Taunton there trying to get on the gas really early. Looks like something out of the field. Maybe actually made contact with the rear of the Skyline, trying to get as close as he could before the Skyline put the spinnaker up and set sail for the chase. Yeah, it's just the little grille that goes around the headlights there, or the spotlights in the centre part of the front bumper there. Has come out of the front of that Mark Mustang, Generation 2 Mark Mustang.
So Sheriff out to nearly 2 seconds as he continues to lead this one. Lap 4 of 10. The Skyline showing the way with Taunton, Lacey, Kelly and Robinson, your top 5.
Our leaders make their way towards Skyline. This Sheriff comes in dancing that Skyline beautifully, but we've seen this every lap so far. Jeff Taunton closing the gap over the top of the mountain. The Skyline certainly set up for the straight line, whereas Taunton's Mustang more of a handler across the top of the mountain. Some lap traffic there. And we saw this the previous lap. Taunton right on the rear of the Skyline. But look at that Skyline as he plucks gears, shooting flames out the exhaust. It literally is fire breathing, this thing. And look at that gap open. How demoralising if you're Jeff Taunton. You've just driven the best middle sector of the race, and that thing just takes off.
Taunton needs to find a virtual lasso to get onto the back coming out of the elbow. Look, you're talking 300 or 400 horsepower difference between the two of them.
It doesn't matter how hard you stomp your foot on the throttle, you're not going to make up 300, 400 horsepower difference.
It'd be a fun car to drive, but you'd be nervous.
Oh, look
like
at that Skyline just dancing the rear. And I heard just when he got on the gas at Reed Park, it stepped sideways in fourth gear, lit it up onto boost. So certainly you wouldn't be bored driving that race car around Mount Panorama. Oh, there's a moment for one of the Evos, one of the production-based cars.
And a really tricky spot, in fact, slowing down now.
Yep.
As you know better than me, climbing across the top, you're almost blinded when you get up to the top. There's not much room either side.
100% blind, and when the tyres at the full load point, it's not like you can change direction in a hurry. So everyone making their way through there. Look up to speed now is the 92.
So you've got races within a race here as well, with production touring cars in there as well. A couple of old supercars that have made their way into the category. And great to see it nice and healthy here. The combination of New South Wales cars and, of course, that amazing Skyline from Tasmania. The bad news for the rest of the field is that Brad Sheriff's bringing that car to the mainland to run this year in the Sports Sedan series. So they better bring their A-game, is all I can say.
Yeah.
Oh, no, that's too soon.
That's just talking about bring your A-game. Sheriff
the curse.
Has had a drama, and that's at the exit of the tree before the drop down to Reed Park, and it's heavy contact with the wall. We've gone safety car because that car's in a very dangerous position. It is blind on the approach to there, and the cars are limited for grip right at the exit. So you can see in the background the marshals motioning to the drivers, stay to drivers right so that they don't get caught up. So let's see if we can catch it on the replay. What happens here? He's just very wide. Yeah, he's turned in very wide, got into the grey, and yeah, comes into screen at all the wrong angles and big contact with the concrete wall. So some significant damage to the 66 Nissan Skyline.
One in, one out. That's big damage. Front on, we thought maybe minor, but that's gone in fairly hard. And maybe the plans for mainland might be put on ice for a bit here. That is a big shunt, and you know you need to be a foot off the line up there. And there's concrete left and right, which will catch you. They've been teasing cars all weekend, and ultimately the race leader has found the wall here as the safety car waits to leave pit lane. So Brad Sheriff, our race leader, climbing out after finding the wall here on lap number 5 of the Duggan Family Hotels combined sedan. Scarth Tander, a big incident as he's climbing out right now. This is how it looked like. So we're watching Taunton climbing the shelf here. Watch the car further ahead. Yeah,
it just turns in and it's just a little bit wide, and you are literally threading the needle at that part of the racetrack. You need to be so accurate and put the car in the right spot. If you turn in, you're too wide, the track falls away a little bit, and then as you turn, you lose the rear of the car. And we saw from that camera angle the car go in backwards. And when you lose the rear and it goes in backwards, it smacks the front end. So big, big damage to Brad Shields' car. And when you start talking about four-wheel drive cars, you start talking about drive lines, not only at the rear of the car, but at the front of the car. So that energy from a concrete wall goes right through the vehicle. So terrible shame, because we were setting up for a good one in this race. They were catching lap traffic and starting to thread their way through them. This safety car will then negate the lap traffic, allow the field to compress. 6 to go in this one as we still under safety car. Hoping we can restart and get a few laps under green before the end of this one.
So that puts Taunton into the lead. Lacey will keep an eye on him, and Mason Kelly moves up to third with Robinson, Newman and Shields, your top 6. So just as we saw in the earlier races on the weekend, a safety car has come out and puts Taunton back into the lead. What a shame, because you're right, we're building up to a big, big finish there. It's good to see that Brad Sheriff, the Tasmanian, has jumped out. There he is with the helmet on, and he'll be quick to survey the damage to see what they can do. It's the end of the weekend, but is there going to be chassis damage to this car? Is it going to be a long repair job and they get the car back to Tasmania?
A little bit concerned about something under the bonnet in this one. So car owner would know his car intimately, and making sure that no further damage to this one. This is the cue waiting for Matt Nolte to get out of the commentary box so they can get down and grab his autograph. Oh, no, that's a smaller version. This is just the one for Valentino Rossi.
Just incredible, isn't it? That lineup goes halfway down the paddock, and that's been happening since yesterday morning. And line up now to do some autographs down here. They've been coming in their droves. He's got a merchandise stall here, and so many people have come here just for that sole reason. And when he topped the practice times yesterday, that just raised his profile even more, if he can do that.
It went into meltdown, didn't it? Mount Panorama.
But what did this
Oh, look, there's a fan in the background. It's Chad Daylon. He's been full race fan over Valentino Rossi all weekend. He's hoping to get his microphone signed.
Mate, I'll get anything signed out here. That's actually not a bad idea. Get the mic signed. Might bring in a bit of luck. We can auction that off at the end of the weekend. I'm just lapping it up down here. This queue, by the way, actually, I'll show you. Come around here for a sec. Follow me, Hut. It starts here. It goes around and around and around, and it is just absolutely monstrous. Thankfully, we should just about see the end of it if you look right on your very tippy toes at the absolute end of that queue. You know what? I actually can't see the end of the queue. It goes all the way down to turn 1. Wow.
That's legit, yeah. And there's a sign there at the back saying queue to the front is 1 hour and 30 minutes. And Chad just sent me a message before, asked for a bit of help, and he goes, oh, I'm busy working. He's down at the paddock.
Chad Naylon's version of working and reality for working are two very different things.
We just saw some dramas with the sheriff car here as we take back some live shots on top of the mountain here. So our volunteer officials, the marshals and safety crew have been here all weekend, quickly on the job. Fairly busy during yesterday's practice sessions, but it's going to take a few moments here to retrieve this skyline after leading the race. I mean, the results will never speak how good a weekend it was up until this point for the Tasmanian, but a lot of work to do now before the series kicks off later this year.
Yeah, we saw Brad with the fire extinguisher under the bonnet, so there was obviously a bit of a fire as to the car went into the wall. You can see it's still smouldering, so fire crew's just keeping an eye on things. Get it up onto the flat tray and get it out of there, out of harm's way.
We talked about lap records down in Tasmania. He broke the Baskerville lap record last year in October to 51.4. Broke AJ's record back in 1982 in a Porsche 935. He also holds a lap record at Symmons Plains with 50.52. Now, that's not hanging about.
50.52, that's like supercar lap times down there. That's seriously fast. Well, we saw it, didn't we, when he unleashed it up Mountain Straight, just how much straight line handling that car has. Seriously impressive. So it's a real shame to see that one in the wall. Hopefully he can get that car fixed. We can see that car racing again later this year.
The field continues to follow behind the safety car here. We might be heading towards a time certain point. Lap 6 of 10. View from the safety car looking back at Jeff Taunton as we still retrieve the 66 Nissan Skyline of our former race leader, Brad Sheriff. Puts Steve Lacey up into second position now as we continue our build up to the Pirelli shootout here this afternoon to set the grid for the LIQUI MOLY Bathurst 12-hour tomorrow morning, 5:45 local time. If you just joined the coverage, this is what happened. That's the race leader going through the shot. This is our second place man, Jeff Taunton, but Garth Tander just ahead. Our race leader just stepped off that line by a foot or two and found the wall.
Yeah, actually turned in from just too wide as well, out past the white line at the edge of the circuit, and the track does drop away there. And once the track drops away and you turn in from too wide, the rear of the car gets away from you. And you can see the consequences, heavy contact with the concrete barrier. And then this was after Brad got out of the car, and there was obviously a little bit of a fire going on. So hopefully no further damage to the vehicle.
And that happens at times when the car's been sitting still. There's so much heat that's coming
turbo
out from
car,
that
it's 1150 horsepower. And the turbo car, when it stopped suddenly like that, and they would have shut the engine down. So fair bit of heat soak. Talk about heat soak. Flame coming from the 427 Corvette.
That's Paul Boschert out there. He was caught up in an incident earlier today with Ricketts down in the chase. A little bit of flame action here in our category. So still got 5 on the board. It'll be 4 this time by, but Taunton, Lacey, and young Mason Kelly running in third position. Robinson, Newman, and Shields still the top 6. And the crowds have been coming, like we said at the top of the program, for this line. Garth Tander, the great Valentino Rossi in the field. He topped our timesheets in practice yesterday, and I don't think that line has come down at all since yesterday morning.
No, I think they've been queued since yesterday morning, and just obviously having Valentino here racing for the first time in Australia, massive deal. Very cool. He's really been really relaxed, really enjoying the atmosphere. I mean, what you see is what you get with Valentino Rossi. We've all watched him in the MotoGP telecasts and seeing him in action live, interacting with the fans. It's seriously cool to watch. And that queue, I can tell you, goes from basically from the last corner in the garage complex all the way to the first corner, the length of pit straight at the back of the paddock here. And we had Chad Nail on down there previously. He said he was working, but I think he was jumping the queue trying to get some autographs.
He was 972nd in the queue. He jumped up to 540 by the time he got to a few moments
ago. We'll just pan around the corner and it goes all the way up that hill, that queue. Keeps going, keeps going. I mean, we won't be able to zoom in enough. It keeps going right to the end. All queued up to try and get a piece of the MotoGP legend that is fast becoming a very, very handy GT3 race car driver.
What were your thoughts on him going so quickly here at Mount Panorama yesterday?
I know his teammates from last year, because Valentino was part of the WRT team that raced for Audi in the past, and Fred Vivish was his teammate in the GT World Challenge. And I asked him yesterday, I said, how did Valentino go? And they rated him. They said, yeah, he is seriously impressive. Don't forget, these guys are not scared of cars. I mean, if you're prepared to sit on the back of a motorbike doing 350 kilometres per hour at Mugello, jumping in a race car with a roll cage around you is easy, because you've got safety features built in. It's not just leathers. So the commitment that those guys have, the bike guys have, is massive. So it's just a matter of technique and getting a feel for the car. And clearly has a lot of feel, Valentino. And yeah, they rate him. They think he's very, very good. So I was impressed that he went fastest, yes, but not surprised, because you know, understanding the layout. He said he put a lot of work into the simulator and all the rest of it before he jumped on the plane and came down here. So this is not just a retirement tour doing something for fun. He's certainly making a fist of his motor racing career on four wheels now.
It's the old two-wheel saying is that with age comes the cage. They're a bit braver than some of the guys and girls that have done it with the cage for so many years. And how much can you learn from the simulator? I mean, you get to learn the track, but until you actually come and race here with the rise and falls of this track, that's when you really know what this place is.
Yeah, look, the sims now are pretty good, and they'd have some very good simulation software and hardware in the BMW GT program back in Europe. So, you know, you definitely know the circuit layout, you'd know where what gear to use, in which corner, you know the braking points. And then when you get on the ground here, you do your track walk, probably do 1 or 2 track walks, and you start correlating the work that you've done on the simulator before you got here to understanding the actual layout of the circuit and understanding the change of elevation and getting a better feel for it before you drive the race car. So, yeah, I mean, he would do the same preparation as all the GT factory drivers that would be coming out for this race for the first time.
A different angle of the queue. That's backing up your statement. It's way down. It's like a snake heading down towards the autographs, happening down here just beneath that camera shot. And what a profile to have here at the Bathurst 12 Hour. The crowd's coming back, of course. It's traditional date here. Of course, this race starts in the darkness, but we'll have those amazing sunrises over the Blue Mountains tomorrow morning when lights go out at 5:45 local here at Mount Panorama. And it's just got that feeling we're back to normal now. And I can't recall the campsites being that busy when we drove in yesterday. Certainly down here and up on top of the mountain, they are packed in nicely.
That's what got my attention, was the campground at the back of the pit paddock here was full when I drove in on Friday morning. And that's been a long time since we've seen that at the Bathurst 12 Hour. And you think about the day that you have here today. You've seen lap record in GT3 qualifying so far. You've seen a Red Bull Formula 1 car drive around Mount Panorama. You've seen Matt Hall doing aeronautic tricks up above Mount Panorama. And you've got Valentino Rossi making his debut here this weekend. It's not a bad day at the race. I mean, every day at Mount Panorama is a good day. Today's a pretty cool day.
Good bang for buck, absolutely. Good news is the safety car lights are going out as well, so we'll get some racing happening here in the Duggan Family Hotels combined sedans. Their final race of the weekend, with our race leader out of business for the weekend, Brad Sheriff. That car going on the tilt tray and parked up at the top of the mountain at John Hinksman Vista, and we'll get to see what Lacey has installed, a 4-time New South Wales state champion, about to take on Jeff Taunton, who's had a mortgage on this weekend, although he's had to fight with Sheriff, but ultimately he's at the pointy end right now. It's a couple of lap cars there between Lacey and Kelly. So he's the 6th car in that shot, the white car there.
Just keep an eye on the number 2 red Fiat, rotary-powered Fiat of Brad Shields. He's up 44 spots prior to that safety car, and that safety car nicely closed all the gaps up, so that's brought him right into the game. So keep an eye on the number 2 red Fiat, just behind the black and yellow Ford Falcon, about 8 or 9 cars deep in this restart bunch. So Taunton comes to the line and takes off. The lap cars do the right thing and they pull out of the way. Nice job. Lacey moves his way through. Here comes Mason Kelly. Sends it deep, really deep into the first corner.
Does he get out? Yes, he does, just.
But he was seriously committed, probably focused on the lap traffic and just lost his braking reference. So that's going to cost him a lot as far as track position goes at this safety car restart.
Back down to 6th position, just like that. So he'll have to regain his composure. Maybe 2 laps left in this one as we head towards the time certain point. Miedeke's back on the track. Remember, that car made it through the pits just before. We said it was peak hour. Well, it's living up to that reputation as we work our way up to the Audi cutting here. Miedeke just moving across the track to let the faster cars through. Let's go back to Robinson and Shields looking to make the move. Can't do it there. The door's left open, though.
No, you go. No, you go. Both were a bit too polite there. Someone needed to commit for the entry to the tree. Brad Shields comes out, so he now moves himself to 3rd. I thought he'd be a bit of a smoky at this restart with all that chaos going on at turn 1 with Mason Kelly running wide. Brad Shields makes his way up to 3rd. Up just a lazy 47 positions from the start of this one.
He likes that. Tony Groves just in there behind in the 2015 model mark. With Valvoline number 80 coming down the hill here. With Newman just ahead, he's leading the V8 touring car class, which has got 3 or 4 cars in it this weekend and doing a handy job right now. But Groves, he qualified well at the start of it. Man from Victoria. Heading down Comrade Straight once again. Yeah, how's the plus 47 for Shields? You don't see that too often on the leaderboard.
It looks like it's a typo. So here we go, that restart. Mason Kelly, he's deep on the brakes. Potentially just focusing on those lap cars, those pair of BMWs that were just on the inside and overcommitted. Oh, even our leader, Jeff Taunton. What's all happening at turn 1 on that safety car restart? Mason does a nice job to keep the momentum up, get himself out of the gravel trap, but costs himself a lot of track position there. Oh, there's some wide and very lines. Not often that you see him go 3 wide through the S's between Skyline and the Dipper.
Not one
peak out Mount Panorama in the combined sedans restart.
Not one damaged panel either, I might point. Wow, Taunton, we were watching Kelly. He had his own little moment, didn't he, on the exit. He's on the 9th lap here, making their way up to Griffins, and he's going to shut this race down now, isn't he, out to 5 seconds, but sitting over for the minor positions.
Brad Shields now on the back of Stephen Lacey. So Shields not happy with a plus 47. Oh no, the fire's gone out on the number 2. And pulls up to the inside of the circuit. Brad Shields, after that mega recovery drive, was looking to elevate himself to 2nd place. Oh no, now he's done the full reset and it's gone again. What has happened to the number 2 Fiat?
So he's trying to work out what the issue is. At the same time, look up in the mirror to see where the faster cars are. So we're 1-1 now when it comes to cursing, are we?
That's right, jeez. Just to go from lining up a chance to turn 3rd into 2nd, finds himself now dropping down the order.
It was 47, then it was 42, now it's 41.
It's going to wear out our timing screen as Brad Shields.
Taunton on his way down into the elbow here and just continues to branch out. He's got the fastest lap of the race. And out to 6.7 seconds. It looks like it's time to park up under the shade there for Brad Shields. So whatever that gremlin is, it's decided it's had enough. And that 47 position change now puts him back to where he was.
Yeah, that charge over and out. It was good while it lasted for Brad Shields. But Jeff Taunton has done a nice job. Was battling early with our leader, Brad Sheriff, in the 1150 horsepower fire-breathing Nissan Skyline. But ultimately, Taunton has not put a foot wrong. Other than that safety car restart, got a little bit taily as he left turn 1, but is showing the field now a clean pair of heels. 7.5 seconds back to Stephen Lacey, 2nd place, and a further 4.5 seconds back to Robinson in 3rd.
That makes Glenn Hooper the big mover and shaker. He had an alternator belt fail earlier today. He's up 36 positions.
Look at our guys in 8th, 9th and 10th. They're up 36, 38 and 35 spots respectively.
Now, while we laugh about how many positions that is really stressful stuff to pick your way through that amount of cars with the speed disparity.
Yeah, and that's right. And don't forget, this is not professional racing. This is not professional race cars and with professional race car drivers. It's very much hobbyist motorsport with hobbyist budgets. So you need to be smart how you make your way through the field. You don't want to damage your car or your fellow competitors. So to come up that far in what will ultimately be 6 racing laps with those safety car laps we had in the mid part of this race, they'll love that. They'll really enjoy it. It's a nice way to finish out their time on the mountain here this weekend.
You see Taunton's just backing right off now. An early lift there before the S's. Let's get nervous when there's a replay in the chase. Oh, in the background.
Oh!
In the background, and the rear's gone in on the Commodore. Oh, does he just backs out in time? That was so close for the 125, and I think he just let that car freestyle us back. Had he not, he would have got hit by that other
would
car.
have got T-boned for sure, and then gets himself out of harm's way. Definitely not want to be parallel parked at the apex of the chase, so exit stage left very, very quickly. He's our race leader, though. He's on his last lap, and as you said, Matt Nolte, just rolling this car home. Gap, even though he rolled out of it, the gap's out to 10.5 seconds, so just bring it home. Put it back in the truck. Nice, safe and sound after a nice weekend of racing at the mountain.
10 seconds is going to be the victory here as he comes down to Murray's for the final time. And Taunton, who had Sheriff with him for the majority of the race until he hit the wall, picks up the win in the final race of the combined sedans here today at the LIQUI MOLY Bathurst 12-hour. Lacey will get home for second, and a battle slot for the minors. Mason Kelly's going to make the move, as Lacey does get second by just a car length at the end. Back to Robinson, Newman, and should be Kelly ahead of Groves, and it is. So he got him at the final turn.
Mason Kelly, that recovery drive after the moment at the safety car restart, went all the way to the final corner, so nice job for him. Finds himself back inside the top 5.
And that's how it looked after the safety car polluted race, giving the win to Jeff Taunton in the Mark Cars Australia entry. 11 seconds clear of Steve Lacey, Michael Robinson, Rick Newman, Mason Kelly inside the top 5. Frank Mamarella down there in 16th spot. Matty Logan home for 20th here today. And some hard luck stories that dropped down after making well into the 40s when it came to passing cars. Brad Shields was up as high as 3rd there until the car came to a stop there at the top of Salmon Park. Congratulations to Jeff Taunton, the winner of the combined sedans here this weekend. Well, we know Chad Naylon loves adventure and apparently has a few surprises in store. Let's take a look at what he got up to earlier this week at Mount Panorama.
All the other members of the on-air commentary team seem to think that I get all the good gigs here at Bathurst, and they'd be right. But I want to give back to them today. So what I'm going to do is I've set myself up a commentary quest. I'm going to go to all the cool little places you never knew existed here in Bathurst and buy them some gifts. But I'm going to need some help for this one. So I've recruited local boy Brad Schumacher, who's driving the Premier Fuchs Audi this weekend. Brad, can you help me out here, mate? I need to get some presents for my mates, but I don't really know where to go.
Well, mate, I was born and raised here. I still live here. I love Bathurst and love everything about it, so I know a few cool places we can go.
Excellent. Well, first on my list is Shay. She's come all the way from America, mate, so I need to get her some local produce. Any ideas?
Okay, usually there's a farmer's market on once a month, but it's not open today, so I do know this other place down the middle of town. Let's go.
All right, let's do it. All right, this is pretty cool. I figure anything that's down an alleyway has to be good. So tell us about this place.
Yeah, thought we'd bring you down here. All local produce from around the region and organic, so good for you too.
All right, well, Shay's going to get back on a plane, so I want to get something that's easy to take home. So olive oil, everyone wants olive oil. And chocolate's from Mudgee, so that's going to be a winner. I like that.
Thank you for shopping local.
Thank you. Cheers. Okay, that is Shay done. Garth, something gold.
Mate, I think Garth's taken enough precious metals away from Bathurst over the years, so you know what? I know just the thing.
Okay, I'll follow you. Ah yes, the famous gold panner as you drive into Bathurst, because if you're looking for gold, Bathurst is your place.
Absolutely. Well, I mean, gold's what ultimately put Bathurst on the map originally.
Perfect. You can actually still do gold panning out here as well, which I love. So Garth, if you want some gold, unfortunately you're going to have to get down on your hands and knees like old mate behind us. But what I will do, because we're good blokes, is we'll take a selfie in front of the gold panner for Garth. We'll get that framed for him. I can chuck that up in the commentary box. Krause's up next. He wants something unique to Bathurst. What do you reckon?
Unique? You know what? I think I know where to go.
All right, he's been here a million times. Let's see if we can find him something he didn't know was here. Okay, we're back on William Street. We're back in the heart of Bathurst. Well, I've never been here before. Where are we?
Well, my wife's always spending heaps of money in this place, so surely there's something unique here.
And I reckon it's pretty safe to say Krause's never been here either. All right, let's have a look around.
Pretty safe. Something unique, I guess.
Yep. Well, I did say uniquely Bathurst. What do we got here? We've got some Bathurst bath salts. That's not bad.
I actually like the candle and the coordinates for Bathurst as well.
Cute.
Yeah,
all right, excellent.
Unique, and it does smell nice.
See, that'll improve the commentary box. I like that. That's a must. All right, we're getting that. Good idea.
And another little gift for you.
Oh, go on.
Half of Gorgeousness Home. It's a little freebie, some smelly balls.
Smelly balls. There we go. That is definitely for Krause, Brad. I'm just going to sneak that into the box. There we go. He's going to love that. Thank you. Okay, so next on the list, since it's been such thirsty work today, shopping here in Bathurst, I figured we'd get John a locally brewed beverage.
Beverages? I know just the place.
All right, let's do it. Where are we?
So this is Reckless Brewing. Basically, it's the only place in Bathurst that brews its own beer and you can drink it straight from the tap.
Oh my gosh, yep, that is ideal.
Here we have a few you can try it now.
Perfect.
Here you go, guys. BX Lager and Pale Ale.
Oh, cheers.
Enjoy. Thanks, guys.
Thank you. Cheers, Bradley.
There you go, mate.
Thank you, brother. These look amazing. So we've got John sorted. I'll cross him off the list. Sorry, Brett. Kind of run out of time, haven't we? I love these. John's going to love these. I feel bad leaving a bit of a beer there, but we're in a bit of a rush, so let's hit it. All right, we're back at the track. We've got everything we need. So thank you, mate. You've been a big help. Good luck this weekend.
That's a total pleasure. But, you know, I've been hanging out with you all day long. Have you ever heard of this thing called the commentator's curse?
I have. I try very hard to not inflict it on people.
Okay, well, we've gone ahead and we've done this. So if you curse us, you're cursing yourself.
Yes! I love it. How good is that? I've always wanted to be on a race car here at Bathurst, and now I'm on the back of this Audi. That is the coolest thing ever. Dude, thank you.
We'll be blazing around all weekend with your name on our bum.
I am the fourth driver of this team, unofficially, but it'll still feel like a win if we bring home P1. All right, let's do it. I'm not sure if that's good news or bad news.
No, that'll help them out, Chad. That's good.
This weekend.
Yep, they're kissed.
Now, I'm sorry I ran out of time, Brett. To give
I
you
understand.
something.
No, that's fine.
It was a busy day. But I couldn't possibly leave Bathurst without making sure that you didn't get something. I know how much you love your cycling.
Yes.
You do brilliant stuff for the Cure to Cure in particular. So we went down to a special little place downtown that you may have heard of. Now check this out. This is Brad made a special phone call for me.
Mark Renshaw's.
Now this is a guy who has been in the Olympics, has competed at the top level, and he heard that you're in town. He knows what an absolute cycling tragic you are. And so I thought we might see if we can sneak down there and pick up a couple of things. And can you believe it? He just happens to be in the area.
In the flesh.
Here's one we
Mark,
put
how are you,
earlier.
mate? Good to see you.
Mark Redshaw's down here. Hey, this is really nice of you to be able to do this. Quickly tell us about what you're about to hand over, because this guy absolutely adores cycling.
Well, as I said to Mark, we could have set him right up, but we haven't.
Mark, I'm surprised you didn't.
Top quality cycling gear, so from Calais, Australia.
Awesome, buddy.
Congratulations. We know you love your time on the bike.
Thank you, mate.
Awesome to be part of it.
I'll be so much faster now, too. Excellent.
Right, look good, go good.
Have you signed it, Mark? You will do that, right?
I'm expecting you to wear that.
Well, I will, but you've got to sign it. That's awesome.
Perfect. Well, it is an autograph session. That was very well timed. Quickly whip it out. We'll have a look at it while we're here, because Mark Renshaw's kindly donated that. He's even brought his kids down to the race meeting this weekend to watch it. He's very good friends with Brad Schumacher, so they're cheering him on. There you go, Renshaw Pedal Project. You're the only one who actually picked up a half-decent present.
Thanks. I've noticed. Thanks.
Because the commentary box,
thank you.
The commentary box guy's got a little bit ripped off. I think Garth's got his nice photo up there. The boys have got a nice candle.
Yeah. This has got primarily Geelong colours too, Mark, which is great. So well done, mate.
Exactly.
Good work.
I'm
going to get that signed.
I'm not sure if we got any shots of the commentary box, but I'm not sure if the candle's going to really improve it up. There we go. The boys have got the beers. Actually, John Hindhoff did all right out of that. He's not in any mood to share them. Nolte didn't get anything, so he's sorry about that, Nolte. Now, you're going to get this signed by Mark Renshaw, but the race fans behind us.
Yeah, isn't that unbelievable?
Yeah.
This big crowd, you can see it going down and down. There have been thousands of people here getting their autograph from Valentino Rossi. It has just been amazing. He's made such an impact here, and not only here with the fans, but also out on the track. I mean, fastest in P2 yesterday. People forget he was a gun go-kart driver as a young guy, and Ferrari at one stage wanted to sign him up. But what he has, his impact here on the crowd has been phenomenal. He's been a major draw crowd, and credit to him, he has handled himself so well. Everywhere he goes, he's been dignified and fantastic with people. Let's go to Shay.
Well, guys, a little bit further up the pit lane, as it were, down in Mercedes land, we found a fan favorite because Craft Bamboo back to the mountain once again, and they've brought Lucky. No, not their 3 drivers, each one of whom has won the Rolex 24 Hours of Daytona before and gone very well at this race, but Lucky, the giant red dragon. And let's start with Danny Juncadea. Danny, it's so great to come to the mountain, but when you get here and you see the fans and they come out and everybody wants your autograph, they've got pictures of your car, it's a pretty cool feeling.
Yeah, it's great. I got my first taste of the mountain last year, and it was not as crowded as it is right now because it was a bit of, after COVID, we had the race in May, which is basically winter here, and now it's full on summer. We have a big grid again. We have Valentino Rossi, which obviously brings a lot of attention, and yeah, it's great to be in the mountain in such a great day, and I'm really enjoying a lot of the experience.
And it's cool, too, that your team brings out such a big icon to the track. Having a mascot like this, having Lucky with you, does it make you feel a little bit better when you get the fans cheering for you?
Well, obviously, you know, car designs are a thing, as you know, and we get to race with many different cars, different sponsors, and to have, yeah, such a cool backup behind us and cool kind of people that are with us on the weekend from MSI is great, and I think the car looks stunning. And that is also playing a big role, you know, when you're driving, because, you know, we race weekend in, weekend out, and we like racing in nice cars, and I think our livery is really cool. Not that it gives us any advantage to have a cooler one or not, but it's just the feeling of having a cool car is always great.
Thanks, Danny.
Thank you.
Thank you, Shane. Down in the pits, mascots. Garth Tander. Let's see too many of them these days in the world of motorsport, but the team down there have brought one back to Australia. Could this be the trend?
Oh, it could be a renaissance. You know, we're starting to see, you know,
a renaissance.
Big Bash, they have mascots, and they're never been huge in motorsport, but they could be a trend. 23.
We hear of good luck charms more so than mascots.
Yes, that's true.
We'll talk about that during this race. Formula Ford is on the track now for the Racer Industries Challenge with the historic cars, a mixture of cars from the 70s up to today. Elliot Cleary will start from the pole. Mitch Gatenby out of 2. Cody Gillis and Richard Tarling, who drove from the back of the field earlier today. Thomas Chapman and Jason Yude out of 5 and 6. William Loeing, who won the race but was relegated to 6th position earlier today. We'll talk about that during this. Andrew Nethercote starts out of 16. And again, like we saw the combined sedans, a massive field of cars, no less than 42 Formula Fords about to take to the mountain. And what we know, did you see that name halfway down the field there? Malcolm Osler, the Malcolm Osler in the field.
Probably designed half of these Formula Fords.
Back in the day.
Great to have him in the field. We look from the course car just by the LIQUI MOLY Bridge and the Ridges Hotel to the left. It's been some great racing. We have seen racing here over the years where it comes down to who's in the box seat coming through the chase and who can get the drive out of Murray's Corner, a category you know very, very well.
Yeah, this is the old, or when you call it the old, it's the original category of Formula Ford. So the Kent-based engine, single camshafts, about 110, 112 horsepower. 500 kilo is the minimum weight, including the driver. So all about momentum, and then all about using the slipstream here at Mount Panorama, because they don't have a lot of power. And you'll see the big slipstreaming battles take place up Mountain Straight and down Conrod again. And it's about putting yourself in the right spot, Matt Nolte, on that last lap, that if you think you've got a big enough gap, stay in the lead and hope that you can get out of the chase in the lead, or if you're in second, use that slipstream and try and get past on Conrod on the final lap.
It's a great combination of cars that have made their way from right across Australia. There's a big fleet of Western Australians here having their first run at the mountain as well. They've cut millions of laps over at Barbagallo Raceway, but to come on the big stage will be a massive moment. When was the first time you raced a car here?
It was 98 in the supercar. I never raced Formula Ford, so there was Formula Ford support races that year, but that was after the championship finished, and I sold my car after the last round. I actually sold it to Richard Davison, father of Alex and Will, and Alex Davison raced my car for the last part of 97, so I didn't have a car to race here, so I had to wait till the next year and came back in a supercar. So it would have been cool to race a Formula Ford around here.
Absolutely.
Really cool.
Wasn't too bad. You went on to win the race 2 years later, so it can't have been all too bad out there. There's the man with the green flag, waves in the back of the field. We're set for a start here, turn number 1. Be careful not to tangle the wheels up in this category. We saw a big incident earlier today that involved Richard Davison. He's not starting this race. But Cleary and Gatenby, as it's been all weekend. Look at the start from Loeing in the blue. That's an ex-Leighton House car. starting to chip his way through the field. He might just get to second before turn number 1. 3 spots already.
Cleary, a terrible start from pole. One of the tricks you can do in this category is you can 4-speed the gearbox. You effectively put a second gear in the slot where first would be, and then you have better split of the ratios because it's so fast down Conrod. The problem with that is when you start, you're effectively starting in second gear with only 110 horsepower. They do not launch off the line. So he's gone from first to what looks like 8th or 9th before we even get to turn 2. So does he have enough speed now by using that technique of using the gear ratios to get back up to the front of the field? Because our leader, Gattenby, has gone. He has absolutely taken off.
Following the field on their way up 2 and 3 wide action in the middle of the pack there. Up towards the Audi cutting for the first time. And everybody, I'm going to curse it too early, safely through. As Gattenby leads across the top, the 28-year-old now living in Canberra, running out in front. Picked up last year's Formula Ford Kent Australian Championship. We did see some passes around the outside here yesterday in race number 1. So it can be done, but you've got to be ultra committed like that.
Big commitment there at McPhillamy on the first lap. So the car's moving around too wide as they drop down from Skyline through the S's down to the Dipper. And that's Cleary trying to make his way back towards the front of the field. Very, very fast car. Car's been run by Fast Lane Racing out of WA, as you mentioned. Matt, up the inside now into Forest Elbow. Does he get it done? Just. You always hold your breath when they interlock wheels like that. So probably the fastest car has Cleary been, and that's probably by using that 4-speed gear ratio strategy, but it does cost you a lot of time off the line. So he finds himself now 5.5 seconds off the lead. We haven't even completed the first lap yet.
And McInnes in the 2 might get swallowed up. He's going to lose 2 positions. He had no one to run with down the straight. So he drops back in behind this group of cars. Someone's going to the dust.
Yeah, so does Cleary. He overcommitted. Oh, you've got to be careful. We've seen so many dramas on that re-entry at the exit of the chase. So scrappy first lap for Elliot Cleary. Gattenby's our leader, though. He continues on his way.
It's a handy margin at the end of lap number 1 for Gattenby there in the Spirit car as he completes a lap. Lowy, I'm impressed with this young guy. He's only a teenager, won the race earlier today, but was judged to have passed the car in the yellow flag zone on the last lap. They gave him a 10-second penalty, and after a 2-lap dash, 10 seconds almost puts you down halfway through the field.
Yeah, it's a big penalty when you get those late safety car restarts. But you do the crime, you do the time. So he'll learn from that one. It's Cleary now starting to go forwards again after that first lap. So we'll keep an eye on him and his progress. Oh, it's just because when they wheel suspension, they can become interlocked. You're just always cautious when they send it up the inside like that with those late braking moves.
How much vision do you have in your mirrors when you're looking?
Well, when you set your seat and you pull your seat, because you have a custom-built seat in these cars, you want to sit as low as you can. You want to see effectively just see the top of the front tyres. Yeah. So you want to just be able to poke out and just see where your wheels are. What that means, though, is you can't see the bottom of your front tyres, so you can't see how much you're interlocked with the other car if you get racing wheel to wheel with them. So you've got to have a really good understanding of your peripheral external of your car. You've got to know exactly where the boundaries of your car is. So, there's one that's at the end, at the tree, what we call the tree. We saw a drama there in the combined sedans earlier.
That's the marks there from Sheriff's car, the clean-up material. So there's a local yellow being waved at the moment. Can't tell you who it is.
I tell you that.
Big tyres, but I can't tell you who it is.
They've got at least 2 wheels on their car. I can tell you that much. So that car is in a tricky spot. Well, hopefully they can get that out of their way. Back to our leader, Gattenby, who you can't see anyone behind him, but he is still trying to shape the toe because you can pick up the slipstream from so far back in a Formula Ford. So although it looks like he's trying to shake no one off his tail, Gillis and Lowing are close enough. Now we go safety car. So that car at the top of the hill hasn't been able to get going again, and it is in a dangerous spot. So not surprised that we will see the AMG safety car on the circuit. And it is in a tricky spot. We can't have marshals going out and recovering that car right there. Great to see so many officials here, volunteers, helping us run this race weekend. It takes an army of people to put on a show like this, and we thank them for their time.
And in these situations, it takes a while to get the cars compressed to catch the safety car. So Gatenby's lead, which was quite extensive out to 2 seconds, is back to 0 with Gillis, Lowen, Tarling and Cleary, the top 5 with the safety car out here at the mountain.
Field queuing up behind the AMG safety car as we try and a recovery across the top of the mountain for one car that's got themselves stuck up there. That'll close the gaps up as the field had spread out quite a bit over those first 2 laps. So Gatenby, who got a great start and got away from the field, had a great lead, and that lead is now evaporated as we're under safety car.
So we believe it's the 99 of Craig Arnold that's up there in the wall. Here's how it looked like from the start. Take us away.
So look at the leader on the inside. The pole man does not launch at all, and that for sure would be 4-speeding, so effectively starting in 2nd gear. Gatenby gets away nicely. There were 5 wide, it seemed like, for the run down in turn 1. So you always got to be cautious, hold your breath. And then Cleary coming back from that slow getaway off the line. It was a nice move up the inside at Forest Elbow, but then overcommitted down here. And there was one that was deep on the brakes from the 66. They get away with it? Probably not. And then Cleary, he cuts across the grass too, and we held our breath again here because the recoveries or the re-entries there are always such an issue.
We often see one car off and others follow off. Is it because you're watching the cars ahead? Is that
you effectively get sucked in. You think, well, if they can brake that late, I can brake that late. And there's the 99, so it actually just comes to a rest. So hopefully that recovery for the 99 won't be too long as we flat tow it out of the way. Recovery team do a nice job there.
It's a tough-looking recovery vehicle too.
Yes, it looks like they've probably bought a... They probably didn't need a truck that big to pull a Formula Ford, but it looks cool.
In these situations, they normally tow the cars down to John Hinksman Vista. There's a little spot there on the left-hand side they can park it in. And right on cue, the field coming past there. So Lowen, who made up the best of the top 6 from 6 up into 3rd. Massive talent. That's a car into the Leighton House stable in the UK. It's a 1988 chassis. Certainly not the oldest one. We've got cars dating back to 1970. Some Elwins out there, a Moyer out there as well.
Yeah, some classic Australian-built Formula Fords mixed in with some of the more current contemporary cars that still race in the Kent category. That's a Spirit, the car that's leading, Gatenby's driving. Cody Gillis is in Perth-built Stealth Formula Ford. It's loosely based on the mid-90s Van Diemen car.
And we saw a whole era of Van Diemens come through, but really from the punter looking at that, what were some of the differences? They look pretty much the same.
Yeah, look, there was always bodywork updates because they're so low on horsepower. They're always looking to make the car have as less drag as possible. And then there were some regulation changes. So from 98, they went from the very, very thin cockpit you see there. The cars grew side pods for side impact protection. So some of the regulations changed through the mid-90s. So the look of the cars went from probably quite dated look to a very modern looking when they had the side pods. But yeah, we've got a very wide and varied field here, as you said, from the 70s all the way up to probably 2010, 2011 contemporary cars.
So field following the safety car here down Conrod Straight with the 99 car of Craig Arnold being towed away. We should be looking good to go back to racing here. Mitch Gatenby's lead was out to 2 seconds. And last year's Formula Ford Kent champion, he dominated that series in this car. And it's going to lead us back to the restart here with Gillis, Lowen, Tarling, Cleary, who's in 5th position. Jason Yude, the man from Western Australia, team based out of Baldivis, Port Kennedy, down the southern suburbs of Perth. Chapman just behind. McInnes has dropped back to 8th now. Fay and Nick McBride. Now McBride started from the rear earlier today, made his way up in this field, up into inside the top 20. Is now continuing his charge after dramas.
So lights are out on the AMG safety car. Mitch Gatenby takes control of the field. No more weaving. You can see all the drivers all lined up, ready to go. No lap cars amongst the leaders here, so it's heads up racing when we go green. Gattenby, he can go at any stage when those yellow flags stop waving and green starts. So there's the green flag. He can go at any point between now and the control line, which is right under the LIQUI MOLY Bridge, the finish line, if you like. So he's leaving it very late and takes off at the apex of the final corner. So that'll keep the field bunched as they come to green again. And straight away, Gattenby, he covers. Here comes Cleary up the inside. So their safety cars work for him nicely because he was, sent it at one. Nice job. I thought he was gone there. I thought he'd overcommitted, but got away with it nicely. So I was saying that the safety cars work well for Cleary, and it has not worked well for Gattenby. That lead he had was near on 1.5 seconds prior to the safety car, and now he'll find himself potentially fourth at turn 2 at the safety car restart. He's in the wrong spot here. They're queuing up on the inside.
I think the turn was hung out to dry, GT, and he's going to drop back into 4th position, so he's salvaged something out of that. It puts Gillis up to the lead, and Loewen up into 2nd, tucked in behind the gearbox of our 91 machine. Gatemy back to 3rd with Cleary, Tarling and Yude all in tow. Feels like this is the last lap.
Every lap's the last lap in Formula Ford. You never know what's going to happen in a Formula Ford race, let alone a Formula Ford race here at Mount Panorama. But this has certainly livened this race up. And it's the money race, this one. It's on TV. Young drivers at Mount Panorama, a lot of them for the first time. They want to have a crack. They want to win this one. So the 4 at the lead. They've opened up nicely over Tarling. Yude in 6th, Chapman in 7th. And this race, this is not, I can tell you right now, Matt, they're not going to finish like this.
Definitely not. I'm nervous I'm not in the car. To put this in the context, the 23-year-old leading this race has never driven a Formula Ford here at the Mountain. His only experience was in the 6-hour race. And look at them all stacking up. Oh, bit of contact.
Yeah, they're into it. So you can do a bit of front to rear contact like that, and the cars don't mind it. Too wide down Conrod. So now you've got to pick your dance partner and get in the slipstream. So now Cleary's being hung out to dry. He doesn't have a draft. Loewen goes with him. And we're going to go 2 by 2 down Conrod Chase. Are they going to sort themselves out before the kick?
They stay in the rows of 2. The 3 cars behind are joining this mix as well. They still stay 2 wide through the chase, and suddenly there's 6 cars in the battle. So Cleary goes to the lead, Loewen back up to 2nd. You watch Mitch Gatenby here on the outside. Tucks back into 3rd. Classic Formula Ford action here on the Mountain.
Loewen did a nice job there. He changed lanes at the chase and went from 3rd, snuck up the inside of Gillis and got himself to 2nd. Cleary was deep on the brakes. Big commitment, took the race lead. Now Cleary, he's actually opened a bit of a gap here. So we'll see what sort of speed he's got. I feel like he's had a pretty fast car all weekend, but hasn't been able to get it off the line.
1.6 seconds, covered 6 cars at the line there. Make it 7 now with another car joining the mix. Gatenby pulls out of the slipstream to go side by side with the teenager, William Loewen. They go side by side under the bridge. Cleary is your leader. And now, Loewen had to watch his mirrors at the same time while he's mounting the attack on Gatenby.
Big move from Gatenby. I thought he'd chosen the wrong side, but big commitment on the brakes, got around the outside, and it worked for him nicely because that kept his momentum up and got him to the rear gearbox, or to the gearbox on the back of Cleary's car, and he'll chase him across the top of the mountain for this one and have the slipstream for the run down Conrod on this lap.
Bring back memories?
It does. It does. I love Formula Ford racing. It is so cool.
He's got to see today, our GT loves this.
Got to think about it so much. It's not about the moment right here, right now. It's about the moment at the end of the lap. So these two now, these two have been the standout as far as speed goes this weekend, and now it's heads-up racing for the last one of the weekend.
Set yourself up down into the elbow. That dictates your pace down Conrod Straight. And yesterday, Gatenby proved that if you make the error, it's going to be a big punishment by the time he got down to the chase. He's tucked in behind Cleary, who scored pole position here as he squirms under brakes at the elbow. Is that the invitation for Gatenby?
Did a nice job there, Cleary. Kept the momentum up, even though the car was nervous on entry. Opened up a small gap, but that gap will get closed down now. As Gatenby will use the slipstream. You can see Cleary switching from one side to the other. You can do that for a bit until you get to this moment where you're side by side. And look at the draft, the slipstream effect. Just smokes on by Cleary. So can Cleary now just straight away on the brakes into the chase? Yes, thank you. I'll take that back. So these guys now be playing chess effectively, just working out who's got what, basically from their forest elbow to the finish line. And you just start rehearsing between now and the end of the race. How are you going to achieve the last lap? That's what they've got to be thinking about.
So Cleary parks it down the middle here, but that will compromise his exit here at the final turn. So Gatenby and Cleary, as it's been over the weekend, that backs up our point. That mistake cost Cleary for a moment. Lowen still back in third spot with Gillis, who led, remember, he led this race the length of Mountain Straight and now finds himself back in fourth.
More of a battle back here. Chapman, Tarling and Ute continue on their battle for 5th, 6th, 7th. McBride there in 8th. Continues his recovery drive. We're used to seeing Nick McBride in Carrera Cup. He's having a skid in the Formula Ford this weekend.
Why not just get some laps?
Why not? Used to race Formula Ford on his way up through the motorsport categories, so why not come back for a skid?
Battle for 6th, 7th, 8th and 9th on the circuit. So McBride up 10 positions as he goes up into 7th now. Jason Ute also in this mix. And Tarling leading this field. Across the shelf we go. So our leaders are broken away from 3rd and 4th that had no less than 6 cars battling just a couple of laps ago. Just on 3 minutes of racing to go. They climb Solomon Park. Here's Tarling. And Chapman looking to make the move.
Too wide here. Oh, too wide. So Chapman backed out of that one. It almost cost him because as he backed out, the car got seriously nervous on him.
And it's one line through there, isn't it? There's no grip on the outside.
Doesn't matter if it's a supercar, GT3 car or a Formula Ford. It is one lane raceway through that part of Mount Panorama. So all these drivers, and as we mentioned, most of them here for the very first time, just trying to figure it out and understand what they need. And here we go. Same as previous lap. Cleary leads them onto Conrod Straight. Gatenby has the luxury of using the slipstream. And we could see in the previous lap, Gatenby was able to get on by and get the job done before they got, and it's done again. So straight away, that's got some good horsepower. Mitch Gatenby's car, using the slipstream nicely to his effect. Does he cover it? Yes, oh, Cleary has the double fake. Does he send it? Gets up the inside. Does he stop it enough, or do we end up on the grass? He stops it nicely. But what he's done there is he showed Mitch Gatenby 2 laps in a row that he can outbrake him.
Yeah.
So now as we start, we'll get, this will be it. So 2 minutes to go. So this time they cross the line, it'll be the last lap. So now it's about getting yourself in the right spot for the last lap of the race, or the last time down Conrod Straight. And if I was Mitch Cleary, I'd come out of Forest Elbow in 2nd.
Bold prediction.
Well, he's led both times coming out of Forest Elbow and it didn't work. So
is he going to go early here now? There's a little mistake coming out of Held Corner. They stay side by side, inches apart, aren't they?
They're playing chicken up Mountain Straight.
Oh, no!
Touched. Oh, big contact. Both of them in the wall. That's still going on Cleary's thing. It's a wheel off.
They were inches apart and ultimately would bump into 2 heavily damaged race cars. There's debris on the course over the hill of Mountain Straight.
Yeah, they didn't need to be playing those games, those 2 up Mountain Straight. Red flag, so we've gone red flag straight away. That'll be the end of this one. And when Formula Fords go hard into the concrete wall like that, it's big damage. That's big damage on Gatenby's car. When they go backwards into the concrete, that's gearbox damage, diff damage, rear suspension damage clearly.
And high speed.
Yeah.
It doesn't look like they're going fast when they're in control, but that shows you how quick these cars are moving.
Oh, that's well north of 200 kilometres an hour in a Formula Ford right there. So we called it at the time. They were playing chicken with each other. Cleary's still in the car. His head's moving though, so hopefully he's okay. So here, just enough room, and they're playing chicken with each other. They're moving over on each other. And then just as they go out a shot over the hump, they're leaning on each other. So Motorsport Australia Race Control will look at that one. Ultimately, both cars have ended up in the wall. And we go red flag, and that'll be the end of this race. You can just see here, Cleary goes to one side, and then this one here for Gatenby, when it goes backwards into the wall like that, that's big damage. No tyre barrier, hard into the concrete. And that wheel and suspension of Elliot Cleary's car, I'd say, makes its way up Mountain Straight. Both drivers will have their view of events, no doubt, and I have a fairly obvious to say that they'll differ on their opinion on who was at fault at that one.
100%.
Cleary's still in the car, so taking his time hopping out.
And that race being brought to an end now. They'll go back to the last completed lap there. But our focus on what's happened here at Sport, the red flag out. Contact at high speed on Mountain Straight, taking out the two front runners after a race-long battle that we quoted just before. Something had to give eventually, but they were inches apart coming out of Hell Corner. They put Loeing to the lead as they make their way back towards the pits right now. Shame, because that was building up for a last corner thriller.
It was. They were certainly trying to position themselves for that last run down Conrod Straight, but ultimately we didn't get there. And it's a shame. Formula Ford, their final event of the weekend, will end under red flag. So I certainly hope that both those drivers are okay. We saw Gattenby hop out of his car, and Elliot Cleary was moving around, but still sitting in the cockpit of his one.
Field making their way back into the pits. That'll show it at the end of that lap, but we're pretty certain we'll go back to the last completed lap with Loeing, Gillis, Tarling, McBride up to fourth with all of that mess that went on. Tommy Chapman home for fifth with Jude McInnes, Sean Whelan, Dylan Fay and Bruce Connolly home for 10th spot today. Harry Cooper got up to 11th with Jorgensen down in 15th, and Dean Kotsamides down in position number 20 with this red flag coming out to end the Racer Industries Formula Ford Challenge. And a heap of cars down there. Paul Faulkner, good to see PF in the field here this weekend. We've seen him race at state level in Victoria. Back there in 23rd position behind Ben McNamara, who had an issue with his gearbox earlier today. And there was the two guys, 33rd and 34th after all of that. Red flag bringing an end to what was going to be a great finish. But our eyes GT now on the Pirelli shootout, which isn't too far away.
Cannot wait for that one. So here's the cars that'll roll out for the top 10. It'll be 2 sessions of 15 minutes each. Cars 6 to 10 will be in the first one. The BMW of Farfus, the Audi of Haas, the Audi of Mostert, the Mercedes of Juncadella, and nice job of the 44. I think it'll be one of the Love sons that'll be driving that one. And then the top 5 will go out. Maro Engel, that 2:01.0. What a seriously impressive lap that was.
Is there a 0 in it?
Oh, if they can lay it down and the conditions are right, there is a 2-0 in these cars.
Well, don't go anywhere. That's not too far away. We build up to the Pirelli shootout as we head to a break. Here's a chance for a motoring enthusiast to win, thanks to our friends at Shannon's.
Are you a motoring enthusiast? Shannon's are giving you the chance to win a trip for 2 to London for the 2023 Goodwood Revival. The 11-day trip includes airfares, luxury accommodation, car hire, Goodwood Revival hospitality tickets, and $10,000 spending money for eligible Shannon's Club members. Plus, win the all-new Indian motorcycle Scout Bobber. Get 10 entries when you take out new Shannon's insurance on your special car, spouse's car, daily drive or bike. And 5 entries for new Shannon's home insurance. Call Shannon's on 13 46 46 or go online today. here this weekend at the LIQUI MOLY Bathurst 12-hour. Australian fans are seeing, for the very first time here at Bathurst, BP Pulse. Now this is BP's global electrification brand. It offers high-speed, high-quality charging solutions for EV drivers. Charging units like this one are going to become a very regular sight here in Australia, with BP's ambitions to roll out 600 of these around the country, not just in metropolitan areas, but also to keep you moving up and down the East Coast in some regional areas as well. It's all part of that customer service. They're going to start to roll these out around the country and offer you the chance to indulge in the food and beverage options as well. And it's already beginning here in Australia, not just here at Harris Park at Bathurst, but motor racing fans might notice them popping up in some very familiar areas, such as BP Eastern Creek, just around the corner from Sydney Motorsport Park. So there you go, BP Pulse, now on show here at the LIQUI MOLY Bathurst 12-hour.
The shootout is about to begin, and one of the drivers who is thrilled to be taking part in it for the first time, I think I'm right in saying, Aaron Cameron, welcome to the mountain in the form of Primetime GT3 car for the first time. It's a bit different when you got a bit more horsepower, isn't it?
Yeah, it's absolutely insane, really. First time in a GT3 car this weekend, first time on new tyres in quali, and it was so much fun. You got ABS, TC, cool suit. It's their absolute dream to drive. The Merc is one of the best cars from what everyone says, and yeah, going by what Maro did in quali was good, and yeah, to be in the shootout with Sedans Motorsport is just, yeah, it's pretty insane, and credit to all the boys.
How did this whole deal come together? Because as I understand, it was a pretty last moment thing.
Yeah, it was pretty last minute. I was doing a personal training session, and then we just sort of got talking about what I want to do, and then, yeah, I said the 12-hour, and another guy, Devarshan, who also trains with the same guy, yeah, and he said there's a drive there. I was like, well, all right, well, give me his number, and I called him, and yeah, Marcel and me did the deal pretty quick, and yeah, here we are, and we're in the bloody shootout.
Good luck, my friend.
Awesome, thank you, cheers.
A couple of legends of Australian motorsport here in Mick Doohan and Kenny Harwell, the champ. Kenny, back this year, new car, you're in the top 10 shootout. You're in pretty good position.
Thank you. Yeah, really happy. Thanks to Mercedes AMG. The car's strong. It's a new car. And of course, I love this place more than anywhere in the world, so I'm excited. The guys are quick. We're in a good spot. But, you know, like all races, the first 11 hours don't matter. Try and stay out of trouble.
Your passion last year was fantastic. You had obviously a great run last year. Has that just fueled the hunger for this place?
It's more than ever. You know, to be honest, I'm a little more relaxed because I wanted to win it so badly. And I feel like I don't have to stress as much, but as I got into the weekend, I realised I'm more stressed. But
that should work.
No, I did a good time yesterday, you know, on full tank and old tyres. So the car's quick, everyone's comfortable. Biggest thing is just stay out of trouble.
Yeah, awesome. Hey, listen, good luck. Mick, great to see you back here. I know you love this place. What's so special about Mount Panorama for you?
It's just iconic, part of Australian motorsport history and heritage, isn't it? So, and then to come down here and see these cars, the AMGs especially, and that's why they're the majority of the field, really, because they're just spectacular around here, and how quick are they going as well? So, and essentially they're not that far removed in reality from a street car.
Your old mate Valentino Rossi can drive all right too.
He goes all right with a few extra wheels, doesn't he? So, you know, but I mean, it's amazing how he's transitioned so quickly into the four wheels, but equally it's great for Bathurst and this event because, you know, it's a lot of people that come back to see Kenny, of course, the reigning champion, but Valentino's clearly brought a lot of people here. The lineup was unbelievable out the back of his van there before for his autograph session. So, look, it's great. It's great for Australian motorsport in general.
All our motorbike champs are very popular here, Mick, as you know. Enjoy it. Good luck, Kenny. So we've got a big weekend coming for you. Don't forget, Shootout is on its way right now. Stay tuned. But don't forget to, in a month or so, we're at Newcastle for the Supercars.
Supercars will hit the streets of Newcastle in a much anticipated return to the Supercars calendar. And if past events are anything to go by, you won't want to miss this.
They've hit on the way up the hill. Reggie's out of business. He's on the road.
Tickets are on sale at ticketek.com.au and all the action live.
Bathurst is home to many great attractions, but you would expect this place to have an excellent car museum, and it does. The National Motor Racing Museum is located just behind Murray's Corner, and it has got an incredible array of Bathurst history located in it. 2 wheels and 4, and some stuff you wouldn't expect as well. There's a NASCAR in there, a Trans Am car in there, and a whole array of great things from the past of this place. Well worth a visit. Go over there, go and say good day to Brad and the team, and they'll look after you. Well, we're getting set for the Pirelli Top 10 Shootout. At the end of it, the Alan Simonson Pole Award, and to help unpick it all, let's go down to the Pirelli pit bunker and say hello to Chad Naylon.
Yes, thank you, Krause. Speaking of attractions here in Mount Panorama, the Pirelli Pit Bunker has become something of a fan favourite over the last few years here at the LIQUI MOLY Bathurst 12 Hour. We're going to be able to use this throughout the course of the race tomorrow to break down strategies, to forecast what might be coming up, to look at the track map, give you some stats and facts, everything that you're going to need to know. But of course, today we're talking about that run in the Pirelli Shootout and what we might be expecting in lap time. So we're going to bring up some data. We know it's going to be a fast race tomorrow. I'm going to be covering how many laps we might get in tomorrow's race when we get there. But I'm going to click down here on the fastest pole times. Now, Krause's been kind enough to help me collate some numbers and explain where we've come from in the past. So these are the 8 quickest pole times. A bit of a mix of these have been set in the shootout and also in the actual outright qualifying sessions. What you'll notice straight away is some very familiar names at the top. So Shane van Gisbergen, up until today, has that quickest time of 2:01.2. Now that time from Mauro Engel earlier was quicker than that, but technically isn't the pole time yet because it's going to come later today. But we do have Mauro down there in 2014, a long, long time ago, 9 years ago, and put himself inside there. Chaz Mostert's been inside it, the only guy other than Shane van Gisbergen to get into the 2:01s for a qualifying lap time. Can he get back up to that sort of speed today? We've had Ferraris, we've had Audis. Can we see Mercedes-AMG back up what they did earlier today? That gives us a bit of a form guide. But we're in the Pirelli pit bunker right now because the new tyre, they've been talking about it in commentary, they're expecting to see potentially times that are 1.5 seconds quicker than we've ever seen here before. Now, track conditions are better than what we saw earlier today. The UVs come down a bit, which means that the track will be very, very fast. So as we start to build up the speed, guys, with these 15-minute sessions, big chance we delve into uncharted territory. Could we see our very first ever 2 flat around here in the search for the Alan Simons Pole Award? Can't wait.
I'm going to hand that over to our resident racing car driver to answer that question in a minute. I will throw a stat at it nice and early. 6 different brands on pole in the last 6 years, dating back to that record lap from Shane van Gisbergen, McLaren, Ferrari, BMW, Mercedes-AMG, Porsche and Audi last year. Here's the running order, so the bottom 50% and the top 50%, so we can confirm that Chaz made it through in 65. The surprise, and well done to Varshan Padiachi and Aaron Cameron, they dragged the Valmont Racing AMG, a silver class car, into the top 10 shootout. That's the big surprise of the washout from qualifying. So well done to that team. They've been really happy with the balance of their car. So the bottom 50% out now. Pole could come from this session potentially, especially when we've got someone like Chaz Mostert behind the wheel of car number 65. Daniel Juncadella will drive the 77 Craft Bamboo Racing entry. Aaron Cameron, the 44 from Valmont Racing. Maxime Martin, the 46 BMW. And Mattia Drudi, the factory Audi ace in the number 74, the factory Audi entry in the pro class. So, Garth Tander, Chad poised the question. Chaz is going to do the lap time. Can we see it? What do you think?
A 2-minute point something is the question. Are we going to see it? Well, Mauro Engel's time was 2:01.0. Gilles Gounon, who will also drive a Mercedes-AMG, had a faster final sector than Mauro Engel's. So they're all, if we're comparing Mercedes with Mercedes here. So if we put Mauro's first and second sectors in and Gilles Gounon's last sector in, that would have got you the 2 minutes, 0.89, I think it was, yeah. So it is theoretically possible from potentially an AMG. Can you all string it all together when it matters, when the pressure's on, to lay down that time? I'm not so sure. It is still slightly warmer than when we qualified. And the wind is gustier now. So that's probably the bigger thing, is the gusts of wind. And the wind that we have at the moment is a tailwind right here, across from McPhillamy to Skyline. So the car behind the cars, lifting the cars and moving and making the cars move more across the crest of Skyline. We saw that from Chaz Mostert in qualifying itself. So, can it be done? Mathematically, yes. Is it likely to happen? I I'm not going to bet my house on it.
It's a good fence.
Isn't that what new racing drivers are meant to do, though? You're meant to perform in the pressure situations, because nobody knows what pole time is going to be right now, so you can't afford to be laying back at all.
No, you won't lay back. And absolutely, it's just a matter of whether the conditions allow and you can get the tyre in the right operating window. I mean, Maro got out of the car. He laid down that time, got out of the car, and that to me sort of said, well, I'm not sure I can do that again. or I'm not going to try and repeat that right here, right now. So he has had the benefit, as has everyone, had the benefit of time to sit down, look at some data, analyse things, potentially tune the car a little bit more for this qualifying session and not worry about what I've got race pace-wise or anything like that. Let's just throw the kitchen sink at it, see what we've got qualifying time, and then we'll turn the car into a race car overnight ahead of 12 hours tomorrow.
Potentially the car could be a tad lighter than when we saw them last time, because it is a shorter session.
Yeah, that's true. So that does make a difference. But the teams would have worked out their fuel load to burn it down over the course of that qualifying session earlier. So at the end, they had minimal fuel in the car. This is only a 15-minute session, so you will start with lighter fuel. So that means that this first run can be closer to the money than your actual potential ultimate best when the car's at its lightest.
This is 36-year-old Belgian driver Maxime Martin behind the wheel. This is his second visit to Mount Panorama. His first was in 2020. He was in a Garage 59 Aston Martin that weekend. Solid performance, unfortunately ended with a DNF outside of his control, but looking forward to seeing what he can do in the BMW. It's the first we've seen so far in this Pirelli shootout.
So already a third of this session has been burned. And remember what we've been saying, particularly Garth Tander talking to the teams. It is not going to be get out there and heat the tyres up on lap one. This is an iterative process with this new Pirelli compound, working with new regulations as well on minimum tyre pressure. And all of the teams have had to get their heads around this.
We're watching the factory Audi run by Troy Russell's Melbourne Performance Centre squad out of Melbourne. And Mattia Drudy just building up. Remember, it's going to take a couple of laps to get up to that proper pace that we've been talking about. Some cars can get on it earlier. The Audis have been taking a few laps to build up. And then you've got probably 3 laps. We saw Chaz Mostert do 3 flyers before. 24-year-old Italian driver's been part of the Audi stable for a while. His dad raced at Le Mans, did he not, John Hindhaugh? Mattia Drudy's father, he raced in a Dodge Viper and a sequel Porsche for a while. So good racing heritage as Aaron Cameron comes across the line. 23-year-old from Melbourne does a 3.7. First semi-representative lap time. They go a lot quicker, but that's a good start.
Did Joe Catella go out and come straight back in again? I think he did.
He has.
Yes, in the 77 AMG.
Remember, the Mercs have been taking less time to warm up to get the tyre in, so they may be a little bit confident just to sit there and let it run until a little bit later in the session.
Are you allowed to make changes in the session?
Yeah.
So he could have got out at 20, got some pressure in the tyre, come back in, let a bit of pressure out. Okay.
They could put another driver in if they wanted. There's nothing saying they have to have the one driver. I don't think they would, but you could.
So, I mean, the thing that's actually stood out to me straight away is we've done 8 minutes of the session and we still haven't seen a representative lap time. Aaron Cameron's laid down one, a 3.7. Chaz Mostert's done a 4.3. What did he do in qualifying? It was a 1.7?
1.5.
Yeah. So we're 8 minutes, spent 8 minutes of this session and we haven't seen a Hollywood lap time yet. On board here with Maxime Martin as he comes to the line and he does a 2:02.89. So now, with 6.5 minutes to go, the timing screen is just starting to light up now.
Here's the Audi. Strong across the top. He's got the purple middle sector. That's where the Audis have been so strong. Final sector's been their weak point this weekend. It's a 2.7, finds a 10th of a second, pops to the top.
Okay, this is starting to heat up nicely. This is like a good thriller, isn't it? We're just paging through it, and all of the little plot lines are starting to be pulled together and get to the last chapter and we'll see everything getting paid off. I like this.
I hope it's more Apollo 13 than Bates Motel, but sure. This team have done a really good job. 2 mates, Sergio Perez and Marcel Zalua, they really enjoy their racing. They spend a lot of time in single-mate Porsche racing, decided to go halvesies and bought themselves a GT3 car. Successful business guys out of Sydney, just passionate motor racing enthusiasts. They are having a great weekend, really enjoying themselves. Good luck from Cameron. Holds in third position. The BMW having a go, Audi on top at the moment. Yet to see what Chaz Mostert has to offer in the 65 car.
It's looking like a good lap from Maxime Martin aboard the 46 BMW. I heard on the previous lap the tyre chatter from the BMW as it made its way through Forest Elbow, and it was evident again there. Augusto Farfus and Valentino Rossi watch on as their man heads down Conrod Straight. Don't tell me Valentino Rossi's not invested in results this weekend.
No,
totally.
This is the start of something new for him. He's dabbled before, but this is the start of potentially a run to the Le Mans 24 Hours. And that's what he's building with BMW. They're on the edge of the seat, so are we here in the LIQUI MOLY box.
More tyre shudder from this car. So that tyre is still not operating where it needs to operate. 2025, but there's more potential in that car. Definitely.
You need the front tyre chatter there at turn one as well. It's so much more noticeable now than, sure, less cars on the racetrack than it was in main qualifying earlier today.
Max Martin, who's had a busy opening to his year.
202 goes to the top. Aaron Cameron's on a solid lap here at the moment too, so continuing to impress.
This guy can steer, very highly rated by Gary Rogers, who used to drive for Garth. He's been racing two-wheel drive, front-wheel drive TCR cars, and then jumps from one of those in the same day and goes and races an S5000 open wheeler. Very, very diverse, capable racing car driver on the Tasman Series last year. He's a terrific driver, and he'll race open wheelers full-time this year, which is great. And this is his first experience in GT3 racing. Jim Cadella just building up. He's just done
2.5. He was in the threes in the previous session, so he's found a chunk of time. He's only 3/10 away from two factory drivers. Like, he's only 4/100ths behind Maxime Martin.
He's a lap behind everybody else, because remember, he went and did a lap, came straight in and went back out again. So in terms of his tyre and his tyre build-up, he's a lap behind everyone else that's out there, Juncadella.
First real representative lap from Juncadella, isn't it? So we'll get an idea of how he's travelling very shortly as he makes his way through the final sector. It's a 50.66 versus Aaron Cameron, who's got the fastest at the moment in a Mercedes at a 50.1. So Juncadella continues to build speed on his first push lap.
Mostert's first flyer, his first proper push lap was a 2:02.26. Missed out in the top spot by 4/100ths, but as we saw in qualifying earlier on, that car's got at least one more flyer in it, if not two. And with 2 minutes and 40 seconds to go, he's going to get two. That's about it.
You can see by just the body language of the car drive that he's starting to pick this up now. He's starting to get, as our American colleagues would say, he's getting up on the wheel here. He's starting to just hassle it around and starting to push this car, which suggests, isn't it, that he's got more confidence, particularly at the front of the car.
Yeah, that's right. Running it very close to the wall as he came out of the dipper. Did Danny Juncadella. So this lap for the 77 AMG Mercedes will not go to the top, but it will start the process of getting the tyre into the operating window. And I think this next push lap for Danny Juncadella will be the representative one. And this will be it. This will be the lap that he will get. So running an alternate tyre preparation strategy in this car with the 77 team. 3-0 for him versus Druidi, who's fastest at the moment with a 2:02.2.
Remember, this is the bottom half of the top 10. Top half still to go. Just 5 cars out of the circuit. 90 seconds to go.
We're going to see our first 01 here from Chaz Mostert.
Fraser Ross watching on. It's an interesting choice of headwear for Fraser, and Liam Talbot watching on. What's Mostert got? It's good. 2:01.88 goes to the top. The big question, and he's got one more lap if he needs it, and I'm sure he'll take it. Will that be enough to stand up to all the heavy hitters yet to come?
Well, he did 3 very quick laps in a row in the previous session. He's done 2 prep laps and starts now. 1 out lap and 2 prep laps, if you will, and starts now his 3rd fast lap. We saw earlier just how consistent the Pirelli tyre was on that BMW, and Chaz Mostert seems to be able to get the best out of it. On that Audi, excuse me. Seems to be able to get the best out of it. Here's Max Martin.
Hasn't been a stunning lap from the BMW, if we're honest. No personal bests across the course of this, and aborted at the end as well. So
that'll be it for them.
Yep.
30 seconds to go in this session. Juncadella out to the wall, coming out of Forest Elbow.
So
personal best, 6/10 away from what Mostert's able to do.
8th at best for car 46 moving forward. So see how that all plays out, unless everyone in the next session goes slower, of course, which seems unlikely. This is a personal best lap for Danny Juncadella. Made his debut here last year. Came into GT3 racing off the back of a successful open wheel career. Good to be back with Craft Bamboo Racing. They had such a good weekend when the weirdest strategy anyone's ever seen. They made 22 pit stops, I think, most of them before the first half of the race. He's dropped a couple of wheels off. Only gets a 3-0 at the end. But Chazzy's going quicker again. Another fastest of the session across the top of Mount Panorama.
What's the last sector like? Chaz wasn't able to light up the last sector in qualifying earlier, but he had a mega last sector in the corresponding session in the previous event back in May. He's up at the moment. Do we make the last corner? Apex it nicely on the gas early. Do we drop a wheel? Oh, we do not use any more. Oh, he improved by a 100th or so. A 1.86 for Chaz Mostert. Fastest so far of the bottom 5 in the top 10 shootout.
So 3rd row of the grid at worst for the 65 Sportsbet car.
Puts a bit of pressure on the next 5 cars, though. So Chaz has basically been, what did he do here? 1.5, did you mention? So he's 3/10 away from what he was able to do in qualifying itself. And that gives the other 5 cars a bit of a benchmark of knowing where they need to, what they need to aim for, what they need to shoot for, what's potentially available to them.
So, slow down lap now. Top 5 to come. Chaz Mostert then with 2 quick laps at the end. So are we thinking now that the track is 3 or 4 tenths slower than it was earlier on?
I don't know, it's hard to know. I think Druidi has probably gone slightly better than he did in qualifying. Mostert a couple of tenths away. I'll tell you after we get the early running of the next 5 cars, I think.
Still the 2nd quickest shootout lap in 12-hour history, remarkably.
We're setting a hard task at the moment, aren't we?
I'm pleased, Chris, he wasn't my geography teacher when I was at school or anything like that.
Nilpa for you. So Audi 1 and 2 in that session with cars to come. The BMW, solid effort. Maxime Martin in 3rd position in car 46. Valmont Racing, to get into the 10 was an achievement. They've gained ground. They're going to start this race at the very worst 9th. Could be better. And Craft Bamboo Racing rounding out the top 5. Top 50% to come, Shay Adam. We're really looking forward to that.
Yes, we are. Now that qualifying is done, all focus is moving on to the race for the Craft Bamboo team. And Nikki Katzberg, you've done this race before. You've raced so many different GT3 cars. Why do you think the Mercedes is the strongest car at the mountain?
It seems like a very good all-rounder. Throughout the weekend, all the Mercedes have been very fast. We are still struggling a little bit. Daniel just did qualifying. We qualified on all tires just to really focus on the race, save a set of tires, and then hopefully in the race we'll bring it to a podium.
What are you expecting for the start in the darkness? Are you going to let Danny do it, or are you going to jump in?
Well, I hope someone else does it, because it's scary enough in the daylight, so let alone in the dark, but we haven't decided yet.
Thanks, Nikki. Good luck.
Thank you.
What they lack in headwear taste, they certainly make up for in taste of co-driver. Hey, Fraser, very nice lap there from Chaz.
I mean, awesome. You know, he put the Sportsbet Audi right where it needs to be. You know, really, real good chance of being right at the pointy for the end of the field for tomorrow's long race. But, you know, it's nice to come back here with the boys. Sportsbet, everyone, Scuderia, G-Technique. It's been fantastic support from everyone, and, you know, we're just happy to be here.
Team effort, this one as well, because it's not about just one person in this qualifying format, Liam. Had to make sure that you did your job too today.
That's what makes it exciting, just those random things. And I mean, I went a second faster than I've ever been here in the 3s for an AM, so it's pretty cool. And Chaz did a mega job, so showed there was a bit more in it that I need to chase tomorrow, but excited for a long race.
If you're going as fast as Chaz, you're doing a very good job for a bronze. Hey, he's just pulled up down here, guys, so go give him a slap on the back and tell him job well done.
Thanks, legend.
Saw them out for dinner last night. Very relaxed, Chaz. Mr. Ross and Mr. Talbot, they're a great team. They've driven together for some time and they really enjoy their motor racing. Both Liam and Fraser, very handy, what you'd call amateur drivers, both very experienced as well. Liam's won the Pro-Am class in Porsche Carrera Cup, which is no mean feat. Fraser Ross, we mentioned earlier, a one-make Porsche champion as well. Chaz's CV speaks for itself in what he's achieved in supercars racing, and a factory BMW driver in sports cars for a while there, JH. It's a good benchmark.
And I'm liking the kepi, the headwear there. Yeah. Very nice. Plenty sunlight, even if the wind is keeping the temperature feeling a little bit lower. And
oh yes,
yeah, nice,
outstanding.
That'll be played back when he gets home.
Yeah.
Now somebody will tell him he's been on there.
That's a very yellow Valentino Rossi spec helmet on that young bloke.
Got a good setup here. This setup here, liking this. Oh, look what we've got in the foreground.
Oh, you are kidding me.
Hello. You thought we were just looking at a couple of dudes on their BMXs, Richard Cradle.
No way.
Did you go? Is that where you've been all afternoon? Did you go up and put that up?
They've got a decent beer fridge. Brad Gordon and the team at Shakedown. I know where you're staying.
How much did that cost you for that, Rousey? How much did that cost you?
No, nothing. That's the concerning thing.
Oh, you did a deal to get that put up, did you?
Bit of contract.
Yeah,
You know all about that.
Good job.
They had a great meet-up last night, actually, downtown. About 150 of the Shakedowners were all there and let us go down.
You're in a good spot too there, entry to the chase. You've paid well to get quickest
corner in Australian motorsport.
You get those fence posts moved for next year. You get a clearer look at your sign.
I'm glad they, they picked my best angle as well.
Is that your Maserati in the background too, Rich?
Brett, we need to go to you, Brett. Please.
We'll be back together. All right, Maxime Martin with me. Maxime, happy with qualifying?
Yeah, it's not too bad, but at the end, qualifying is on a 12-hour race here, especially it's not that important. We really need to have a good race car, which I think we have. Not really for qualifying, but at the end, like I say, the most important is tomorrow.
Good team, you guys are a good chance for tomorrow.
Yeah, definitely. We have a good pace. We showed quite good pace from the beginning. And Valentino is doing a really good job here for the first time. Augusto knows the track, and I mean, we know each other since a really long time. So it's good to be back together in the car and, our first race together.
Do you talk much to Valentino? Does he ask much about this track and this car?
Yeah, of course. I mean, he tries to have all the information he can with Augusto, with the knowledge, my knowledge. And, Valentino has this kind of mentality that he wants to win, he wants to progress, and he's doing a really good job at the moment.
All right, good luck for tomorrow. Good to talk to you.
Thank you.
He's been busy.
Down to the 888 garage to get a word with Roland Dane before this last part of the Pirelli shootout. One of the more curious things I've seen here today is Shane van Gisbergen not qualify here today. Roland, can you tell us why that might be?
Oh, look, Brock felt very comfortable in the car. Shane didn't feel as comfortable and wants to concentrate on the race tomorrow. So as we've seen in supercars, Shane normally races better than he qualifies. So I think we'll see that tomorrow.
Was that Shane's decision?
Oh, mutual decision in the team. We all decided together that that's the best way to prepare for tomorrow.
How good for Brock? We saw it at Bathurst 1000. Unfortunately, he didn't get a chance to do the shootout on that occasion. It must be a huge confidence boost for him.
Well, he said to his engineer, "You screwed me over then, now give me something now."
Thanks, Roland.
The irrepressible and irreplaceable Roland Dane.
A nice compliment for Brock Feeney, though.
Yeah, true.
To jump in that car, and you've got a factory AMG driver in Maxi Goetz who could have qualified the car. You've got Shane van Gisbergen, who's in the form of his life, and the team have gone with the youngest, most inexperienced, but ultimately the fastest in Brock Feeney. So nice feather in his cap, building some nice momentum coming off the win at Adelaide last year at the final round of the Supercars Championship, and getting the opportunity to steer the ship in the main 888 car, if you like. It's fair feather in Brock Feeney's cap.
If you're just joining us, we have the shootout for pole position. The top 5 from the qualifying runs are ready to go. Already been a cracking Super Saturday. Huge crowd. The LIQUI MOLY Bathurst 12 hours is back with a bang, and the entertainment level has gone up a notch. The crowd has been huge. Thank you very much, all of you who have turned out here to indulge yourself in Australia's International Enduro. All right, then, come on, guys. Where's your money? Where's your money? Come on, Mr. T, what do you reckon?
Well,
it's got to be an AMG, hasn't it?
Well, when you look at the form, Mauro Engels laid down a 2:01.0 in qualifying itself. I liked the interview from Jules Gounon during qualifying where he said, "Oh yeah, no, I'll do the shootout this afternoon."
I'm feeling confident, and he just looked like he had that air of confidence about him that, if that 2010 doesn't scare me, I can respond if I need to. So I feel like it's out of those two cars. I feel like it's either Mauro Engel in the 999 or Jules Gounon in the Sun One Energy 75 AMG Mercedes.
They are really hot in that number 75 Sun One Energy car to defend the win 9 months ago, to sort of underline, to say, hey, look, that was no fluke. It was run under different considerations and a different situation. We won that fair and square. We're coming back here to compete and contribute again this year.
Yeah, and in theory, they're a pro-am entry because Kenny Hubble is an amateur driver. He does do this for a living. He runs a solar energy business called Sun Energy One in the US, which is very successful, which pays for all of this. But they've decided to enter in the pro class. They've read their rule book and they've found some loopholes, and we'll unpick all this for you when we get into the race tomorrow about how they can manage this race and give them the best possible shot at winning the car race overall. They're not interested in a class win. They want to win this race outright. So that is fascinating. Just a little bit of housekeeping as we start this final 15 minutes. Car 74, that's the factory Audi. Matteo Druidi was behind the wheel. They're being investigated post-session for some breach of protocol in the session. So we'll follow that up for you after the session. But not a great day for the factory Audi team so far.
Yeah, finished in second position of the first 5 that went out, but that very much provisional until all the post-qualifying technical checks are done.
A little bit of change or difference in strategy here between who we predict are the 2 top runners. So 3 cars on track now: Brock Feeney, Jules Gounon and Matt Campbell in the Porsche. They've already left. They're already at the top of the mountain. Mauro Engel, they were late to get the tyres on that car. We saw them rattle them up with the battery gun and then torque them up to the desired tension to make sure they were tight. But now they're half a track apart from each other, and the tyre prep will be different between these 2 cars.
Neither of you, esteemed gentlemen, mentioned Matt Campbell in your poll predictions.
Well, I didn't. You're right.
As I mentioned those 2 names and I said that it was going to be out of those 2, the one that popped into my head and I thought maybe I should have included was Matt Campbell, because he does some seriously impressive things.
That's pit lane speed limiter jammed on the Shell Helix BMW.
It is in the lane still, so that
is it. That's fine. Okay.
It's just as well it was jammed on.
Deep breath. Good job then.
That'll avoid a penalty.
Never get me on the pit wall. Right, okay, that's perfect. Standing up wrist practice there then.
So the field heavily spread out, only 5 cars on the circuit for the Fast 5 to complete the top 10 shootout and to set the grid for tomorrow's 12-hour.
BMW's gone Dries Vanthoor behind the wheel of the number 32 car that we just saw rolling out of pit lane. That is the absolutely jam-packed Paddock campground here. More than 2,000 campsites sold.
Wow.
5,000 or 6,000 people camping on the mountain this weekend. The top of the hill is absolutely full as well. So Sheldon Vanderlinde did the 201.70 to get them into this, and now it's up to Dries Vanthoor, the 2018 winner of this race, to do the job for BMW. Mauro Engel is behind the wheel of this car. Matt Campbell behind the wheel of the Porsche, and Jules Gounon, as expected, behind the wheel of the Sun Energy One Racing Merc.
Given how good we are not at predicting things, you might be forgiven for thinking the teams have asked us not to talk about them. We either curse them or get things terribly wrong. Mauro Engel then in the 999.
So he's on an out lap here to come to start his first time lap. One thing that just grabbed my attention was Matt Campbell in the 912 Porsche has come back, left pit lane, gone out and done 7/8 of a lap and came back into pit lane. So potentially a bit of tyre preparation or a bit of strategy involved there.
So 11.5 minutes remaining, and we're seeing something roughly similar, gentlemen, to what we saw in that first 15 minutes. Remember, we were well under 8 minutes before we saw a representative lap time come in, JT. And
calm before the storm right now, isn't it? It's all about preparation, getting yourself in the right tyre window, getting the tyres exactly where you need them. You only need 1 lap. So you don't need a tyre that's going to give me 3 laps in a row that are going to be fast over an average period of time. And I feel that that's where the Mostert car was. He was able to do 3 laps that were fast, but not that one ultimate lap to get everything out of the tyre. I feel like now even Maro Engel's gone out very late in this session. Matt Campbell come to the lane. They made some adjustments. Brock Feeney's still warming the tyres up, and we've gone 5 minutes into the session. So now I feel like this is the first push lap for Brock Feeney. He's the first car on track in this cycle that will be starting the push laps right now.
This is why these sessions work. It's designed to suit these cars. Yeah. The way they generate their performance takes a little bit longer. So the single car shootout, perhaps not so ideal. This, superb. And just to touch on a point, it was tyre pressures for the Manthey EMA team. They just bled the pressures right back down, sent the car back out.
And the reason they did that, Krillsy, is because it's a minimum of 1.4 bar that you have to leave the pit lane with. That is your mandate from Pirelli. So they left the pit lane. Matt Campbell went out, got some heat into the tires, which raises the pressure. Then they brought him back in to drop the pressure once again. So in essence, he is going out on better prepared tires, or so Manthey thinks, than anyone else in the pit lane.
It might mean, Garth, that he can push harder earlier and not risk over-pressuring the tyres at that point.
Well, different cars like different tyre pressures. They like different things. So it's clear that the Mercedes is enjoying the new tyre pressure rule that comes with this new specification Pirelli tyre. To me, Porsche probably sounds like they like a lower tyre pressure, so they've come in, they've found a bit of a grey area in the rules. It's gone out at 1.4 bar. They probably built them up to 1.6, 1.65 bar, came back in, take 0.25 of a bar out, which works out to be about 3 or 4 PSI. And then go again, and when you're doing your actual push time, or your push lap, your tyres are at a lower tyre pressure. They still meet the minimum rule, you just achieved it in a different way.
Remember what Garth was saying earlier on in our broadcast day here on Super Saturday. The front engine cars with the weight over the front wheel, maybe with a little bit of an advantage. The Porsche doesn't have that, and particularly on a short run, they're not even going to have the opportunity to put a lot of fuel in the car to put weight in the front. So I'm guessing that was front tyres, to get those front tyres, to get the rotation into the corners. You have to have a good front end here. Understeer, push as the Americans call it, is the enemy of a fast lap. Wow.
Feeney right to the top, 201.67. For the Super Chick car from 888 Racing, did a 201.49 to get into the shootout.
And Gounon was on a lap to match or better Feeney's, but he's had a moment at the chase. So he's come out of the chase slowly. Here we go, we'll catch on the rear. Oh, loses the rear on entry, just snapped on him. So trying to carry the rolling speed through the chase, and the rear tyre wasn't ready for it. Watch the turn in, snap. And that's all it takes. You lose the rear, and you're beyond the threshold of the tyre, and you're in the grass. So straight away, warms the tyre, gets the junk off the tyre, all the grass, all the sand, gets that off the tyre and has to start straight away. But Brock Feeney has punched a nice one out straight away. 2/10 the better of Chas Mostert from the previous session. Maro Engel, the fast man from Pirelli qualifying earlier. What does he have for us?
Oh, goes to the top. 201.2.
That's a big lap.
Feeney responds though and goes 0.3 quicker in the first sector alone. Brock Feeney has got his mojo on today, and after a really gradual build-up into this weekend, the 888 car is really starting to fire at the business end of proceedings on Saturday.
Well, Garth called it earlier on, when you've got a couple of superstars in the car and you pick Brock Feeney, then there's got to be a real confidence that he's going to do something, and he's repaying that with spades at the moment.
Doing a nice job. This is a fast lap from Feeney. The cumulative sector is faster than anyone to this point, and the number is seriously impressive. And this is typical of what we saw from Brock Feeney. Those of you that followed his progress in the Supercars Championship last year, over the course of the weekend, he just got faster and faster and faster and faster. Just continued to build his confidence. And now he's using that confidence in the car to set a lap time. It's going to be impressive.
Engel's done a 201.253 in the 999 car, and also you're going to have to keep an eye on for Jules Gounon as Brock Feeney goes through. This is a real shootout. This is a battle.
Quali record 201.19. What a lap. Absolutely flying. Shootout record for the 12-hour. Engel's responding. He's up. They're going zeros in this session. Surely they're going zeros. Gounon bumps up to third with a 2:01.46.
Yeah, but he had a poor middle sector, did Gounon. So he has not strung a lap together yet. 2 laps in a row where he's had moments. Maro Engel, who is seriously fast. He's 3/10 better than what Feeney was to the end of the second sector, guys.
Puts him in a 2:00.09.
This is one to keep an eye on. Does he get it stopped at the final corner?
Pole position here in 2014 with Erebus. Just gets it through Murray's
dropped the
wheels off. Maro Engel, 2:01.08.
That was a 0 if he did not drop a wheel.
Goes to the top. Still 5 minutes, still time. We're yet to see anything more from Dries Vanthoor, and Matt Campbell's only just started his first real push lap.
Yeah, correct. 49.8 in the first sector for Matt Campbell in the Porsche. 31.3 in the middle sector. This is going to bump him up into the top 4. But remember, he's well behind in terms of tyre life. He's got more Pirelli tyre performance still to come. Has he got the time, Garth, to exploit that?
Oh, there's still 4. It'll be 4.5 minutes before Campbell, as Campbell goes to the line. So that's enough for 2 more laps. Watching this lap from Brock Feeney, he's done a personal best at the end of the second sector. That's still about 2.5 tenths away from what Maro Engel was able to do at the end of the second sector on the previous lap for him. But remember, Engel dropped it in the last corner and dropped 2 wheels into the dirt. Campbell crosses the line. He goes to 4th with a 2:01.4, and that car will continue to get faster. What does Feeney have? Does he make the last corner neat and tidy? Yes, he does. Does he improve his lap time?
Yes, he does.
But
Look
not
at the
enough. A 1-0 though, regardless of what happens in this session for Brock Feeney, that is seriously impressive.
All of a sudden, the Porsche feels a threat. It's only got 1 lap under its books, 1 push lap, and Matt Campbell's only 0.38 away from provisional pole. Maro Engel's 2:01.08 backs up his 2:01.05 to get into the shootout. Utterly relentless consistency from the group of M Racing 999. Here's Campbell, right out wide on the exit of the Audi Sport Cutting.
Let's see how he goes through the first sector at a 49.8. He's done about the same. He's a tiny bit slower than he was last time around. Most people were improving around about 2 to 2.5 tenths lap on lap. And Matt's really running out of time here, but he will have 2 more to go.
Engel's just done a 2:01.09, so almost backed up, or did to a 10th, almost to 100, backed up his provisional pole lap. Look at the rear end of the Porsche dancing around as it goes down into the elbow. What's the second split? Still down 7/10. This isn't going to be the lap for the young Queenslander.
Feeney's on a personal best at the end of the first sector, still a little bit away from what Engel was able to do. He's done a personal best in the second sector, and that now is a 10th better than what he did on the previous lap. He's only 8/100ths behind Maro Engel. Feeney's final sectors have been seriously impressive. If he can string one together here, it could be Brock Feeney that sets the record.
Here's the Porsche. Campbell gets it stopped into the final corner.
He's not even going to be as quick as the previous lap, Krillsy, so he needs to get a tidy exit here and set off on another one. He's got the Shell Helix car ahead of him.
Personal best final sector. Here's Feeney. Personal best first and second. Is it enough to get him to the top?
No. Went away in the last sector, talked him up, and it didn't come for Brock Feeney.
Engel gave away a 10th in the first split. The bright yellow Mercedes AMG gave away a 10th in the middle split.
This is a much longer run from Maro Engel than what we saw in qualifying earlier. Remember, he did that 1 preparation lap with a 2:06.5, then he punched out the 1:0, and then he put it away for the rest of the session. So Engel's in uncharted territory here as far as tyre wear, tyre temperature, tyre pressure. Potentially, he's rolled out of it. He has. He's rolled out. I mean, he's still on pole. And everyone's probably gone over the tyre performance window here, with the potentially only car that still has speed in it is Matt Campbell in the Porsche. He's on a personal best.
So he's first and second at the moment, this Engel, just. And he just lifted off there, but he's going again. He didn't pit. This will be his last opportunity. And meantime, Matt Campbell has a personal best in the first sector, which is on a par with the 4 cars ahead of him. Now, can he string this lap together and start to improve? He will get one more at the... Ooh, now Willie, a minute from here. It's going to be tight.
He's about 2/10 away from Brock Feeney's best to the end of the second sector, and Feeney has a 2:01.09. So what's the Porsche got? What's Matt Campbell got in the final sector? Dries Van Thor's just up the road. A nice little carrot for Matt Campbell to zoom in on. Sends it in. Geez, that was deep in the... I thought he was off. I thought he was off. That was seriously deep. Pole position in 2020 for Matt Campbell.
Best in the middle again, Creelsey.
It was Porsche's best qualifying result at Bathurst. Can he do it again? He'll get one more lap. Is there improvement? There is. He goes third. Look at the margins. He's less than a tenth from pole, and he's not even on the front row. He's got one more opportunity. He's out of it. He's out of it. He's out of it. So Gounon now. Personal best. Personal best. Middle sector. I feel like this has been a scrappy session for Jules Gounon. Hasn't been able to really string one together.
I think he'd be the most disappointed of anybody out there because that car has had the pace.
Close prediction, please. Checkered flag.
So this is it. Checkered flag is out. What does Jules Gounon, the reigning champion, what does he have for us? Fastest final sector. Goes faster, but not fast enough. 2:01.29. Stays fourth place. I think that's it, guys. I think it is. Maro Engel is safe to secure his second Alan Simonson pole award. He was on pole here almost a decade ago. So I think that's it. The grid order might not change, but the lap time might.
3 minutes 0.8, he's got it!
Engel goes sub 2:01.
That was it.
Right at the very end. To put an exclamation point on an unbelievable day for Grupper M Racing. And the quickest day in 12-hour history goes the way of the German, who scores his second Alan Simonson pole award. He's yet to win this race. The big prize is tomorrow, but my goodness, has he delivered today. That's a seriously big lap at the end. You know it's the last lap. You know it's time to deliver. He had pole position already. Yeah. Why not put an exclamation point on it?
Top 3 laps from that car.
Well, all
Top
that car.
3 laps. 2 minutes, 0.882 of a second. So under 2:01. Was there a 2 minutes? Oh, yes, there was. Yes, there was. But they had to work to put that together. Exactly what Garth Tander was saying when I asked him where his money was going. That is impressive. Impressive from Maro Engel.
That's the quickest qualifying session in Bathurst history, right there. Oh, by a margin. I mean, you're fourth with a 2:01.3. You would have popped the champagne doing a 2:01.3 any other year.
Before that lap, the top 3 was separated by 75 thousandths of a second, and he just goes and puts 0.2 of a second on the field.
This has been a supreme driver and car performance all day because this car has been quick across all 3 drivers. That's the thing. Just looking at the sector times, if you put an AMG theoretical lap together, the fastest 3 sectors from the AMG cars, it's a 2:06. Jules Gounon has the fastest final sector. That was 0.2 faster than what Maro Engel did on that lap, that 2:08 lap. So the AMGs, they look like the cars at the moment. Seriously in the window, exactly where they need them to be. It was Engel with that record-breaking lap, 2:08. Seriously impressive. What a job by Brock Feeney to be front row, surrounds himself with factory GT3 drivers on his home turf to start from second in the Super Cheap Auto AMG. Matty Campbell, what a pro he is. Jules Gounon, don't beware the wounded bull tomorrow. He might be disappointed today, but that guy was impressive last year. But talk about impressive, Maro Engel delivered. Richard Crail, he asks for things, he gets them.
He does.
He asked for a 2-minute something, Maro Engel delivers.
Just underlining what we've been saying about the race tomorrow, about the Pro-Am and the silver cars. Chaz Mostert in 6th, outside of the 3rd row. That car has pace, and fast forward to, this time tomorrow, and we'll be watching this, except it'll be at the front of the field for the big trophy.
There's a bit of pressure on the shoulders of Liam Talbot and Fraser Ross, because if they get that car into the mix at the end, they'll be a contender. But right now, this is the story. This Hong Kong flag team, they've been racing for a long time. They've come here before and they've come agonisingly close to winning this race on several occasions. They always find themselves in the mix, and this year,
They've got an all-star squad with two of the best that have been here from an international point of view. For the second time, Maro Engel wins the Alan Simonson Pole Award. And appropriately so. Alan, one of the most spectacular drivers we ever saw here. That's why the award was named after him. And that follows in everything that Alan set down as a benchmark all those years ago.
And it's something as well that the drivers, I think, really appreciate the enormity of what they've done here, because a pole position's nice. A pole position at a 12-hour race maybe doesn't count normally for quite that much because you've got so much racing, but this is Bathurst. This is doing the job absolutely perfectly, Garth. We've been talking about the 1%ers. You can't be 0.5% out if you're going to do a time like that here. And I'm just going to say it again, by the way, 2 minutes, 0.882.
And we thought he was over and out. We didn't think that he had any more in him, because in qualifying earlier, he did the one preparation lap, the one hot lap was the 2010, and parked the car. And we thought that potentially he'd used too much of the tyre in that battle that he was having with Brock Feeney for the top spot, but left it to the very last moment of this 15-minute qualifying session and absolutely delivered under pressure. That was seriously impressive to watch.
Out of the pits for 6 laps, and 3 of them were good enough for pole position. Now, that's not a bad strike rate. If you were doing that in the major leagues in baseball, you'd be Hall of Fame, and that's what that lap was.
Big celebrations down here for Maro Engel. He's lined up next to Mick Grenier, Raffaello Macchiello, the 3 drivers combining to put this car on pole. And Maro, you got the job done with an electric lap time. What did you think when you saw that number pop up?
It's amazing. I'd a bit lost for words. I mean, the grip level this weekend has been just amazing, and obviously partly due to the new tyres, but also just the grip around this place, and it's just mega. Big thank you to the team, to these guys for trusting me, and to the team for an amazing car. It was a pleasure.
And you did your part too, Raffaello, by obviously that first qualifying session today by helping Maro to get the car into the top 10 shootout.
Yeah, I mean, it's good for tomorrow, but we know it's a 12-hour race. It's more important, the long run compared quali run, but I think we can be strong also tomorrow.
Mick, give us the atmosphere down here in the garage when you saw Maro ripping up those lap times, particularly right at the very end.
Yeah, I mean, it was super close, but Maro had the pole already, but he did a really good lap. So far the team has been working super well together. I think we have a super fast car, but as Lello said, it's a long race tomorrow, 12 hours, so we have to survive and have a good car for long runs.
And now the special moment of the day. We've got Pirelli here with the Alan Simonson Trophy, one of the most prestigious trophies you can win here in Australian motor racing. Alan was one of the fastest guys around here in the mountain, but now it's Maro who's the fastest here at Mount Panorama. Congratulations to the team down here at Car 999, winners of the Alan Simonson Trophy for 2023.
And Brock Feeney with me. Brock, fantastic. Only your 5th time in one of these AMG GT cars, and you get yourself into 2nd position on the pole.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. 4th third in qualifying, and to move up a little bit and close the gap was good. I'd be lying if I say I wasn't a little bit disappointed. There was a tiny little bit left on the table, but yeah, Maro's very quick. 2 tenths on the last lap. So yeah, it's a good starting spot for the 12-hour.
It sure is. You're on that front row. Enjoy it tomorrow. Good luck.
Thanks very much. Hey, Nan.
Matty Campbell, a 2:01.1 around the mountain is a great day for any other day, but this qualifying session was just ruthless. No more pace in this Porsche, eh?
No, I think I got absolutely everything out of it. I mean, I thought there might have been a couple of scratches on the mirror there at one point. I think as a lap, it was probably better than my 2020 pole lap. But we just didn't have the pace today. So second row start, it's not too bad. We've got 12 hours, so anything can happen.
And you guys have a good car for the race because you've been working on that setup as opposed for going for qualifying, right?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, for a qualifying car, we haven't really done anything to it. We just basically took the fuel out and that was about it. So no major changes except for a couple of little things, and been working on a race car. For sure, we aren't quite happy yet, but I think we've got a direction now. And there's going to be so much evolution on the track tomorrow as well over 12 hours. So we just make it good at the end and hopefully we're somewhere.
Good luck for 5:45 tomorrow evening.
Yeah, thank you.
Chad, what a great day. Fantastic setup for tomorrow. Now all eyes focus on race time tomorrow. We cannot wait to get it underway. We've learned so much today. We've learned who's quick, who needs work to do. But of course, as we know with this 12-hour race, everything can go out the window.
Oh, it's going to be an early one. Not for you. You used to get up nice and early. Me less so in the motor racing world. I love what Valentino Rossi said at the beginning of the day. Why does it start so early? We're going to
It's a 12-hour race, Valentino.
Exactly. 5:30 a.m. We go green at 5:45. You do not want to miss those beautiful pictures of the dark sky, the sunrise here at Mount Panorama. Hey, coming of age of Brock Finney today.
Massive.
Filling in for Shane van Gisbergen. What a fantastic job.
Yeah, it is massive tomorrow morning. Get up early. It is worth it. You'll enjoy it. We'll see you back here with all the team bright and early tomorrow morning from 5:30 a.m. for the LIQUI MOLY Bathurst 12-hour. We'll see you then.